Chapter 29:10. Killing one person in 2 hours. I hope your intuition is still sharp. Now spit it out. Kill. Killing intent appeared in Lin Ling's eyes. When he was famous in Qingzhou, all the feudal lords gave him face and often went to his Yulin market to flatter him. However, there were too many hypocrites. Many people even wanted to secretly kill him. And now he could use this opportunity to see who wanted to kill him. After all, Lin Ling might not be afraid if he kept ingrates by his side, but it would not be good if he implicated Yu and the others one day. You'd better follow us obediently. All the strong cultivators are waiting for you. If you run away, the people of the imperial court will die. The 4-9 said again, causing Lin Ling's eyes to turn even colder. These people had actually captured the people of the imperial court. The people of the imperial court were obviously implicated by him. Lead the way. Yes. Lin Ling took the lead. Senior 4-9, in my opinion, we should capture him and cripple his cultivation to avoid unnecessary trouble. Yes. One of them looked at Lin Ling coldly and said, this person was afraid that Lin Ling would run away, so he actually made such a suggestion. Yes, safety first. Yes. The 4-9 immediately nodded. Looking at Lin Ling's back, he said, Lin Ling, you and I can be considered friends. Why don't you cripple your own cultivation and follow us so that we can make a great contribution? Yes. When he said this, it was as if it was a matter of course. Trash. Yes. Lin Ling's expression turned cold. He ignored him and continued to walk forward. Bah, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Yes. The people beside the 4-9 were furious and wanted to attack. However, at this moment, Lin Ling finally stopped and looked over coldly. That one glance caused all of them to stop what they were doing. A cold chill rose from their hearts. Although Lin Ling was now crippled, the name of Lin Ling's destruction of the country still remained in their hearts. A bunch of trash. Yes. Seeing that they didn't dare to move, Lin Ling continued forward. The expressions of the 4-9 and the others were extremely ugly, but they could not do anything. They could only follow Lin Ling. As long as Lin Ling did not try to escape, they would let Lin Ling do whatever he wanted. This way. Of course, the 4-9 and the others were still astonished by Lin Ling's calmness along the way. In fact, Lin Ling gave them the feeling that he wasn't going to throw his life away. Instead, he was going to kill people. It must be an illusion. He's only at the World King realm. He can't cause any great waves. The 4-9 and the others all secretly comforted themselves. As for the third layer right now, large amounts of experts were gathered there. There were many exceptional talents and old monsters from 10,000 realms. One of them sat down in an imposing manner. Below him was a chair condensed from golden sand. Everyone looked at him with eyes full of reverence. My nephew Luoxia, for Lin Ling, you actually came back from the 4th floor. You are truly courageous. An old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion smiled at the young man. The 99 High Prince has ordered me to bring back Lin Ling's Son of Heaven mandate. Luoxia indifferently said, causing everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. They never thought that the person behind Imperial Censor Dragon Court would also move against Lin Ling. The 99 High Prince was in truth not young. He wasn't the 99th son of the Blue Emperor, but because he was arrogant and overbearing and had repeatedly committed treacherous acts, the Blue Emperor had demoted him to the 99 High Prince. And now that the Blue Emperor had been demoted, the ambitious 99 High Prince had finally revealed his fangs. Of course, if you and the others have helped the 99 High Prince, the High Prince will also reward you. Luoxia said. He knew that there were all sorts of powerhouses here. There were blue flame soldiers as well as people from the left minister's palace. Thus he had to appease these people. Otherwise, if these people were to notify the 2 overlords of the left minister's palace, those 2 overlords would also send powerhouses to seize the Son of Heaven mandate. The High Prince is wise. The various vassals began to laugh. In their respective overlords, their status wasn't high and they weren't considered trusted subordinates. Thus, they placed great importance on treasures, and didn't have a sense of belonging to the overlords. Where's Lin Ling? Luoxia looked at the group of people in the distance. Those people were from the imperial court. We don't know. Yes. The people from the imperial court were still stubborn. They gritted their teeth and shook their heads. Time's up. Kill. Kill one person in 2 hours. If Linling still doesn't appear after 6 hours, kill 100 people. Luo Shaxiai waved his hand coldly. This was the best opportunity to kill Linling. He wouldn't miss it. Moreover, he had heard about what happened to the Sunbone and Realgar. He was terrified. He didn't want to be a stone statue for the rest of his life, living a life worse than death. Among the people from the imperial court, you seem to be the one who protects Linling the most. Little girl, I'll start with you. Yes. A skinny man walked out. He looked like he could be blown away by a gust of wind, but his eyes were filled with lust. The person he was staring at was Lin Ping. I'm called Ruthless Destroying Flowers. I specialize in devouring the primordial een of beautiful women. Before you die, it will be very painful. Yes. The man smiled. His mouth was filled with yellow teeth. It was extremely disgusting. Lin Ping saw this and her body trembled. She knew that the ugly man wanted to destroy her. Luo Shaxiai, you've broken the rules. The 4 magnates are not allowed to fight in the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Roar. The people from the imperial court roared. Haha, do you really think that the 4 magnates won't fight? That's because the treasures haven't appeared yet. Once the treasures appear, the magnates on the 4th floor will make their move. Moreover, you're on the 3rd floor. Why would the magnates of the imperial court care about you? Taking a step back, we can say that you're courting death. You stole our treasures and were killed by us. I believe that with the 3 magnates working together, the 3rd prince won't dare to pursue the matter. In the end, he can only sacrifice you. Roar. Luo Shaxiai suddenly laughed and looked at the people from the imperial court mockingly. You despicable. The people from the imperial court cursed. Don't be hasty. You'll all die later. Let's start with this little girl. The skinny man took off his shirt, revealing his bony upper body. Pinger. Seeing this, the people from the imperial court shouted. However, their bodies were bound by the realm essence chains. They couldn't help even if they wanted to. As for Lin Ping, she gritted her teeth. In the imperial court, their status was the lowest. However, they were unwilling and wanted to become stronger. Who knew that they would end up in such a situation? She was unwilling. Tears welled up in her eyes. She came from a huge realm in the Western world. She was the 3rd princess of that realm. She thought that she could achieve great things in Qing province. However, she found that she, who was looked up to in the realm, was actually just an ant in Qing province. When she was still in the realm, the young geniuses nearby all came to ask for her hand in marriage. However, she was arrogant and rejected all of them. Today, she was going to marry that ugly man. I once said that no man in this universe will ever be able to marry me. However, when I saw him that day, I finally knew that if I were to marry in the future, my husband would have to be like him, Lin Ling of the imperial court. Lin Ping gritted her teeth. Lin Ling is young. No wonder the beauties like him. Unfortunately, you can only benefit an ugly uncle like me. Don't worry, I'll treat you well. Chapter 29:11. Only one person gave up on killing Lin Ling. Rumble, rumble, rumble. But at this time, the sound of a tsunami rang out. In the distance, the sound waves rumbled, turning into a terrifying fist that shot towards the yellow-toothed man. The yellow-toothed man's pupils constricted. Sound wave attack? These words floated through his mind. Then he was shaken to death by the sound waves. Who? Everyone was shocked. Relying on sound waves to kill an opponent? Could this be a sound wave talent? No one knew that the one who attacked wasn't a sound wave talent, but had relied on his powerful mortal body to break through the skies and create a sonic boom. Imperial Court Lin Ling have arrived. At the same time, a roar sounded out in the distance, causing the waters of the water element land to soar into the skies and rain to fall down. Amidst the heavy rain, a handsome young man strode over with large strides. Lin Ling has arrived. Seeing this youth that shocked the world as soon as he appeared, everyone felt as if they were in a dream. There was an illusion that Lin Ling was still as strong as before. Even Razor Sand frowned, a bit panicked. But after he used his heavenly vision ability and discovered that Lin Ling was only at the World King realm, he finally relaxed. It turned out that Lin Ling had been deliberately mystifying himself. Many old monsters also checked Lin Ling's cultivation and were relieved. However, Lin Ling, who was walking over from afar, still shocked them. This was because Lin Ling was indifferent as the clouds in the horizon. It was as if he didn't come here to die, but to kill them. Lin Ling, I will ask you 2 questions. Do you dare to answer me? Yes. Razor Sand stood up. A billowing sandstorm appeared around him, as if the Sand King had descended. First, do you still have the Son of Heaven's fate on you? Yes. Second, are you really only at the World King realm? Yes. His voice floated over, causing Lin Ling's lips to curve in a sneer. Razor Sand had been avoiding him this entire time, and now he had finally appeared. It seemed that hiding his cultivation was indeed beneficial. Otherwise it would have taken him a great deal of effort to find Razor Sand. Your Excellency Lin Ling, leave quickly. Don't pay attention to us. At this moment Lin Ping shouted excitedly. Your Excellency Lin Ling, the Emperor's mandate was given to you by the 3rd Prince. Don't give it to them. We're at the bottom of the hierarchy, so it's no big deal if we die. However, you can't die. You're the man who can become Emperor Qing. Many voices spread out from the imperial dynasty. This stunned Lin Ling. Indeed, these people were at the bottom of the imperial dynasty, but he didn't expect them to be so loyal. Even if they gave up their lives, they still wanted him to leave. Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. He was sure that these people definitely didn't betray him. They would rather die than submit. Therefore, it was even more impossible for Lin Ling to leave. Luo Shawthorn, the fate of the Son of Heaven is in my hands, and I am indeed at the World King realm right now. Of course, that might not be the case in the future. Lin Ling lightly said. Haha, you have no future. Luo Shawthorn couldn't help but laugh. Poor Lin Ling. Did he think that he still had a future? He didn't know that the future that Lin Ling spoke of wasn't far away. Perhaps it would happen in the next moment. At that time, if Lin Ling used his first Dantian, he wouldn't be at the World King realm anymore. What treasures do you have on you? Hand them all over. Since you're going to die anyway, why don't you fulfill everyone's wish? I promise you that if you hand over everything, I'll let everyone in the Imperial Dynasty go. Luo Shawthorn said. I have a lot of treasures on me, but there are so many of you. How are we going to split them? Lin Ling suddenly laughed. As soon as his words fell, the experts around Luo Shawthorn also started arguing. Lin Ling was able to become one of the 9 heavens of Qing province, so he definitely had a lot of treasures. But who would take the bigger share? Our left minister's residence wants 80%. Bullshit. Lin Ling was brought back by the 4/9-ines. The 4/9-ines are now part of the Imperial Dynasty. We should take 80%. We were the first to know that Lin Ling's cultivation had been crippled. We first-generation talents want 90%. The remaining 10% will be divided among you. No one looked at Lin Ling. Instead, they were discussing the price. It was as if Lin Ling was already meat on the chopping block. Even some people who knew Lin Ling joined in. This caused the faces of the Imperial Dynasty to turn gloomy. Everyone kicked a man who was down. The world was so cruel. The world of the strong was so heartless. They suddenly sympathized with Lin Ling and looked at Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was expressionless. He quietly waited for everyone to discuss. Lin Ling, you're quite tactful. But later, you better not resist and be killed by Lord Luo Shawthorn. I promise you that I'll protect your family for you. Beside Lin Ling, a few people from the 4/9-ines also spoke. They often went to the Yulin market, so they naturally knew about Yu and the others. However, Lin Ling knew that the 4/9-ines were shameless people. They definitely wouldn't let Yu and the others go. So these people would definitely die. Thank you, but I still have to say that your intuition is really sharp. Lin Ling smiled. His smile was full of sarcasm. He didn't kill these people for the time being. He would let them wait until the end of the world. Hehe, of course. With my sharp intuition, many people in Qingzhou will give me face. Unfortunately, I had a good relationship with you, Lin Ling, but you're too disappointing. How can you die? You made me invest in you for nothing. The 4/9-ines still didn't understand the meaning of Lin Ling's words. He smiled happily. Have you finished discussing? At this time, Linling finally interrupted everyone's discussion, causing everyone to look at him. I'm very curious. Many of you know me. Even if you don't have a good relationship with me, you still know me. Do you want me to die so badly? Also, the Luo Sha thorn is one of the 9 great heavens of Qingzhou. You're afraid of him, but don't you fear me, Linling? Linling said again. Isn't that nonsense? Everyone was stunned for a moment. Then they all started to laugh. Linling still thought that he was one of the 9 great heavens of Qingzhou? What a fool's dream. As for why they wanted Linling to die, they curried favor with Linling because they were afraid of Linling's strength. It didn't mean that they treated Linling as a true friend. Especially some old monsters, they didn't have any friends in their lives. They only cared about benefits. Shut up and interrupt our discussion. You'll get it later. Some impatient people even reprimanded Linling. All right, I won't interrupt you. However, before that, I'll still give you a chance. It's also your last chance. Those who don't want me, Linling, to die, step out now. I, Linling, won't kill the innocent. Linling said again. Chance. Haha, shouldn't we be the ones saying this to you? Linling, don't try to drive a wedge between us. In this world, the strong are respected. If you don't have the strength, then shut up. Mocking laughter rang out one after another. Linling, you and I know each other. Today, I can't help you, but I won't harm you either. Chapter 29:12. A violent monster. The Holy King's sons, Sheng Xiaobao and Sheng Taibao, were both killed by Linling. Logically speaking, he should be the one who wanted to kill Linling the most. But now he gave up on killing Linling. No one could figure out what he was thinking. Trash. All the feudal lords cursed. However, they did not object. After the Holy King left, there would be one less person to share the treasures on Linling. As for the Holy King, he looked at Linling with a complicated expression. He gave up because he owed Linling a favor. In the past, Linling had the strength to destroy the Holy King's mansion. However, Linling had promised the Holy King that they would mind their own business. After that, Linling did not care about the Holy King's mansion anymore. Therefore, the Holy King did not want to break his promise. Haha, only 1 out of thousands of people doesn't want me, Linling, to die. It seems that it's not good to have too many friends because they are all dogs. Seeing this, Linling laughed arrogantly and began to walk forward step by step. Everyone sneered because they knew that there would be a good show to watch. Linling, oh Linling, you should have known that this day would come when you destroyed my commandery. Before I die, I want to ask you what you have to say. Luo Shaxi looked down at Linling with an excited smile on his face. Luo Shaxi was furious when his 2 commanderies were destroyed. However, Linling had become a formidable opponent that could not be eliminated. Who would have thought that Linling would be killed by Luo Shaxi in the end? Lord Luo Shaxi, I'll kill him. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. A burly man took the initiative to attack. His cultivation was at the first stage of the martial immortal realm. In the past, he could only be slaughtered by Linling. But now he was confident that he could kill Linling. Linling, remember, the one who will kill you is Qingtai Tian of the Azure Dragon Divine Mansion. Surging true dragon aura burst out, and a dragon roared in the sky. After rolling 1 round, it charged towards Linling. In fact, I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Staring at the dragon in the sky, Linling's long hair fluttered in the wind. He was like one of the 4 most ferocious beasts in the universe. A ferocious punch blasted out at the same time. He didn't release any realm essence and relied solely on his physical strength. Boom. The real dragon collided with Linling's fist and instantly froze in place. Then, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Crack, crack, crack. Finally, the whole real dragon exploded, and hot blood rained down from the sky. Amidst the blood, Linling walked out with a savage and domineering smile on his face. How is this possible? A world king can kill a first stage of the martial immortal realm? This must be fake. Seeing this, people's eyes trembled in disbelief. I'll do it. You've been waiting for this moment for a long time? Sorry, we've been waiting even longer. Even more experts moved out, some turning into enormous spiders, some turning into human-faced sphinxes, all of them activating true deity martial souls, mixed with terrifying realm essence, rushing murderously at Lin Ling. With so many martial immortal realm experts, even if Lin Ling was a martial immortal realm expert, he would die with hatred. Not to mention, Lin Ling was only a world king. Too little. However, Lin Ling roared and leaped up. Like a god of war, he didn't even need to use any martial arts. Instead, he threw out a punch full of power. Boom. Under the punch, flesh and blood bloomed. An expert was killed. Boom. Another punch. The sky was like a fairy scattering flowers, but it was flesh and blood that scattered. How can he be so powerful? Everyone in the distance opened their mouths wide. Lin Ling was like a violent monster. His punches killed world essence. Even 10% of the power of the universe could not shake him. Haha, I've caught you. At this moment, an endless swamp appeared. It rolled, eerie and silent. In the distance, a fat old man was laughing heartily. His innate skill was very strange. It was actually the very rare earth attribute poison swamp. It should be known that anyone trapped in the swamp would find it difficult to move, let alone his divine body. His swamp power had even drowned 100 worlds. Good, as expected of Thousand Poison spiritual master. Seeing this, the crowd burst into laughter. Boom. However, his laughter didn't last long because the enormous swamp had exploded. It was as if it couldn't trap Lin Ling at all. Moreover, a figure had appeared before the old man, and it caused the old man's face to instantly turn pale. Because his swamp power could devour third-level martial immortals, but it could not trap Lin Ling? Too weak. Lin Ling shook his head. Without waiting for the old man to speak, he punched out. Another martial immortal level expert had fallen. Come and get more of us. Lin Ling stepped on the ground. His blue robe was like a bright star shooting into the sky. He actually appeared above everyone's head. His terrifying fist smashed down like a meteor. Let's see how many people can block my fist. At the same time, a heroic voice sounded in the sky. Lin Ling planned to fight against 1,000 people by himself. Wasn't this Lin Ling's cultivation crippled? Why is he so terrifying? One person against 1,000 martial immortals. Even if Lin Ling's cultivation was still there, I'm afraid he wouldn't be so powerful. In a distant place, some weak people gathered there. They did not dare to participate in the battle, so they just watched. At this moment, they were all shocked by Lin Ling's tyranny. Stop him. At this moment on the Sandthorn's side, everyone's expression changed greatly. They galvanized their true divinity martial souls, World King martial arts, and even brought out powerful weapons, all of them wanting to block Lin Ling's fist. Buzz. The sound of metal colliding could be heard. Lin Ling's fist that came from the sky was blocked. Under the fist, all kinds of world essence gathered together, forming a huge light shield. Good blocked. The experts on the ground were all overjoyed. Still too weak. However, in the sky, Lin Ling shook his head indifferently. Previously, he only used 70 universes of power. Now, a wisp of ancient ominous aura filled the air. When 80 universes of power arrived, an ancient roar sounded. His fist made cracking sounds and blue veins popped out. How was this the arm of a human? It was simply the arm of a ferocious monster. The fist began to smash down again. The destructive intent was extremely terrifying. Not good. Everyone was shocked, but they could not block the meteor-like fist in the sky. Boom! When the fist smashed down, the entire ground exploded. Smoke soared into the sky, and a deep pit thousands of miles wide appeared. There were countless deaths and injuries. Those who were still alive were all pale with fright. Was this still Lin Ling who failed to break through? One must know that there were stage 4 martial immortals in this group, and there were so many of them, but they could not stop Lin Ling. Moreover, Lin Ling only used one fist in the entire process. Could it be the fist of the war god? You all thought that since I failed to break through, I would become a cripple from now on. But who told you that a martial artist's strength is evaluated by world essence? Even if I'm at the initial realm of martial arts, killing you all is just a matter of flipping my hand. At this moment, Lin Ling looked down at the people on the ground with arrogance. Chapter 29:13. One person against 1,000. Could it be physical strength? Luo Shaxiai raised his head, looking at the man who was above him in the past. His face became even paler. Relying on physical strength, he killed early-stage martial immortals. What if Lin Ling recovered his cultivation? He didn't dare imagine. You all called me a cripple, but now who is the cripple? Lin Ling's voice shook the heavens, sound waves curling about, making the third layer tremble. If one had to say who was the king of the third layer, it would undoubtedly be Lin Ling. All of you who are still alive, join hands, because if you don't, you won't have another chance. It was to the extent where Lin Ling coldly spat out a sentence, giving these ancient experts a final chance. Exceptional talents, you all had best grasp this final chance. Lin Ling's eyes also looked towards the past exceptional talents, making those exceptional talents' bodies tremble. Before, Lin Ling said he would give them a chance, but they didn't grasp it. Now they had another chance. However, they didn't feel like this was their last chance. Stake it all. Someone roared. World essence rushed into the sky, rising and falling. An ancient giant ship floated behind him, as if it came from the ancient times. This person's talent was actually a rare ancient ship. When this ship appeared, ice, lightning, fire, and other powers shot out like cannons. Moreover, large amounts of people also rushed out from the ancient ship, their auras grand, as if a great army was descending. We must kill him. Another elder roared towards the sky, turning into an enormous ancient alligator. Its bloody mouth opened, devouring the world. 36 sword paths. The powerful swordsmen also attacked. They were all going all out. When a cultivator went all out, they could erupt with 120% of their strength. Moreover, with so many people joining hands, even if Sun Gu was still alive, he wouldn't dare face them head-on. However, the people of the imperial court saw that Lin Ling was still floating in the sky, his eyes actually revealing an expression of disdain. Your Excellency Lin Ling, so domineering. She thought back to the first time she met Lin Ling. At that time, Lin Ling had been extremely amiable and approachable. Now, as she looked at the Lin Ling that dominated the third level, the two figures overlapped, giving her a surreal feeling. He actually let these dukes make the first move. Under the heavens, who else could it be but him? The others spoke one after another. Still too weak. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling spoke as well. Billowing ferocious aura emanated from behind him, and actually took on a physical form. The ferocious aura condensed and covered the sky, making Lin Ling seem like a demon god. Rumble. The sky seemed to have been torn apart, and a huge mouth appeared. It was like a huge black cloud, rolling and suppressing all life. The black sky and the huge mouth seemed to lead to the underworld. The realm-swallowing beast had arrived. A 10th grade divine body. The aura of destruction. The aura of nirvanic extermination. And the cold aura exploded in the sky, causing the faces of the various vassals to turn pale. They watched helplessly as their attacks were all devoured by the huge mouth. Their attacks were of no use at all. Even if it was 120% attack, even if all of them joined forces, they were still suppressed by Lin Ling alone. The blue-robed figure in the sky became dazzling and piercingly cold at this moment. Not good, that mouth is going to devour us. Someone suddenly let out a cry of horror because a powerful suction force was born, pulling them. They could not control their bodies and could not resist. At this moment, they regretted and were afraid. Especially the ancient martial artists who had a good relationship with Lin Ling. They were the most miserable. Because if they did not make this choice today, Lin Ling would still be their friend. But now, Lin Ling was their enemy. All of this could not be blamed on them for looking down on others. It was because they did not expect that even if Lin Ling failed to break through, his strength would still be among the 9 heavens of Qingzhou. What a bold move. Is he going to kill the 4 magnates in one move? At this moment, a slender figure suddenly appeared in the sky. This person was wearing silver armor. The moment he appeared, a roaring aura filled the air. Great Ape of Change, save me. When Luo Shaxiai saw who it was, he immediately shouted. The latter was one of the 9 heavens of Qingzhou, the Great Ape of Change. It was said that this person was transformed from a stone monkey. He entered the world to find a master, and became the disciple of a reclusive expert. He studied hard for 800 years and finally came to Qingzhou. He defeated countless experts and became one of the 9 heavens of Qingzhou. This person was very strong. Even the 9 heavens of Qingzhou did not know his strength, because he had never used his full strength. Therefore, Sun Gu and Luo Shaxi were extremely respectful towards him. They felt that this person was twice as strong as them. It's you. Lin Ling also looked at the person who came. He had seen the Great Ape of Change before. Back then, when he went to Tating Commandery for the first time, this heavens of Qingzhou appeared. Lin Ling, I did not expect your strength to increase so much after we parted that day. Also, you failed to break through, but your strength is still strong. This surprised me. However, how about you give me some face and let them go? The Great Ape of Change looked at Lin Ling calmly. Why should I give you face? Lin Ling replied coldly. If he had really failed to break through, he wondered if the Great Ape of Change would have come to save him at that time. Good, very good. Hearing this, the Great Ape of Change nodded. For the sake of the Imperial Court, I will ignore your rudeness. However, remember, defeating Sun Gu does not mean anything. It only means that your luck is good. However, if you want to go to the 4th level, I advise you not to go. With that, he turned and left. Luck is good. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He could see that the Great Ape of Change was hostile towards him. If he really was a cripple today, the Great Ape of Change would definitely attack him. However, his strength was ferocious now, so the Great Ape of Change did not dare to attack him. This was not because they were afraid of him, but because they were afraid of the Imperial Court. Because Lin Ling was still strong, the Imperial Court would definitely not let anything happen to Lin Ling. I also advise you that the 4th and 5th levels are not places that trash can go. You better look at yourself carefully, Lin Ling said calmly. He also looked at the people on the ground. You're reminding me? However, Lin Ling's casual words made the Great Ape of Change suddenly stop. He slowly turned around and a murderous aura appeared on his forehead. He stepped forward and shot towards Lin Ling with the speed of 14 worlds. He attacked just like that. Clearly he was angry. Kaboom! The sky exploded. Rolling power exploded. It was incomparably ferocious. A giant palm slapped over. It was as if a giant ape was slapping towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling was unable to react to this sudden turn of events. He wanted to block it, but it was clearly a little too late. His chest was viciously slapped by a palm, and the sound of bones breaking rang out. The most terrifying thing was that the giant mouth was still floating in the sky, but it had no effect on the Great Ape of Change. From this, one could see that this person's talent was extremely strong. He did not fear the realm-swallowing beast. Do you think I am Sun Gu? Chapter 29:14. Armor break. So powerful. On the ground, those vassals sucked in a breath of cold air, especially Luo Shathorn. He couldn't help but reveal an excited smile. Although Lin Ling was powerful, compared to the famous Great Change Ape, he was indeed much weaker. One move, just one move, and Lin Ling was injured. And Lin Ling was injured, his spirit was also suppressed. Maybe they could escape with their lives. Bang! At this moment on the ground, Lin Ling stood up again, blood at the corner of his mouth. This Great Change Ape indeed had some ability. Then his body shook, and the bones in his body emitted crisp sounds. He actually recovered in an instant. This made the Great Change Ape in the sky narrow its eyes. Lin Ling took a direct hit from its palm, and then recovered in an instant. Bang! Lin Ling began to step forward, step by step towards the sky. The ground, the sky, terrifying ripples blossomed. His battle intent surged, and his ferocious aura soared, shaking the world. It was like an emperor trembling. Lin Ling dares to fight the Great Change Ape? Bang! Everyone's eyes were glued to the scene. Of the Azure Province's 9 heavens, the more famous they were, the weaker they were, such as Sunbone and Luo Shathorn. On the contrary, the less famous they were, the stronger they were, such as the Great Change Ape, and the remaining mysterious heavens. This was a secret that everyone in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty knew. However, Lin Ling dared to fight the Great Change Ape. Moreover, he was currently in the World King realm. With this cultivation, he might be able to easily kill a 3rd-level martial immortal, but against a heavens, it was impossible. The Great Change Ape frowned, looking at Lin Ling with a strange gaze. Lin Ling walked towards it step by step. His expression was calm, but his eyes were cold, and his ferocious aura surged. You want to attack me? Bang! The great change ape opened its mouth, its voice a bit low. It didn't like Lin Ling's gaze because it was too cold, too calm, as if it was looking down on it. One had to know that even if Lin Ling was at his peak, Lin Ling wasn't qualified to look down on it. Let alone a Lin Ling who had failed to break through. I hope you don't disappoint me. Lin Ling slowly stretched out his fist. His ancient bloodline was roaring with destruction and fanaticism. It was as if a ferocious beast was roaring at the heavens and earth. That punch contained surging battle intent as it blasted towards the great change ape. You can't see yourself clearly, the great change ape coldly shouted. And then a black stone ape appeared behind it. It was several thousand li tall, towering between the heavens and the earth, like a Vajrabone ape that split the world apart. The surging power of the world essence, along with the beast chi and the power of the universe, transformed into a fist to resist Lin Ling's vicious fist. Boom. Boom. Pop. Pop. It was as if two ferocious beasts of the universe were colliding. Destructive auras surged in all directions. Some of the weaker cultivators, even if they were far away, were blown by the strong winds and fell to the ground one by one. Lin Ling, is that all you've got? A disdainful smile hung on the great change ape's lips. However, when his fist collided with Lin Ling's fist, he discovered an unparalleled vicious aura erupting. This power was very strong, able to easily break through 20 worlds. And this was the power of the physical body. The great change ape's expression instantly changed. He felt that Lin Ling's fist contained 800,000 universe power. What he collided with was not one person, but 80 worlds. He immediately roared, his left hand slamming onto his right fist, wanting to give his right fist more power to resist Lin Ling's fist. However, when he looked at Lin Ling, he discovered that Lin Ling's expression was extremely calm. Lin Ling's left hand also slammed onto his right fist. An even more terrifying power poured out, as if the sound of the sea was roaring. A sea of thunder, a sea of wind, a sea of fire, and all the other world seas at this moment, actually all condensed into Lin Ling's right fist. That deafening sound of a tsunami caused the third level to rumble. Not good. The great change ape knew that he underestimated Lin Ling. He shouldn't have easily received that fist. It was too powerful, like the fist of the sea of 10,000 worlds. At this moment, he suddenly felt some regret. He simply didn't think that Lin Ling was still so powerful. Even if his world essence was crippled, his physical body was already at the top of Azure state. Crack, crack, crack. The armor on the great change ape's body, at this moment, started to emit crisp sounds. Moreover, numerous cracks appeared. What? On the ground, everyone's pupils fiercely trembled. Before, when the great change ape arrived and sent Lin Ling flying with one move, everyone knew that even among the 9 great heavens of Azure state, there were differences in strength. And Lin Ling didn't refute anything, so much so that he didn't even say anything. He directly used strength to prove everything. His fist was difficult for the great change ape to receive. Even the armor on his body cracked. All of this was beyond imagination. Roar! The great change ape sensed the cracks on his armor. He roared furiously, like a giant ape roaring. He didn't want to have his armor broken by Lin Ling and lose all face. Are you the only one who's ferocious? When he saw this, Lin Ling coldly spat out a sentence. The enormous mouth behind him also emitted a roar, and a surging aura collided with the great change ape's ancient ape. The bloodline from the ancient era was boiling at this moment, dancing wildly, becoming more and more domineering. In reality, the great change ape wasn't weaker than the current Lin Ling. In the collision between the two, Lin Ling merely had a slight upper hand. But Lin Ling had an advantage that the great change ape didn't have, and that was the strength of his physical body. One had to know that in the collision, the great change ape definitely suffered some injuries. But Lin Ling's physical body's recovery ability was powerful. Not only was he not injured as time passed, his physical body became more and more powerful instead. This also made the balance start to tilt towards Lin Ling. I thought that the great change ape of Azure State's 9 great heavens would be very powerful. Unfortunately, you still slightly disappointed me. Lin Ling raised his head, his icy cold eyes meeting the great change ape's. You're very formidable, surprising me greatly. But do you think that's all I have? The great change ape revealed fangs at the corners of his mouth, and he said gloomily, I'm going to break your armor, do you believe me? Lin Ling said again, making the great change ape's expression change, and he roared furiously, Dream on! Lin Ling said that he would break his armor in front of so many people. Did he think that he, the great change ape, didn't exist? He wasn't the likes of Sunbone. You'll see. Surging boundary essence started to appear on Lin Ling's fist. At the beginning, it was the boundary essence of the third Dantian. Gradually, the boundary essence of the second Dantian also silently surged out. He didn't believe that the great change ape could block him for long. However, when the boundary essence of his third Dantian had just surged out, this power was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing a clear sound to resound out. Crack! The armor on the great change ape's entire body instantly split apart, spraying out in all directions. He sprayed out a mouthful of blood, his body flying out. Rumble! The ground was smashed by the great change ape. An enormous and deep pit appeared, and enormous rocks rolled in the sky like straw. Chapter 29:15. What an ugly person! Bang! 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 At the same time, the ground shook as a giant ape roared furiously, and then a figure shot out from the ground. This person's hair was disheveled, and there were traces of blood on his body. It was the great ape of change. At this moment, he had his head lowered, and his expression was extremely unsightly as he looked at the shattered armor on his body. Earlier, he didn't take Lin Ling seriously and defeated Lin Ling with a single move. After that, Lin Ling returned the favor. However, what was even more terrifying than the great ape of change was that Lin Ling's punch had shattered the armor that he was most proud of. Lin Ling was telling him that it was only one of the 9 great heavens of Azure Province. It wasn't the great ape of change that was one, but he, Lin Ling, was one as well. I'll kill you. The great ape of change raised his head, and his eyes were completely red. I'm looking forward to that. Lin Ling tilted his head slightly and revealed a bloodthirsty smile. If the great ape of change was a violent ancient ape, then Lin Ling was a ferocious being. Let's see who was more ferocious and ferocious. Those words caused the great ape of change to frown tightly. I didn't use my full strength earlier, and I only used 70% of my strength. As one of the 9 great heavens of Azure Province, the great ape of change was naturally not as weak as it seemed. However, it would be slightly troublesome if it wanted to unleash even greater strength. So it wanted to use these words to tell Lin Ling that it would be extremely easy for it to destroy Lin Ling. You think you're the only one who didn't use your full strength? However, Lin Ling smiled and spat out a sentence coldly. This caused the great ape of change to be stunned on the spot. Lin Ling's strength was so terrifying just now, yet he hadn't used his full strength? What if Lin Ling used his full strength? It simply didn't dare to imagine. It was even to the extent that it thought Lin Ling was lying to it. However, it could only continue fighting if it wanted to know everything. Once it continued fighting, it wouldn't benefit the great ape of change at all, because it had only come to the 3rd level out of curiosity. The 4th level was its true battlefield, and it couldn't miss the treasures on the 4th level. I'll remember you, Lin Ling. After pondering for a moment, the great change ape didn't dare to start the final battle. After leaving behind a few words, it strode away. A stray dog dares to speak such arrogant words. Looking indifferently at the great change ape, Lin Ling disdainfully spat out. You say you are not a sunbone, but in reality, in my eyes, you are no different from a sunbone. A stray dog? The great change ape recalled Lin Ling's words. It roared angrily and endured that humiliation. In the end, it disappeared into the distance. However, when everyone looked at its back, they found that it cut a bit of a sorry figure. Even when the great change ape completely disappeared, the earth was still silent. Everyone was looking at the man in the sky, their hearts shaking. Someone as strong as the great change ape, Lin Ling actually used a single punch to force the other back. This meant that all of them had misjudged Lin Ling. Even if Lin Ling failed to break through, he was still not someone they could provoke. Thinking of this, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. They were very, very regretful. Luo Shasiai, do you know that I've been looking for you for a long time? I didn't expect you to come out on your own. At this moment, Lin Ling's gaze shifted as he looked at Luo Shaxiai with a cold smile. Luo Shaxiai was the most regretful of all. Originally, he didn't have to face Lin Ling. With the 99th prince beside him, it would be difficult for Lin Ling to touch him. However, he thought that Lin Ling had failed to break through and was completely crippled. Therefore, he seized this opportunity to come and wash away the humiliation of his commandery. However, this pride and complacency didn't last long. Reality let him know that returning to the third level was the worst choice in his life. You can't escape. Lin Ling naturally knew the regret in Luo Shaxi's heart. He didn't say much and shot down from the sky towards the ground. A rolling fist blasted towards Luo Shaxiai. Sand World Storm. Luo Shaxi's pupils constricted as he unleashed all his strength. His true god martial soul was activated and a pitch-black sand emperor appeared behind him. His long robes fluttered in the wind and turned into a three-edged sand knife that slashed towards the sky. At this moment, all the heroes were extremely nervous because Luo Shaxiai was their last line of defense. However, this line of defense was obviously useless. Not to mention the current Lin Ling. Even the previous Lin Ling could easily defeat Luo Shaxiai. Rumble. A meteor came crashing down from the sky. A ferocious fist stirred up the sand, causing it to split into pieces. Then, the fist landed on Luo Shaxi's chest. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking was immediately heard. Pop, pop, pop. Then, there was a muffled sound that sounded like thunder. Luo Shaxi's dantian had collapsed. Crash. Luo Shaxi's limbs and bones were smashed into pieces by the powerful fist. Plop. Luo Shaxiai fell to the ground and his eyes were filled with dismay. As one of the 9 heavens of Qing province, he couldn't withstand a single punch from Lin Ling. He stared at the man in front of him and laughed bitterly in his heart. The first time he met Lin Ling was in the 8 Gods' heavenly palace. At that time, Lin Ling was like an ant. Now Lin Ling and he met again in the 8 Gods' heavenly palace, but the ant had become him. Destroy my realm. It's useless even if you run to the ends of the earth. I won't kill you. But now, you'll have to experience what it means to live a life worse than death. Lin Ling looked down at Luo Shaxiai. Luo Shaxi's expression was calm. Perhaps he also knew what would happen if he fell into Lin Ling's hands. At this moment, he wasn't angry at all. Instead, he was very calm, very calm. There were countless geniuses in the universe. In this process, a large number of geniuses fell, and a large number of geniuses rose like comets. And now he met Lin Ling. It could only be said that he had lost to Lin Ling in the competition of martial arts. Little Kunlun, look at him. Lin Ling didn't look at Luo Shaxiai again. He spoke softly to his left arm. Immediately, vines slithered out like snakes, binding Luo Shaxiai. Meanwhile, Lin Ling stepped out, walking towards the sky and looking down on the various vassals on the ground. Lin Ling, do you still remember me? I am from the southern Dao. In the past, I had a meal with you in a restaurant in Four Ring City. At the time, Sunset Brilliance was also present. Lin Ling, I was wrong. The vassals and exceptional talents on the ground all began to panic at this moment. They wanted Lin Ling to let them go. They even spoke of their past friendship, hoping that Lin Ling would spare their lives out of respect for their past acquaintance. You people really are ugly. For the sake of the martial Dao, you can abandon everything. Friendship, family, love. In your eyes, everyone serves you. If they are useful to you, you will receive them with a smile. If they are useless to you, you will stab them in the back. However, you all are also very pitiful. Even if you all become strong in the future and rule over the 9 provinces, when you look back, you all actually have nothing, only loneliness. Lin Ling coldly looked at the various vassals and said. When they heard this, no one could refute it. They were indeed people who could abandon everything for the sake of the martial Dao. In the future, when they looked back, in reality, there was nothing left in their memories. It was because all of their family, friendship, and love had been abandoned by them. They only had themselves in their hearts. Chapter 29:16. Wrong intuition. However, I, Lin Ling, don't have the time to care about how pitiful you are. I only know that you will all die today. Lin Ling smiled and prepared to kill them all. After this incident, he had seen through this group of people. He, Lin Ling, did not need people who hid daggers behind their smiles. Lin Ling, you lied to us. You purposely leaked the news of your failure to break through to trick us. You wanted to kill us all in one fell swoop. At this time an old man roared. He knew that he was going to die, but he was unwilling to accept it. Ha ha ha, as expected of a pitiful person. You still want to find excuses for yourself before you die. You say I lied to you? You say I purposely leaked the news? Dare I ask, when did I tell anyone that I failed to break through? When did I tell anyone that I was weak? Everything is just wishful thinking on your part. As the saying goes, if there is no evil in your heart, there is no need to fear ghosts. Lin Ling roared at the sky, and his face became even colder. These people had kicked him when he was down, and now they were blaming it on Lin Ling? In fact, if they did not target Lin Ling would not have the time to care about them. He would have entered the 4th level long ago. However, you say I lied to you? Fine, you are right. I did lie to you. But do you have the strength to resist? I, Lin Ling, really want to lie to you and play with you. What can you do? Lin Ling shot down from the sky like a meteor that wanted to destroy the world. No, spare my life. Give me another chance. Lin Ling, we were wrong. Everyone was roaring loudly, and even more people were kneeling down and kowtowing incessantly. The people of the imperial court were stunned. Not long ago, these people were discussing how to divide Lin Ling's treasures. Now, they were all begging for mercy and kowtowing. Such a scene gave them too much of a shock. Rumble. Lin Ling finally made his move. The realm-swallowing beast descended, and its rolling physical strength bombarded the earth, causing all living beings to die. After that fist smashed down, it destroyed all martial arts and realm essence, making several hundred people die. As for some ancient martial artists who were not weak, they fled in all directions. Their faces were all pale, as if they were witnessing the end of the world. But could they escape? In the sky, the realm-swallowing beast appeared. Its giant mouth swallowed everything. Save me! Everyone screamed powerlessly, but in the end, they gradually disappeared into the giant mouth in the sky. Thousands of people were looking for Lin Ling. They wanted to kill Lin Ling, but they were all wiped out. How terrifying! Far away in the distance, the 4 Nine-Eens were so scared that they collapsed to the ground. One of them even gave himself a vicious slap. This was because he saw that he was seeking his own death. Run. Run while Lin Ling hasn't discovered us yet. The 4 Nine-Eens said in a trembling voice. They immediately planned to leave this place. However, just as he turned around, a slender figure appeared behind him like a grim reaper. 4 Nine-Eens, you said that your intuition is very sharp, and it allowed you to live a very comfortable life. I wonder how your intuition is right now. Lin Ling said with a smile, his hands clasped behind his back. That appearance, that smile, it was as if the Grim Reaper had arrived. The 4 Nine-Eens immediately smiled bitterly. All along, he had relied on his sharp intuition to live a very comfortable life. He knew that Lin Ling was famous in the Qing province, so he immediately went to curry favor with Lin Ling. However, he knew that Lin Ling had failed to break through, so he immediately flattered the Luo Sha Thorn and made the right choice. But now he did not think that his choice was right. The intuition that he was so proud of was obviously wrong at this moment. Lin Ling, don't kill me. The 4 Nine-Eens and the others knelt down and kept kowtowing. Although they were martial immortal experts, in reality, the older they were, the more afraid of death they were. That was because they were above tens of thousands of people in the 10,000 realms. They had already gotten used to this feeling of being above others. They had not enjoyed enough, and they did not want to die yet. No matter what, since you've made the final choice, then you have to accept the corresponding price. You trusted your intuition, but your intuition has harmed you. Lin Ling shook his head. He took a step forward and punched out. Seeing that ordinary punch coming, the 4 Nine-Eens and the others' eyes slowly narrowed. It was as if they were looking at the Grim Reaper's scythe chopping towards their necks. Lin Ling, you once said that you hoped that my intuition was still sharp. At that time, I should have known that my intuition was wrong. The 4 Nine-Eens muttered to himself. Then he was killed by Lin Ling with a punch. After dealing with those people, Lin Ling took away all the treasures on their bodies. Then he walked towards the imperial court. All the people of the imperial court were saved by Lin Ling. They looked at Lin Ling with reverence, their eyes filled with worship. Lin Ling had fought against 1,000 people by himself. Moreover, he was only a world king. His strength was too terrifying. Collect the treasures left behind by those who died. Consider them your rewards. Lin Ling smiled at the people of the imperial court. His gaze fell on Lin Ping'er, causing the latter to be extremely excited. After Lin Ling spoke, he turned and walked towards a person in the distance. That person was stunned on the ground, as if he had lost his soul. He was the Holy King. Out of everyone, he was the only one who had given up on killing Lin Ling. And now he was the only one alive. Holy King, you've made the right choice. Lin Ling arrived in front of him and smiled. Yes, fortunately, I didn't break my promise. The Holy King reacted and bitterly smiled. The current Lin Ling was someone he had to look up to. Although he was afraid of the Lin Ling of the past, he was more afraid of the overlord behind Lin Ling. Thank you, but I also didn't break my promise. Lin Ling waved his hand. He stepped onto the ground and shot off into the distance. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Beneath his feet, the ground cracked open, as if a vicious monster was leaving. Your Excellency Lin Ling, how awe-inspiring. The people of the imperial court looked at Lin Ling. They hoped that one day they would be as strong as Lin Ling, and be able to save the people of the imperial court by themselves. He should have gone to the 4th level. That is his world. Lin Ping'er smiled. She knew that after separating from Lin Ling, it would be difficult for her to see Lin Ling again. But she believed that one day she would catch up to Lin Ling. This was because the template of her future husband was impressively based on Lin Ling. The news of Lin Ling defeating 1,000 people by himself spread like a snowball to the ears of the overlords of the 4th level. On the 4th level, on a giant flower petal, a man in a loose cloak looked into the distance. Then, a black ray of light shot over from afar. Upon closer inspection, the light looked like a ball of flesh. The surface of the ball of flesh was filled with human heads. Some of the heads were smiling, while others were crying. It was extremely terrifying. 99th Prince, something happened on the 3rd level. The ball of flesh exclaimed. I know. It's about the Luosha thorn, right? He should have killed Lin Ling. The cloaked man said calmly. No, the Luosha thorn was caught by Lin Ling. The ball of flesh fell silent for a moment, and suddenly said in a serious tone. Chapter 29:17. Broken Sword. That's not the case. Lin Ling defeated the Luosha thorn by himself. Moreover, the 1,000 or so exceptional talents and dukes on the 3rd floor were all defeated by Lin Ling. What? Lin Ling is this strong? Impossible. How did he defeat the Luosha thorn? One punch, just one punch. After knowing the process, the cloaked man's pupils constricted, and he slowly took off his cloak. As one of the 9 heavens of Qingzhou, Lin Ling defeated Luosha Ci with a single punch? Could it be that he didn't fail? It could be seen that this man was very shocked, extremely shocked. He was the 99th Prince, one of the people behind the scenes of the imperial court. He still failed to break through, but his physical strength suddenly increased greatly, relying on his terrifying strength to defeat everyone. The meatball said solemnly. What a strange guy. To be able to become one of the 9 heavens with his physical strength, I'm afraid he's the only freak in Qing state. But no matter, physical strength can't become a great Tao. It can only be awe-inspiring for a while. After knowing that Lin Ling didn't succeed, the 99th Prince relaxed. Everyone knew that boundary essence was the method of top martial artists. Without boundary essence, one couldn't use the power of the universe and their talent would be greatly weakened. Therefore, relying on physical strength wasn't a long-term solution. This Lin Ling is still a cripple. Let's ignore him for now and prepare to fight for the Emperor's life essence. The 99th Prince continued. Right now, the giants are starting to shed all pretenses for the sake of obtaining the Emperor's life essence. If we can get the Emperor's life essence closer to the Azure Emperor's Imperial Jade Seal, we can't miss this opportunity. Yes. The prince is right, the big picture is more important. Yes. The meatball immediately replied, but he didn't say one thing, which was that Lin Ling made the Great Change Ape return in a sorry state. He originally wanted to say it, but everything was as the 99th Prince said. Linling was only temporarily awe-inspiring. Without cultivation, he wasn't worth mentioning. The same thing was happening in the other magnates as well. They were all surprised by Linling's strength, but knowing that Linling relied on his physical strength to defeat his opponent, they were not so afraid of Linling. Perhaps Linling would still be one of the 9 heavens of Qingzhou, but that would be the limit for the rest of his life. It would be difficult for him to improve any further. Good. Linling has crossed a great tribulation. I originally wanted to ask someone to help him, but I didn't expect him to be so unyielding. When the third prince heard the news, he couldn't help but laugh. In fact, she had been very worried about Linling. After all, if something happened to Linling, she would not be able to explain it to Grandma Wendao. Have someone tell Linling that it's fine for him to stay on the 3rd floor. Don't come to the 4th floor. The third prince stood on a huge vine and waved his arms as he shouted. It was as if the Azure Emperor had descended upon the world. The countless cultivators around him nodded in agreement. The 4th level was indeed turbulent. This was the battlefield of the strongest cultivators of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. At this moment, Linling was on his way to the 4th floor, because the treasures on the 3rd floor could no longer attract his attention. Moreover, the experts of the giants were all on the 4th floor. His big brother was definitely there too. The monster guarding the 3rd floor was a huge water spirit giant. It was completely transparent, as if it was formed by the water of 10,000 worlds. This giant also had an indestructible body, and had the strength of a 4th-level martial immortal. Of course, this strength could not stop Linling, and Linling smoothly passed the 3rd floor. The 4th floor was the land of the wood element. After entering, it was as if one had shrunk. This was a huge world of plants. Vines intertwined. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and even a flower was as big as a small mountain. Linling stood on a huge leaf with a smile on his face. Back then, Li Xiaorao had reached the 5th floor. Now he was getting closer and closer. Then, Linling stepped forward and flew into the distance. Linling, save me. Hurry! Not long after flying, an anxious voice suddenly sounded from the ground. Linling looked down and saw that under a huge ancient tree, there was a battle. A few people who looked like they were from the Imperial Dragon Court were besieging a woman. And the one who shouted for Linling was that woman, Xianlinglong. Hurry! Linling saw that it was someone he knew. He stopped flying and landed on a huge leaf. Help me, they want to kill me. Help! Xianlinglong activated her talent, and the image of a dragon turtle floated out, causing a huge black turtle shell to appear within 100 meters. Its defense was extremely strong. Linling even sensed 10% of the power of the universe on the turtle shell. Linling, hurry! As for the people besieging Xianlinglong, they were a bit nervous at first, but they soon relaxed. They thought that Xianlinglong had found someone to help her, but it turned out to be Linling. They naturally knew that Linling had failed to break through, so Linling was not worth mentioning in their hearts. As for Xianlinglong, she was also surprised that Linling appeared here. She did not think that Linling could help her, but she did not have any other choice. Why should I help you? However, Linling suddenly laughed, making Xianlinglong stunned. She and Linling were both from the Imperial Court, but he did not intend to help her when he saw that she was in trouble? What nonsense are you talking about? Xianlinglong felt that it was unbelievable. Linling shook his head and turned to leave. He had failed to break through, and Xianlinglong had treated him coldly. Since that was the case, why would Linling help her? Linling, you. Seeing that Linling was about to leave, Xianlinglong couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Her black tortoise divine shell could not last much longer, and Linling did not want to help her. She was very disappointed. Haha, black tortoise divine manners, young miss, hand over the treasure in your hand. For the sake of the black tortoise divine manner, we will spare your life. As for Linling, he definitely wants to leave, because if he stays he won't be able to protect himself. The people around Xianlinglong laughed loudly. They were all in the 3rd stage martial immortal realm, and their talents were slightly higher than the dukes on the 3rd floor. Xianlinglong, what treasure did you get? Hand it to me, I'll save you. At this time, Linling's voice suddenly sounded, startling Xianlinglong. She gritted her teeth. Linling, you're shameless. We're all from the Imperial Court, But you want to take a reward for helping me. You're too shameless. Hee Xianlinglong, don't make yourself sound so righteous. When I failed to break through, you turned hostile. Although you didn't hit me when I was down. Your eyes were very realistic, which made me very unhappy. Therefore, you don't have the qualifications to criticize me now. Let's make a deal. I help you, you hand over the treasure, and we don't owe each other anything. Lin Ling said indifferently. You're a profiteer. Xianlinglong cursed, but in truth, Lin Ling's words made her feel a little ashamed. I got a broken sword, it's very extraordinary. Even I couldn't see through it. I wanted to bring it back for father to examine, but I was stopped by them. Xianlinglong revealed the treasure she got. Broken sword? Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Xianlinglong's background was not small. A treasure that could catch her eye must be extraordinary. Chapter 29:18. Reaching the 4th floor. Bastard, I just got the sword tip. I haven't even touched it, and you want to steal my stuff? You are so greedy. Xianlinglong was fuming, but she still took out the sword tip. However, after the sword tip appeared, Lin Ling realized that the tyrannical song sword behind him suddenly jumped up. It seemed to be telling Lin Ling that he must get the sword tip. The tyrannical song sword wants the sword tip? No, it's the scabbard. Lin Ling was shocked. He suddenly remembered that after he got the scabbard, the headless old man kept saying that he wanted to find his head and his sword. Could the sword tip be the sword in the scabbard? This sword tip is mine. Lin Ling roared. He was wild and unruly. He was like a meteor crashing down on the ground as he pounced on those people. Lin Ling, how dare you? Those people were furious. They never thought that Lin Ling, who had failed to break through, would dare to attack them. You are too weak. The world-swallowing beast appeared behind Lin Ling. 800,000 universe power exploded. He waved his fists and the power to move mountains and rivers. Boom. Boom. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, those people were killed by Lin Ling. Xianlinglong was stunned. She never thought that Lin Ling would be so strong. Give me the sword tip. Lin Ling walked toward her step by step. His face was cold. Heartless guy. Seeing this, Xianlinglong gritted her teeth. She could only reluctantly throw the sword tip to Lin Ling. Lin Ling carefully caught it. He looked at it carefully. The sword tip was very ordinary. It was the front part of the sword. He couldn't even see any spiritual energy. However, if he used his soul power to check, he could see a touch of sharp energy. This energy was like a demon. It was cold and gloomy. It was exactly the same as the energy emitted by the scabbard. Looks like the sword tip really did come from the scabbard. Lin Ling thought to himself. He took off the scabbard on his back and carefully placed it next to the sword point. What surprised Lin Ling was that when the sword point approached the scabbard, a cold cloud immediately floated out of the scabbard, transforming into a headless old man. This old man actually held the sword point in his hand, as if he was investigating something. Where is my sword? The headless old man's voice was very low, and he disappeared into the sword sheath along with the tip of the sword. Seeing this mysterious scene, Lin Ling was somewhat astonished. This old man was still as crazy as ever. Then he picked up the scabbard and was surprised to find that the killing intent the scabbard emitted towards him had dimmed significantly. Looks like this headless old man wants me to find the sword for him. If I can't find it, he'll kill me. What a troublesome fellow. Lin Ling guessed as he put the tyrannical song sword on his back again. As for Xianlinglong, she was dumbstruck as she looked at this scene. She never thought that the mysterious sword point was related to Lin Ling. So, the treasure you just obtained is actually mine. Looking at it from another angle, you still owe me a favor. Lin Ling did not explain anything as he looked at Xianlinglong with a faint smile and said, You're shameless. Xianlinglong immediately cursed. However, she was also surprised by Lin Ling's strength. In an incense stick's worth of time, Lin Ling had taken care of several third-level martial immortal experts. This Lin Ling is still as powerful as before. Oh right, answer my question and I'll tell you a piece of news. Xianlinglong suddenly thought of something. She quickly looked at Lin Ling and said, Let me ask you, how is your strength? Are you still in World King Realm? Are you blind? Isn't my aura of World King Realm? The reason why I can defeat them is because of the strength of my physical body. In the Black Water region, I obtained the seawater heart flower. Linling did not hide anything and directly said. But isn't there a ferocious creature in the Black Water region? Xian Linglong was startled once again. Linling's physical body is comparable to a third-level martial immortal. This is too frightening. Will the ferocious creature kill people? After I left with you, I went to the Black Water region again. After I saw the ferocious creature, I discussed with it for a long time. In the end, it saw that I was easy to talk to, so it gave me the seawater heart flower. Linling said. You lied to me. Xian Linglong opened her mouth wide. She had also sensed how frightening that ferocious creature was. Linling was merely a human. How could he talk to it? What qualifications do you have to be lied to by me? Whether you believe it or not, you'd better tell me what you know. Linling continued. Xian Linglong's eyes kept flickering. She did not know whether Linling was telling the truth or not. However, she felt that it was impossible for Linling to defeat that ferocious creature. All right, since you are not weak, I will roughly explain the situation on the 4th level. First, the magnates are fighting for the essence of the Son of Heaven's will in the 4th level. It is said that this is a kind of essence fragment that can turn the Son of Heaven's will into the Azure Emperor's Imperial Jade Seal. There is no need to complete the task of handing over the Son of Heaven's will. The Imperial Court is currently fighting with the magnates and lacks manpower. Second, Meng Lu and I found a divine cave not long ago. There are countless treasures inside. The sword tip was obtained from the divine cave. However, there are experts who want to get their hands on the divine cave, so there is a battle there. I want you to return to the divine cave with me and help them. Xian Linglong said slowly. You actually ran away halfway and abandoned them. Meng Lu is really unlucky to know you. Hearing this, Linling could not help but smile. He somewhat understood the meaning behind Xian Linglong's words. She wanted him to be her helper. What do you mean by abandoning them? Do you know which experts have gone to the divine cave? There is the Sovereign Marquis, the 181st Crown Prince of the 9 Heavens of the Green region, and experts from the Thunder Mansion. With my strength, how do you think I can help? Hearing Linling's words, Xian Linglong was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She jumped up and down and said, All right, I misunderstood you. However, with your character, you would ask for help. It seems like there is someone you care about in the divine cave. Let me guess, it should be Meng Lu. You like him? Linling suddenly smiled and said. Linling, you can't spit out ivory from your filthy mouth. Xian Linglong's face instantly turned red. Linling was shocked that this ambitious and ruthless woman would act like a little girl. Oh right, your brother is there too. Suddenly Xian Linglong said again. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Hearing this, Linling's face instantly changed. What's the use of saying so earlier? I don't even know how strong you are. If you are too weak, wouldn't you be courting death? Xian Linglong curled her lips and said. Quick, lead the way. Linling could not be bothered to talk nonsense with Xian Linglong. Are you sure? You should know that there are countless experts there. If they see you, they might give up on the treasure and kill you. Xian Linglong did not expect Linling to be so anxious. In her opinion, although Linling was powerful, there was still a certain gap between him and experts like the Sovereign Marquis. If I ask you to lead the way, then lead the way. If your boyfriend dies, then it has nothing to do with me. Chapter 29:19. The Terrifying Crimson Pearl Sound Vine. Don't worry, as long as my brother is here, I will definitely go. Moreover, although I hate you, it doesn't mean that I hate Meng Lu and the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven. Linling's voice came from the front, mixed with calmness. Xian Linglong was stunned, but her gaze quickly fell behind Linling. There a person was tied up by a black vine. And that person seemed to be Luo Shaxiai. Luo Shaxiai, one of the 9 heavens of Qingzhou, was caught by Linling and tied up like a dog? This scene made Xian Linglong speechless. She looked at Linling with fear in her eyes. Could it be that Linling's strength was still among the top of the 9 heavens? Linling, you caught Luo Shaxiai? Who helped you? Xian Linglong quickly caught up with Linling and asked in surprise. It's just Luo Shaxiai. Do I need help? I already said, Even if it's someone like the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven, I still want to meet them. Lin Ling shot forward like a meteor. He didn't even look at Xianlinglong, because he felt that Xianlinglong's words were idiotic. Before Lin Ling broke through, Luo Shaxiai could only run like a dog when he saw him, let alone after he broke through. Xianlinglong naturally didn't know what Lin Ling was thinking about her. She frowned. Lin Ling failed to break through, and she saw it with her own eyes. So how could Lin Ling defeat Luo Shaxiai? Could it be that someone really helped him? I hope he can help, Xianlinglong said to herself. The two of them went deeper and passed through a large number of ancient trees. At this moment, a silver world appeared in front of them. It was bright and countless vines intertwined like snakes. We're here. After passing through those crimson pearl sound vines, we'll reach the divine cave. Xianlinglong stopped on a huge flower petal, her hair fluttering in the breeze. That's the divine cave? At the side, Lin Ling had his hands behind his back, calmly looking into the distance. Through the countless vines, Lin Ling saw a huge silver tree standing tall on the ground. This tree was as grand as a city, and there was a huge tree hole under the tree. So the divine cave was that tree hole. Moreover, at this moment, a mysterious silver light shone down from the top of the tree. This made Lin Ling frown. That tree was somewhat familiar to him. Lin Ling, those crimson pearl sound vines cannot be underestimated. If they hear the slightest sound, they will capture the nearby creatures. When I escaped from there before, I didn't even dare to breathe. So if we want to go back, we must be very careful. We must not awaken the vines. Xianlinglong looked at Lin Ling and said. However, she discovered that Lin Ling didn't listen to her at all. Lin Ling, did you hear that? This is not a small matter. You must not be careless. Maybe you are stronger than me and your status in Qingzhou is higher than mine. But at least I have just experienced the crimson pearl sound vines and know how terrifying this divine item is. At the end of her speech, Xianlinglong's voice became serious and even dignified. She was originally a heroine with great ambition. After she became dignified, she had the aura of a superior. Cut the crap. Let's go to the tree hole now. However, Lin Ling was still staring ahead. Then he said something that made Xianlinglong confused. Did you understand what I said? Xianlinglong was instantly furious. Because she had kindly reminded Lin Ling. But Lin Ling didn't give her any face and pretended to understand in front of her. She admitted that she had underestimated Lin Ling. However, she had already given him a treasure as an apology. Lin Ling, why be so stingy? However, Lin Ling didn't wait for her to say more. He took a step forward and carried her in his arms. Then he shot forward. Ah, Lin Ling, you. Xianlinglong was dumbfounded. Lin Ling, what was he doing? Could it be that his bestial nature had suddenly erupted? Lin Ling, if you dare to mess around with me, my black warrior divine manner will not let you off. Xianlinglong shouted. Her eyes were moist because she wanted to resist, but she realized that she couldn't resist Lin Ling. The feeling that Lin Ling gave her was tyrannical and rude. Of course, after she shouted, Xianlinglong realized that Lin Ling was actually rushing toward the crimson pearl sound vines. This guy is courting death. She had warned Lin Ling earlier, but Lin Ling didn't listen. This time Xianlinglong's face was ashen. She never imagined that she would die in the Eight Gods' heavenly palace. She was unwilling because her father had asked for the Son of Heaven's mandate for her. She had the chance to become the Azure Emperor. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At the same time, silvery lights flickered in the sky and on the ground like fireworks. Countless vines heard the noise and shot toward Lin Ling. That kind of speed wasn't something that an early martial immortal could dodge. According to legend, the crimson pearl sound vines were used by gods to capture demon spirits in ancient times, and they had succeeded time after time, never once failing. Lin Ling, you're killing us. Xianlinglong couldn't resist being hugged by Lin Ling, but her hands weren't grabbed. Therefore, she slapped Lin Ling's face. Of course, after this slap, she calmed down, and her heart was filled with fear. Who in the Azure province didn't know about Lin Ling's fierce reputation? One wrong word, and he would annihilate a country. But now, because of anger, she slapped Lin Ling. This was courting death, ah. If Lin Ling asked the third prince to take action, their black warrior divine manner would be implicated. I'm sorry. Xian Linglong hurriedly apologized, completely forgetting that they were already trapped by the crimson pearl sound vines. Shut up. However, Lin Ling's expression was solemn as he continued to look ahead, completely ignoring Xian Linglong's slap. This stunned Xian Linglong. Then her mouth fell open. She noticed that Lin Ling was carrying her at a speed exceeding 15 worlds, weaving through the crimson pearl sound vines. There were several times when they were surrounded by danger, almost being entangled by the crimson pearl sound vines, but Lin Ling managed to evade them. Could it be that he wants to bring me past the crimson pearl sound vines? This lunatic. Xian Linglong noticed Lin Ling's intention and couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air. To pass through the crimson pearl sound vines, one only needed to make no noise. This was the safest method, but Lin Ling dashed past the crimson pearl sound vines. Wasn't this challenging the crimson pearl sound vines' limit? Watch out. While Xian Linglong was thinking, the numerous vines above her head shot out like tentacles. Their speed was so fast that Xian Linglong couldn't help but warn Huang Xiaolong. Lin Ling ignored Xian Linglong. His gaze swept over the surroundings, noticing that the area had been sealed off. These crimson pearl sound vines were indeed powerful, possessing the speed of 12 worlds. Adding on the fact that there were so many of them, it gave people the feeling that they couldn't escape even if they grew wings. There's no way out. Lin Ling shook his head. It's all your fault. I reminded you out of kindness, but you didn't listen. Xian Linglong couldn't help but complain as she looked at the silver space that was sealed off. Tears of unwillingness flowed out from her eyes. Chapter 29-20. Tit for tat. However, just as she finished speaking, Lin Ling had already moved. He actually shot towards the silver vine in front of him. The vines were like sharp blades. After Lin Ling passed through, they actually cut him apart. Lin Ling carried Xian Linglong on his shoulder. In order to protect her, his left arm kept tearing apart the crimson pearl sound vines in front of him. As a result, his entire left arm was cut apart. This time, Xian Linglong was stunned because Lin Ling could have abandoned her, but Lin Ling didn't. Moreover, in order to prevent her from being injured, Lin Ling actually used his left arm and body to resist the crimson pearl sonic vine. Rumble. With Lin Ling's brutal charge, he finally broke out of the crimson pearl sound vine's encirclement. A huge tree hole appeared in front of him. Silver light sprinkled down from the sky like the moon, enveloping the entire tree. However, just as the silver light was about to reach the ground, Lin Ling coincidentally rushed into the divine hole. Bang! Xian Linglong was immediately thrown to the ground by Lin Ling. However, she did not blame Lin Ling. Instead, she looked at Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling's entire body was dripping with blood. His body had been cut into pieces, and even his intestines were exposed. It was a ghastly sight. Are you all right? Xian Linglong asked worriedly. I'm fine. Lin Ling looked behind him and let out a sigh of relief. Then his body shook and those wounds healed quickly. Even his broken left arm grew back. This kind of magical power made Xian Linglong sit there in a daze. She naturally knew that powerful warriors could be reborn from a drop of blood. However, this required a process. Lin Ling could recover in the blink of an eye. This was simply unheard of. Thank you for earlier, he said. I thought you were going to mess around, but it turns out you wanted to rush into the divine cave. But you were too impulsive. At first, Xian Linglong thought that Lin Ling wanted to do something to her, but now she knows that she misunderstood. You're the one who's being impulsive. Who do you think I Lin Ling am? You're just a toad-like girl. Do you think I Lin Ling would fancy you? Moreover, you are actually crying. Are you afraid that I will rape you? Why don't you look in the mirror? Lin Ling glanced at Xian Linglong and strode forward. Nothing good comes out of your filthy mouth. Xian Linglong was fuming with anger. Her gratitude towards Lin Ling disappeared instantly. That was because this Lin Ling, who had always been cold and callous, spoke too smelly. No matter what, she was still a beautiful woman. In Lin Ling's mouth, she had actually become a toad. Was he Lin Ling a white swan? Also, you slapped me before. This you have to pay for it. In front, Lin Ling's voice floated over again. Bah! Xian Linglong cursed angrily. Of course, she still caught up with Lin Ling. She knew that this divine cave was not to be underestimated. It was very dangerous to walk alone. Can you blame me for this? I've already reminded you that if you want to pass through those silver vines, you must not make any noise. But you still swaggered through it. Do you think you're Emperor Qing, or do you think you're a god? After catching up with Lin Ling, Xian Linglong reprimanded him. Turn around and look at the entrance of the cave. Lin Ling frowned and said disdainfully. His words made Xian Linglong stop in her tracks. She turned around and saw that the entrance of the giant tree cave was covered with a layer of mysterious silver light, like a waterfall. What's this? Xian Linglong was puzzled. This is the Silver King ancient tree, an excellent place for cultivation. Ancient cultivators love to cultivate in this kind of tree cave, treating it as their own cultivation dwelling. That silver light is called Nirvana Silver Netherworld Juice. It's the secreted leaves of the Silver King ancient tree. When the silver light shrouds the entire ancient tree, not even a celestial being can get close to it. This is also the reason why ancient cultivators love to cultivate here, because it's safe enough. Lin Ling continued walking forward, explaining slowly. But, what does this have to do with us rushing over? Xian Linglong was shocked. Even she, the daughter of the Black Warrior Divine Manor, didn't know about this, yet Lin Ling knew about it. She couldn't deny that Lin Ling was indeed a genius, but Lin Ling's background was also very ordinary. His experience shouldn't be this rich. You're really stupid. Lin Ling stopped walking, frowning. If I didn't rush over, do you think we could enter when the silver light shrouds the ancient tree? How long will it take for the silver light to disappear? Can you be sure? Idiot. Ah. Xian Linglong opened her mouth wide, unable to refute. Her eyes followed Lin Ling as he walked forward, her heart roared. No wonder Lin Ling was so impulsive, everything he did was for a reason. And she missed out on Lin Ling, thinking that Lin Ling was going to do something beastly to her. Moreover, she actually pretended to give pointers in front of Lin Ling. Thinking of this, Xian Linglong's face flushed red. You slapped me, you have to pay for it. At the same time, Lin Ling's voice drifted over, making Xian Linglong smile bitterly and nod her head. The two of them continued walking forward through the tree cave. This tree cave was big, but not deep. Walking forward, they could see the corpses of some ancient cultivators. They had passed away in a sitting posture, as if they had lived through countless years. There were some treasures scattered on the ground, but because too much time had passed, they had lost their luster. These should be the ancient cultivators of the ancient era. Xian Linglong looked at the ground, then curiously said, however, after reaching martial immortal realm, don't they have the same lifespan as the sun and moon? Why did they die of old age here? Having the same lifespan as the heavens and the earth is a relative term. After all, ancient cultivators are humans, not gods. In terms of life, they cannot compare to gods, they cannot compare to ancient species. Therefore, they can also die, it's just that their lifespan is very long. Lin Ling indifferently said. But why did they choose to die here? Xian Linglong asked again. In front of Lin Ling, she seemed to have become a student seeking knowledge. Because they wanted to become gods. Lin Ling smiled and said, all right, don't be greedy for those small things. The important matter is more important. I can already sense the great battle in the depths of the divine cave. But be careful, the opponent is very strong. Xian Linglong immediately warned. That's all there is to it. Lin Ling looked ahead. Surging battle intent was boiling. After he had reached martial immortal realm, he had always wanted to test how strong he was with his full strength. Therefore, he hoped that those experts would not disappoint him. After saying those words, he walked forward with large strides. As for Xian Linglong, it was as if this was the first time she had seen Lin Ling looking at his slender back. Her eyes were unceasingly flickering. Even now, she did not know whether Lin Ling had failed or succeeded in his breakthrough. At this moment, in the depths of the tree hole, an oppressive aura was pervading the air. All the experts were staring at the treasures in the tree hole. The most important among them was the essence of the Son of Heaven's fate. Of course, there were also many extraordinary treasures. For example, there was a fish-scale heavenly halberd. It was clearly a type of extreme weapon. Moreover, on some stone tables, ancient books covered in dust were placed there. They also appeared to be rare divine techniques. The 8 gods' heavenly palace was the divine palace of the 9 prefectures. The treasures here were not only precious to the Qingzhou martial artists, they were also extremely precious to the 9 prefectures' martial artists. Chapter 29-21. A battle between gods. The essence of the Son of Heaven's fate is covered by a layer of silver light. It will take some time to get it. Let's fight against the enemies. An anxious voice sounded. Everyone looked at the top of the tree hole. There was a mysterious white flower there. The flower was huge and there was a ray of light in the flower bud. It was said to be the essence of the Son of Heaven's fate. This secret was spread by someone not long ago. It was said that those who obtained the essence of the Son of Heaven's fate did not need to complete many tasks to obtain the Azure Emperor's Imperial Jade Seal. After the news spread, the great Azure Divine Dynasty moved. All the giants wanted to obtain the Son of Heaven's fate. They even offered generous rewards to the heroes to help. Of course, some people suspected that the news was spread by the Azure Emperor. His goal was to let the giants fight against each other, so that the Azure Emperor could reap the benefits. However, even if they knew that the news was spread by the Azure Emperor, they would not miss out on the mysterious essence of the Son of Heaven's fate. Who is the leader? Another voice rang out. It was a man in a red robe. He held a maple leaf in his hand and smelled it as he spoke. This man was called Feng Wang. He was a powerful cultivator at the 5th level of the martial immortal realm. He was an expert in the Azure and Tianzhou continents. To be able to travel freely in the 9 continents, there was no doubt about his strength. You don't have the right to ask that question. At this moment, a domineering voice sounded. A man looked forward with cold eyes. His long hair danced in the wind. He was unruly. Then, I have the right. Seeing that man speak, a young man walked out with a smile. 81st Prince, you have the right. The man immediately nodded. This made the expert called Feng Wang's face turn ugly. He said indifferently, 9 heavens of the Azure continent, Sakura, do you really think you're something? I've heard of your and Linling's names. However, I also heard that your second brother Linling has become a cripple. You want to shake my heart? You're too naive. As for my second brother, you don't have to worry. I've never worried about him. You should worry about yourself. The man laughed mockingly. He was Sakura. Your second brother Linling is a cripple. Soon you will be too. Feng Wang seemed to have shed all pretense of cordiality. Marquis, Sovereign Marquis, 81st Prince, you really want to fight? At this moment, a man beside Indra spoke solemnly as he looked ahead. This person was 8th Lord Zhu. Red Jade Tiger of the martial gods Huangfuyu. Their side could be said to have as many experts as there were clouds. If they were to gather in Qingzhou, they would be able to shake Qingzhou. Of the other side. The Sovereign Marquis, the Thunderclap Matriarch, the Maple Monarch, and the 81st Prince. None of them were weak. Apart from them, there were also many experts from the Blue Flame Army. Every single one of them was a mid-martial immortal. Among them were the Demon Constellation C and the Divine Dynasty's Divine Guards. Especially those Divine Guards that were over 100 meters tall. Just looking at them was enough to make one feel suffocated. Marquis Immortals. They were the guardians of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. It could be said that 1/3 of the elite experts of the 4 magnates were gathered here. If they join forces, we'll be in trouble. If they don't join forces, it'll be difficult for us to fight against the Marquis Sovereign Marquis. On Sakura's side, an old man analyzed the situation. He was Song Taizu, an existence like Mount Tai and Big Dipper in martial arts. The Taizu Divine Fist was created by him. Yes, but I don't think the Blue Flame Army will join forces casually. There are also a few people from the left minister's residence. They won't attack easily either. They're waiting to reap the benefits. Sakura secretly transmitted his voice. Their group had a big battle before, and then stopped. They didn't want others to reap the benefits. So, they were all wasting time and each had their own ulterior motives. If we continue to waste time and let the magnates come, our situation will be unfavorable. We have more experts on our side. Why don't we attack? The Marquis Sovereign Marquis was also talking to the people behind him. He looked at the 81st Prince. This person was their leader. The 81st prince was very young. He was only 20 years old, but no one dared to underestimate him. He was also the one who fought with Lin Ling for the Qing Thearka's jade seal at the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. The third prince should have received the news. The same goes for the 99th prince. To prevent trouble, let's attack. Although the 81st prince was young, he was decisive and very straightforward. God of light. Rays of light shot out, illuminating the pitch-black cave. The 81st prince attacked. He floated in the air and shone brightly. One of the 100 great bloodlines, the God of Light bloodline. It's said that the 81st prince's mother was an ancient descendant. Everyone's eyes lit up. 81st prince, let me see the strength of your 9 great heavenly gifts. Taizu Divine Fist. Seeing this, the old man beside Sakura stepped forward. A gust of ancient martial arts filled the air, and a seemingly simple punch was thrown out. But that punch contained 30% of the power of the universe. It was as if the fist ancestor attacked. Void distortion. The 81st prince controlled the strongest Tao of space. He actually twisted the space and dodged the punch. Moreover, he kicked out with a wide-open kick. Rumble. Song Taizu's expression changed. He wanted to block, but he was too slow. He was kicked by the terrifying kick and spat out blood. His expression became dispirited. Moreover, that kick was extremely terrifying. It actually kicked a deep groove in the tree hole, as if it was a sword mark. Among the 9 great heavenly gifts of Qing province, the more low-key one is, the stronger one is. If that's the case, the 81st prince is probably ranked 5th among the 9 great heavenly gifts. Sakura, it's up to you. Song Taizu no longer dared to fight the 81st prince. He could only fight against the other giants. Feng Mantion. At this moment, the Maple King also took action. The surrounding space became multicolored with maple leaves fluttering in the air. Time seemed to have stopped. However, after the maple leaves blew past, everything was ignited. The ancient objects were immediately turned into ashes. Only the treasures were left untouched. Great Cosmos Sword. But on Sakura's side a man attacked. The Sword of Cosmos. This was the head of the 9 great sword immortals of Qing province, the Cosmos Sword. His sword was very terrifying. It cut through the space of the Feng King and his maple leaves. Come and fight. The 2 powerhouses immediately clashed. Bone. At this moment, Sakura also attacked. He turned into a skeletal giant and waved his skeletal arms. His talent was obviously extraordinary. It was one of the 100 great bloodlines, the Nether God bloodline. There were many types of Nether God bloodlines, but they all came from the Nether realm. Sakura, I'll help you. At this moment, the Nether Chi filled the air. The divine tomb appeared and buried gods and demons. Chapter 29-22. They were not qualified. Ming Lu, after the sunbone fell. You've already become one of the 9 heavens of the Azure province. However, your position was given to you by Lin Ling. Don't you feel ashamed? Roar. An azure dragon was roaring, circling above the cave, and speaking human language. It held a lightning umbrella and attacked Meng Lu. Azure Dragon King, you must feel good after being humiliated by me. Roar. Meng Lu also chose the Azure Dragon King as his opponent. In the huge tree hole, the strongest battlefield of the Azure province erupted. Various martial arts. One mysterious talent after another. Colorful displays. These experts and geniuses had endless pride and strength. When they clashed, it was like a battle between gods. On the other side of the tree hole, the Blue Flame Army and the Left Minister's residence did not attack. They had fewer people and naturally planned to reap the benefits. Moreover, they also saw that the essence of the Son of Heaven's fate was covered by the silver light. No one could get it now, so they were not in a hurry. As for the experts of the Imperial Court, and the experts of the Imperial Court, they were fighting for other treasures. So strong, the Imperial Court is indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Roar. However, seeing the experts of the Imperial Court moving out one after another, the people of the Left Minister's residence frowned. From the looks of the situation, the 81st Prince's side is stronger. The 81st Prince is not one of the 4 giants, but now he's helping the Imperial Court. How strange. Perhaps he and the 99th Prince have reached some agreement. The experts of the Blue Flame Army were also discussing. Thunder. Another explosion sounded. The thunder bamboo appeared, turning the cave into a pool of thunder. This was the Thunder Mother. Tiger Roar. The Red Jade Tiger and Lord Eighth joined forces to fight the Thunder Mother. This old woman had a strong background. In a one-on-one battle they were not her match. Rumble. At this moment, Sakura was brandishing his giant skeletal fist, clashing head-on with the 81st Prince's light god bloodline. The two of them were fighting fiercely, from the east to the west of the tree hole. Some 4th-level martial immortals who got too close were directly shaken to death by their power. This halberd is mine. At this time, Sakura suddenly let out a roar. He actually grasped that mysterious halberd in the cave. The light of the extreme weapon blossomed, and that mysterious power once again raised Sakura's strength by a notch. Not good. Seeing this, the 81st Prince's expression changed slightly. Sakura wasn't weak in the first place among the 9 great heavens of Qing province. Now that he had obtained such a precious treasure, his strength had obviously surpassed him. He had to explode out with an even stronger trump card. The true God martial spirit has been unsealed, the 3rd seal. A blinding light instantly appeared, and all the martial artists in the cave were blinded. Their hearts were pounding like thunder. The 81st Prince had actually unlocked the 3rd seal of the true God martial spirit. My eyes! The dazzling rays of light made Sakura let out a painful cry. Those rays of light had the power of innate talent. They could shoot people, and they could even shoot people's eyes. Sovereign Cauldron refined Qingzhou. At this time, the Sovereign Marquis, who had been silent all this time, also made his move. They had more people on their side, so they temporarily suppressed the experts on Sakura's side. Seeing that Sakura had obtained such a precious treasure and his strength had greatly increased, he had no choice but to make his move. A huge square ancient bronze cauldron suddenly appeared as if it had been summoned from Qingzhou. After it smashed into the tree hole, it caused the entire huge ancient tree to shake. The Cauldron of Qingzhou. Legend has it that this cauldron was personally refined by the Emperor Qing, and was bestowed to the Sovereign Marquis. Everyone's expression changed drastically. They didn't expect the Sovereign Marquis to use his strongest move right away. Of course, everyone present was a godlike existence. Ordinary moves wouldn't be of much use. Rumble. A huge cauldron appeared around Sakura. The square cauldron actually surrounded him, and the lid of the cauldron was smashing down. Dream on! Sakura roared. The halberd in his hand was about to pierce through heaven and earth, causing the cauldron to creak. Even the Sovereign Marquis expression changed drastically. He and the 81st Prince joined forces, but they still couldn't suppress Sakura in one move. This guy was really ferocious. Suppress for me. The Sovereign Marquis roared angrily. He jumped up and slapped the lid of the cauldron with his palm. A terrifying power of realm essence gushed out and suppressed it. Ka. Sakura's bones immediately cracked as if they were about to shatter. Sakura! Someone roared angrily. A cloaked figure shot over like a shadow. Void, don't come over. Sensing that someone wanted to help him, Sakura also cried out in pain. The person who came was one of Grandma Wendao's people. The cloaked man Void. Space slash. At this moment, a light appeared in front of the cloaked man Void with his back facing him. With a wave of his hand, a light slash appeared, causing the cloaked man's expression to change drastically. He turned into a shadow and disappeared. Although he avoided the danger, the hood of his cloak was also cut open, revealing a cold face. This cloaked man Void was actually a woman. Moreover, she was a powerful woman. A small pawn has a small pawn's opponent. A general has a general's opponent. The person who attacked said faintly. His words were mixed with disdain. He was the 81st Prince. In Qingzhou, he was the number 1 in the Tao of space. At this moment, the situation on the imperial court side was obviously getting weaker. At this moment, on the other side of the faraway tree hole, 2 figures appeared. It was Lin Ling and Xian Linglong. However, the battle in the tree hole caused their expressions to change. Especially Xian Linglong. Her face was very pale because she could not withstand the power of the battle of the gods. She would die if she got close. Not good, big brother is in danger. At this moment, Lin Ling looked ahead indifferently. It's too late. Lin Ling, let's retreat. Xian Linglong instantly analyzed the situation. She knew that even if Lin Ling came, it would be useless because there were too many experts in the battle of the gods. They are not qualified. However, Lin Ling said coldly and his body disappeared instantly. Xian Linglong still wanted to say something, but her pupils suddenly trembled violently. Lin Ling was so fast. He probably surpassed the speed of 15 worlds. Could it be that when he rushed past the silver vines, Lin Ling did not use his full strength? At this moment, no one paid attention to the appearance of Lin Ling and Xian Linglong. The battle became even crazier. Qi Yuhu and the others were all roaring, worried about the Sakra. Thunder Sound Mother laughed. Now that the Sakra was defeated, Qi Yuhu and the others were no longer a threat. My destiny is to kill geniuses of the same age. You are the first person to die in my hands. At this moment, the 81st prince said faintly. He stepped into the sky and the power of space gushed out from his left foot. His right foot used the power of the god of light. It made his speed seem slow, but in an instant, he arrived in front of the huge skeleton. He stretched out his right hand, and his arm had already turned into a dazzling light, like a light blade. He jumped up and faced the skeleton of the Sakra, looking at him indifferently. Sakra, before you die, what do you have to say? The 81st prince spat out a sentence. Chapter 29-23. The Clash of the Kings of the Nine Great Heavens. Lin Ling is already crippled and you're dead. You two brothers are really disappointing. However, I have to say that Lin Ling was very powerful in the past. He defeated me once and was at least slightly more powerful than you. Of course, it was just a flash in the pan. The 81st prince said slowly. I won't die. Sakra finally opened his mouth. Hearing that, the 81st prince smiled. His smile was very relaxed. He shook his head lightly and said, I don't really believe it. Nope. After saying that, his hand slowly slashed out. The light was sharp as if it could cut through 10,000 worlds. The speed was very slow, but it caused the entire cave to fall silent. Sakra of the Nine Great Heavens of the Green State was an ambitious and ruthless character. He seemed to be low-key, but all the magnates knew that there was such a fierce person in the imperial court. He allowed the imperial court to gain a foothold in the great Azure God dynasty, and no one dared to underestimate him. But now this fierce person was about to fall. Dead. Nope. Someone said coldly. However, at this moment, an arm suddenly appeared in the sky as if it came from the void. It suddenly grabbed the arm of the 81st prince. Bang! At the moment of collision, a terrifying shockwave exploded in the sky. The entire tree cave was on the verge of collapse. That's right, he won't die. Nope. A chuckle could also be heard. Everyone saw a blue-robed youth appearing beside the huge white bones of the Sakra Emperor. He was resisting the arm of the 81st prince, as if they were kings fighting. Boom, boom, boom. The two arms collided and two mysterious forces continued to collide. It was as if time had stopped. Lin Ling. Many people saw who it was and were shocked. Lin Ling's name was known to everyone in the great Azure God dynasty. He was the most monstrous genius in the Green State. His speed of growth was also the fastest in the history of the great Azure God dynasty. Didn't he fail to break through? Moreover, even if he had not failed to break through, he should not have been able to withstand the light god bloodline of the 81st prince. 81st Crown Prince's mother is an ancient remnant. Back then, Emperor Qing forcefully kidnapped her in order to obtain the power in her body. Later on, she gave birth to the 81st Crown Prince. However, the 81st Crown Prince's mother has always refused to admit that she is Emperor Qing's woman. Therefore, the 81st Crown Prince is only in name but not in reality. He is not considered Emperor Qing's successor. That is how he became one of the nine great heavens of Qingzhou. Someone said solemnly. If Lin Ling was the most devilish genius in Qing province, then the 80th prince would be a peerless genius because he was only in his 20s. Lin Ling will never be able to stop the 81st prince. The experts of the Imperial Censor Dragon Court said coldly. Second brother. At the same time, Sakra also looked at the young man floating in front of him. He had previously said that he would not die, but his second brother had arrived and blocked the light blade of the 81st prince, saving him. This made him excited and happy. As for the people of the imperial court, they were all overjoyed. Qi Yuhu, Lord 8th, Huang Fuidao, and the others were all smiling. It was as if they had seen the arrival of their backbone. Especially the cloaked person Su. Her expression was extremely complicated. In the past, she had saved Lin Ling twice. At that time, Lin Ling was like a junior to her. However, now Lin Ling could fight against an expert that she could not fight against. No wonder Grandma Wendao said that one should never underestimate Lin Ling. This guy was even more terrifying than Emperor Qing. Ka ka ka. At that moment, the 81st prince maintained his swinging right arm. On his arm, there was a palm pressing down, blocking his attack and preventing him from moving an inch. His eyes were looking at the young man in front of him. "You're stopping me?" The 81st prince spat out. In the rumors, Lin Ling had failed to break through. However, from the looks of it, even if Lin Ling had failed, his combat strength was still terrifying. "You want to kill my big brother? Do you think I can't stop you?" Lin Ling said as he looked down at the 81st prince from above. "Lin Ling, I don't want to be your enemy. However, I have my own mission. Therefore, I must kill your big brother. Back then, I lost the battle for the Emperor Qing's Jade Seal at the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. That made me realize that you're an extraordinary person. However, this time, I'm going to win." The 81st prince's long hair danced wildly. His ferocious realm essence surged like a tide. In the past, in order to enter the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, he had suppressed his cultivation to the true god realm. After that, he crazily broke through. Now he was at the 3rd level of the martial immortal realm. His combat strength was so strong that he could fight against a 6th level martial immortal. "Young man, it's better to be respectful when meeting a senior." Lin Ling chuckled and spoke as well. His tone was calm. This stunned the 81st prince. Young man? However, with his age, he was indeed a young man in Lin Ling's eyes. The people from the Imperial Censor Dragon Court were furious. The son of the Emperor Qing was being called a young man by Lin Ling. Did Lin Ling think he was an old monster? Respect or not, it depends on strength. The silver light on the 81st prince's arm shone brightly, blinding everyone once again. "You can't stop me." His light god innate skill also erupted, causing the tree hole to tremble, and the ancient bark continued to explode. "Young man, you're still too inexperienced." What was terrifying was that the 81st prince's light god bloodline could not affect Lin Ling's eyes. Moreover, Lin Ling shouted coldly and the power of 80 realms burst out. Rumble. After the realm-swallowing beast's power burst out, a figure flew out and crashed into a tree wall in the distance. Although he was not injured, his face was filled with fear. The crowd also looked at the figure that was sent flying, and all of them fell silent. Because that was the 81st prince. This time, everyone looked at the blue-robed figure in the sky in horror. Their faces were filled with disbelief. From their point of view, even if Lin Ling did not fail to break through, he should not be a match for the 81st prince. However, in the Battle of the Kings of the Nine Heavens, Lin Ling defeated the 81st prince. He's so powerful. Lin Ling is indeed one of the 9 heavens of Qingzhou. Far away, Xian Linglong's expression was also very interesting. Her mouth was open so wide that she could swallow a duck egg. No wonder Lin Ling was so arrogant. His strength was beyond her imagination. Then, she thought of her attitude towards Lin Ling, and could not help but laugh bitterly. Lin Ling die. At this time a roar was heard. It was like the Emperor Qing's imperial edict. In the sky, the lid of the giant cauldron smashed down on Lin Ling. Rumble. Lin Ling was smashed into the ground and sealed in the ancient bronze cauldron. The sun, moon, stars, ancient lakes, mountains, and rivers also appeared and were refined in the ancient cauldron. According to legend, this cauldron was made by the Emperor Qing on the first day of his ascension to the throne in order to suppress the 8 barren lands of Qingzhou. Therefore, the Sovereign Marquis had another title, the Sovereign Marquis. Phew. At this moment, the Sovereign Marquis was breathing heavily. His eyes were extremely serious as if he had defeated a great enemy. Not long ago, he heard that Lin Ling had failed to break through. He was very happy, very happy. However, after seeing Lin Ling, he realized how crazy Lin Ling was. He was so fierce even after failing to break through. Could this guy be the descendant of a god? Chapter 29-24. Punch the Azure Dragon. Boom. However, just as he thought about it, a huge mouth appeared, swallowing the heavens and the earth. The lid of the cauldron exploded, and a figure shot out like a cannonball, holding the lid of the cauldron and pouncing towards the sovereign marquis. Is that all you've got? The lid of the huge cauldron was like a mountain. Lin Ling held it and smashed it towards the sovereign marquis. The sovereign marquis couldn't react in time. He spat out blood and was sent flying. Everyone looked at the valiant general who had the strength to pull up mountains and rivers. They were all shocked. Lin Ling actually rushed out of the Azure Thearka's cauldron and ignored this divine item as a casual weapon to fight against the sovereign marquis. I always thought that there were many valiant generals in the imperial court, like Di Shirtian and the others. But now, I realized that Lin Ling is the third prince's right hand. An old man from the left minister's palace said solemnly, "General of the imperial court, Lin Ling." This voice resounded in the hearts of the magnates. It could be said that after the short confrontation, Lin Ling's status in the hearts of the magnates had risen infinitely. He was now a magnate that could not be underestimated. "Big brother, are you all right?" After sending the sovereign marquis flying, Lin Ling didn't follow up with another attack. With the lid of the ancient cauldron in his hand, he walked towards Sakura step by step, completely ignoring all the powerhouses. Bang! Along the way, he waved the lid of the ancient cauldron a few times. As if he felt that the cauldron's lid was uncomfortable, he punched out and directly smashed the lid of the ancient cauldron apart. Most importantly, everyone saw that fist didn't contain world essence power, nor did it contain universal power. It was just an extremely ordinary fist. This guy is simply a ferocious beast. At this moment, everyone was moved. The powerhouses in the treehole didn't dare to rashly make a move. They were deeply afraid that a slight move would affect the entire situation. They didn't think that Lin Ling's arrival would cause such a huge reaction. "It's fine." Sakura recovered his true body and looked at Lin Ling excitedly. Lord Eighth and the others were the same. Now they had to look up to Lin Ling. "That's great." Lin Ling smiled calmly as he looked at the treasures on the ground. Finally, his gaze fell on a few sets of books. He ignored the crowd and walked forward. He picked up the books and started reading. Not bad. Ancient Divine Book, 7th Grade Earth Divine Skill, Great Earth Technique. Which one of you is an Earth Elemental Warrior? He put away the book and looked at Lord Eighth and the others. The Sovereign Marquis and the others stood in the distance, their expressions extremely ugly. They had been fighting over the treasures, but after Lin Ling arrived, he snatched the treasures and ignored them. "Your Excellency Lin Ling, give it to me," Song Taizu immediately said, letting Lin Ling throw out the ancient divine book. This divine book was left behind by an ancient martial art practitioner who had cultivated here in the past. In Qingzhou it was priceless. Unfortunately, it was of little use to Lin Ling. He threw the sets of ancient books to the people of the imperial court. During the entire process, he was indeed ignoring the people of the major powers. "Lin Ling, don't go too far. Don't you think you're too arrogant and despotic?" Sigh. It was the Azure Dragon King. He hovered on the ground, the head of the Azure Dragon rising high as if he was looking down on the common people. Hearing this, Lin Ling slowly turned around and looked at the Azure Dragon King calmly. The Azure Dragon King also looked at him fearlessly. He opened his mouth wide, revealing his fangs. Hee. Sigh. Lin Ling suddenly laughed. In the next moment, he disappeared on the spot. In midair, a vine appeared and lashed down like a whip. "Azure Dragon King, be careful." Sigh. Seeing this, the Sovereign Marquis immediately shouted. He didn't expect Lin Ling to attack just like that. "Lin Ling, you're courting death." Sigh. The Azure Dragon King also let out a furious roar. His huge dragon body swam, but when the whip landed, his bloodline seemed to be sealed, and his strength was greatly reduced. That vine was little Kunlun. The Azure Dragon King immediately panicked. Last time, he had suffered a loss from this mysterious vine. Moreover, compared to last time, this vine seemed to be even more powerful. At the same time, Lin Ling's fierce punch arrived, as if an ancient beast was roaring. Dragon Tail. Dragon Tail. At the crucial moment, the Azure Dragon King's huge dragon tail swung, blocking Lin Ling's sudden punch. His dragon tail could easily break through 30 worlds. However, Lin Ling's was the power of 80 worlds. Pop pop pop. Under the punch, the dragon tail seemed to have been hit by a meteor. Dragon scales splattered everywhere, and the huge dragon tail was actually smashed by the punch. Boom boom boom. Moreover, this was not the end. Lin Ling's fist was still smashing out like a meteor, entangling the Azure Dragon King, causing dust to fly everywhere. Broken tree bark also continuously fell from the cave ceiling. It was terrifying. After a dozen breaths, the rumbling finally stopped. Everyone saw that the huge Azure Dragon King, the Lord of the Four-Ring City, was actually beaten to death by Lin Ling's fist, punching the Azure Dragon. This result was undoubtedly more terrifying than the battle between the 81st Prince and the other two. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. One must know that when one reached the strength of a magnate, it was very rare for them to die. Their vitality was extremely tenacious. However, Lin Ling used his fist to kill the Azure Dragon King in front of everyone. Of course, the Azure Dragon King must have been careless. The Azure Dragon King knew that Lin Ling was very strong, but he didn't believe that Lin Ling had the strength to kill him. In addition, the little Kunlun had caught him off guard. Even so, the Azure Dragon King was the Lord of the Four-Ring City, and his lifespan was endless. No one had ever thought that he would die here. And this was also the first powerful magnate to fall in the Battle of the Gods. Bang! At the same time, the Sovereign Marquis arrived and stood a dozen meters away from Lin Ling. He originally wanted to help the Azure Dragon King, but now he did not dare to move. His gaze was constantly flickering, and it was extremely serious. I'm arrogant, I'm domineering, so what? Bang! Lin Ling waved his fist and said calmly, as if he was talking about the most normal thing. Everyone here had a grudge with him, so Lin Ling did not need to give any face. Hearing that sentence, everyone fell silent. The terrifying scene of punching the Azure Dragon King was still circulating in their minds. Sovereign Marquis, you want to save the Azure Dragon King? You're too late. Bang! Lin Ling turned his head and looked at the Sovereign Marquis. His words made the latter clench his teeth tightly. Lin Ling was provoking him, telling him that he would kill the Azure Dragon King just like that. What could he do about it? However, the Sovereign Marquis did not dare to move. Even his breathing had become much heavier. In the distance, the 81st Prince's eyes were fixed. He had not made a move all this time because he wanted to see Lin Ling's powerful means. Now he was sure that Lin Ling's physical body had become so terrifying that he did not look like a human at all. Instead, he looked like a species left behind from the ancient era, a mythical beast or something like that. Even a dragon is not as fierce as him? The 81st Prince muttered to himself. In fact, during the trip to the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, he already knew that Lin Ling could not be underestimated. Now he was even more certain of his guess. For a moment, the tree hole was even quieter. Lin Ling collected the treasures around him and looked at the top of the tree. There was a white bud there, and the bud contained a ray of light. It must be the Emperor's life essence. Moreover, he also saw that everyone's eyes were fixed on the Emperor's life essence. Chapter 29-25. The four magnates had arrived. This treasure is mine. Lin Ling looked at the crowd and spoke calmly, as if the treasure belonged to Lin Ling in the first place. As soon as his domineering words fell, the faces of all the experts turned ugly. Lin Ling was too arrogant. However, they were a little afraid of Lin Ling in a one-on-one battle. Unless all of them worked together, they wouldn't be able to suppress Lin Ling and the imperial dynasty. For a moment, each of them had their own ulterior motives and continued to maintain their silence. Bang bang bang. However, not long after, there was a sudden rumbling sound, as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. The entire tree began to sway, as if there was an expert outside the tree that was attacking the divine tree. All of them had sharp eyes and they quickly looked around. Immediately, they realized that there were many experts gathered around the divine tree. It turned out that the four magnates had arrived. The third prince of the imperial court, the 99th prince of the imperial court, the army of Blue Flame, the prime minister of the divine dynasty, Left Minister's residence, Lord Left Minister. They had brought all the experts here to attack the divine tree. Sir, they're here. Seeing this, The people in the tree hole were overjoyed. Not good, the magnates are here. It's hard to tell who will get the Emperor's life essence. Lord Eighth immediately looked worried. Judging from the current situation, Lin Ling's arrival had boosted the Imperial Court's prestige. They had the highest chance of obtaining the Emperor's life essence. However, if the magnate Qi practitioners outside the tree rushed in, everything would be uncertain. Haha, Lin Ling, you've wasted your efforts. Another joyful voice came from the tree hole. It was Lei Yin Crone. At this moment, she was extremely proud of herself. Obviously, when she saw Lin Ling commanding the wind and clouds, she was under a lot of pressure. Now that she saw Lin Ling's plan being disrupted, she was naturally very happy. Of course, the other magnates were laughing coldly as well. It seems that you are very happy, but don't be happy too early. They may not be able to help you. However, at this time Lin Ling sneered. As soon as he said this, everyone frowned. Apparently, Mother Lane didn't believe Lin Ling's words. She shook her head and said, Lin Ling, don't bewitch us. We won't be fooled. Indeed, you won't fall for it because you're all idiots. Lin Ling shrugged and pointed outside the tree hole. Open your dog eyes and see if they can come in. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked outside the tree hole. Only then did they realize that the tree hole was enveloped by a layer of mysterious silver light. The attacks of the various experts were utterly unable to break through that layer of silver light. This time, there was no one who wasn't shocked. Even Sakura was the same. He looked at Lin Ling and said, Second brother, what is this? One had to know that before they entered the tree hole, there was no silver light sealing the tree hole. The sap of this tree, even the flower bud on top of the head, has been sealed by this silver light. There are no more than 5 people in Qingzhou who can break through this silver light. Lin Ling said with a faint smile. Haha, this means that they can't come in. The essence of the Emperor's life can only appear in our group. Hearing this, Sakura couldn't help but laugh. As for Mother Lane and the others, their pupils constricted and their expressions were unusually ugly. It was as if the treasure that they had just obtained had been snatched away by someone else. That kind of ruthlessness was indescribable. Their eyes were fixed on Lin Ling, as if it was the first time they had met Lin Ling. Because, how did Lin Ling know about this item of the 8 gods' heavenly palace? Are you all here? At this moment, a voice came from outside the tree hole. 99th Prince, we are here. Someone replied immediately. Seize the essence of the Emperor's life. Imperial Censor Dragon Court will reward you handsomely. Good. After receiving the order, the experts in the tree hole knew that they had to fight for their lives. Is Sakura here? The voice of the 3rd prince of the Imperial Court floated in at this moment. I'm here, and Lin Ling is here too. Sakura replied immediately, which made the 3rd prince, who was outside the tree hole, change his expression. Wasn't Lin Ling on the 3rd level? Why was he on the 4th level too? Is this guy messing around? The 3rd prince couldn't help but be angry. There was definitely going to be an earth-shattering battle in the tree hole. With Lin Ling's strength, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. If he was injured, how would he explain it to Grandma Wendao? Don't worry, this guy isn't weak. Sakura seemed to know the 3rd prince's worries and suddenly said. Then he secretly transmitted Lin Ling's magnificent feat in the cave to the 3rd prince. It appeared in a jade token in the 3rd prince's hand. 3rd prince, you don't have to worry about me. At the same time, Lin Ling's voice floated out of the tree hole. Lin Ling. After hearing that voice, the eyes of the 99th prince and the other magnates flickered slightly. Among them a disdainful voice floated out. Lin Ling? What a piece of trash. When the battle starts later, the first one to kill him will be heavily rewarded. The one who spoke was the 76th prince. When he entered the 8 gods' heavenly palace, he was played by Lin Ling, so he hated Lin Ling to the core. However, the experts in the tree hole shook their heads. Although they also wanted to kill Lin Ling wasn't someone who could be killed so easily. The 76th prince probably didn't know this at all. Hehe, you should be the 76th prince. Hehe, you should be the 76th prince, right? I'm sorry, but you sent someone to follow me because you wanted to be an ingrate. Unfortunately, you became a watchdog. That guy is dead now, and the 99th prince. The dragon hall you sent also died on the 3rd floor. Please, the next time you send someone to follow me, at least send someone smarter. Also Luo Shawthorn, I caught him. Lin Ling's voice floated out again. Hearing this, the faces of the magnates turned ugly. Lin Ling was too arrogant. I underestimated you. However, you have to be careful later. The 99th prince said coldly. He also heard the message from the people in the tree hole, and knew that Lin Ling had killed the Azure Dragon King. His strength wasn't to be underestimated. Even the 3rd prince gradually learned about what happened. While she was shocked, she also warned, Lin Ling, be careful. You must obtain the essence of the emperor's life. The imperial court will reward you handsomely. However, just as she finished speaking, the minister of the left also said, why don't the 3 of us work together to eliminate the imperial court in the tree hole? Then, the 3 of us can compete for the emperor's life. Dream on. My blue flame army will never work with you. Prime Minister, if you don't obtain the essence of the emperor's life, the person behind you will kill you. I think this is a good suggestion because the imperial court in the tree hole is stronger. If the 3 magnates don't work together, the essence of the emperor's life will be taken away by them. The leaders of the magnates discussed among themselves and nodded in agreement. Moreover, they didn't try to hide anything from the 3rd prince. The 3rd prince's expression changed drastically when he heard this. Chapter 29-26. The War God Guards. Lin Ling, be careful. Just do your best. The 3rd prince couldn't help much at this moment. All hope was on Lin Ling and the others. She also ordered people to attack the silver light again, but it was useless. Haha, Lin Ling, you are very arrogant. I want to see how you die later. Haha. After reaching an agreement, the 99th prince sneered. He wanted Lin Ling dead the most out of all the magnates. The minister of the left and the others also wanted Lin Ling dead, but their desire wasn't as strong as his. The situation was getting worse for the imperial court. However, at this moment, a smile was heard. It was Lin Ling's voice. Facing the top experts of the Great Qing Divine Dynasty, he was still calm. Just this bit of strength? To be honest, they are not enough for me, Lin Ling. Aha! When this voice floated out, not only inside the tree hole, but also outside the tree hole, there was complete silence. Lin Ling was so arrogant. It was undeniable that Lin Ling was indeed very powerful. He was still one of the 9 heavens of Qingzhou. However, the people in the tree hole weren't weak either. If they joined forces, how could Lin Ling win? Lin Ling, you're probably bragging. Haha, remember, whoever kills Lin Ling will be heavily rewarded. I want to see how powerful this braggart is, and how he became one of the 9 heavens of Qingzhou. After a moment of silence, the 76th prince was the first to speak. He was laughing very happily. Alright, everyone listen to my orders. Kill Lin Ling first. The 99th prince also laughed. He wasn't stupid and knew that Lin Ling was bluffing. He wanted to scare the experts in the tree hole. However, such a small trick couldn't be hidden from the emperor. This guy. The 3rd prince frowned. Now that the imperial court was weak, she wanted to let Lin Ling appear weak. Then, after the experts obtained the emperor's life essence, she would attack at the crucial moment and catch them off guard. However, who knew that Lin Ling would be so arrogant? Wouldn't this incite public anger? 3rd prince, I know you're worried about me, but you're underestimating me, Lin Ling. Some things can't be judged on the surface. At this time, Lin Ling's voice floated out again, sounding calm and relaxed. If you don't look at the surface, then what do you look at? Lin Ling, things have already come to this point. Stop messing around. The 3rd prince was speechless. She recalled Grandma Wendao's suggestion to her to acknowledge Lin Ling as her master. In the past, she was 100 times unwilling to accept this idea. Now, she was 120 times unwilling. My world is not something you can understand. Lin Ling's voice became faintly discernible, but it was mixed with a strong sense of confidence. Hearing this, the 3rd prince slapped his forehead. He was speechless. The magnates outside the tree hole laughed out loud. Inside the tree hole, the sovereign marquis and the rest also sneered. Of course, their laughter was not very arrogant. After all, no matter how mysterious Lin Ling was, he was still one of the 9 elites. Sir, The silver light of the flower bud in the tree hole is starting to dissipate. Suddenly, one of them spoke. This voice seemed to have lit a fuse. Whether it was outside the tree hole or inside the tree hole, all the elites' faces turned serious. The battle of the gods that had been interrupted earlier had obviously started again. Attack. The 99th prince could not be bothered with Lin Ling. At this moment, he waved his hand coldly. A great battle was about to break out. Inside the tree hole, the terrifying divine guards took a step forward. With a destructive force, they took the initiative to attack Lin Ling. They obviously knew that Lin Ling was the flag of the imperial dynasty. If Lin Ling was defeated, the imperial dynasty would at least lose an arm. Fight! The Sakra roared and transformed into a huge white bone giant. It was as if he was going to burst the tree hole. Big brother, all of you guard the essence of the emperor's life. Kill anyone who comes close. At this moment, Lin Ling's cold voice sounded. Everyone in the imperial dynasty was stunned. Let me fight them. Then, Lin Ling's next sentence made them gasp. Lin Ling wanted to fight these elites? Do as I say. Don't let the villain steal the essence of the emperor's life. While the Sakra and the rest were in disbelief, Lin Ling reminded them again. Okay, 8th Lord, everyone follow me. The Sakra did not agree at first, but when he thought of the years when he and Lin Ling swept through the storms in the sacred rainforest, he finally nodded. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Many figures appeared under the flower bud and stood guard there. The three magnates in the tree hole looked at the flower bud. Seeing that the silver light outside the flower bud still needed some time to recede, they were not in a hurry. Instead, they sneered at Lin Ling. Divine guards, go and kill him. Let him experience the might of the divine guards. Someone said coldly. Bang, bang, bang. The deafening sound shook the tree hole. The divine guards of the great Azure Divine Dynasty were the personal guards of the Azure Emperor. Each of them was extremely terrifying. They could kill early-stage martial immortals as easily as killing chickens and dogs. Lin Ling also moved. With the speed of 15 worlds, he rushed toward the divine guards and punched out. Bang! One of the divine guards also attacked and collided with Lin Ling. It was as if two ferocious beasts were roaring at each other. However, Lin Ling's fist was obviously stronger than the divine guards. Cracks appeared on the divine guard's arm. Boom! Boom! However, more divine guards had also arrived. They hurriedly launched divine punches that could destroy stars and shatter worlds, smashing into Lin Ling's body. Puff! Lin Ling immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. However, the more injured he was, the crazier he became. He waved his fists as if he was holding the world in his hands. Whoosh! As soon as he attacked, cracks appeared on the divine guards and they exploded. So fierce. The experts outside the tree hole stared into the tree hole through the silver light. It was the first time they had seen Lin Ling attack. They were all shocked. Was Lin Ling still human? He was simply the king of the divine guards. Lin Ling summoned the realm-devouring beast, and his rank 10 divine body descended. His ferocious aura was even more powerful. He blocked the attacks of the remaining divine guards, and even killed a few divine guards with one punch. He was so powerful. At this moment, even if they were in the enemy camp, many people had to admit that Lin Ling was indeed a genius. Because no one had ever failed a breakthrough and still had such powerful strength. Luo Shaxiai was defeated by Lin Ling with one punch. It seems that it is true. 99 Crown Prince thought. Fortunately, although Lin Ling had the strength to move mountains and rivers, his future achievements were only SOSO. This made 99 Crown Prince relax. Rumble. Huge chunks of flesh fell. Lin Ling defeated the divine guards. At the same time, a cold laugh floated out. The divine guards have experienced it. They are only SOSO. Kill him. The experts who were walking over from afar also made their move. Lin Ling was too ferocious. Everyone had to work together to get rid of him. An old man from the left minister's palace made his move. A black book appeared in his hand, and he kept chanting, forming a black gas that spread out. His clothes immediately turned into nothingness, revealing his tall and sturdy body. His entire body became pitch black, and the luster was dazzling, as if he was a black diamond. God of War Scroll Invincible. Chapter 29-27. Fight against this group of heroes. All right, the 100 Books Elder has made his move. He has an Earth Elemental innate talent, cultivated the God of War scroll, and has 40% of the power of the universe. He has also cultivated the invincible black adamantine body. Sounds of surprise came from the crowd. The 100 Books Elder was also the Great Azure Divine Dynasty's martial arts recorder. Many of the martial arts manuals in the 3 big academies came from him. Brat, you can't stop all of us by yourself. The old man maintained his punching posture as he looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. This was the first time someone had dared to go head-to-head with him. This old man's martial arts were very strong. Again. Lin Ling punched again. His expression was solemn and holy, but he also revealed his ferocity. Bang bang bang. The two of them exchanged a few punches. Their strength was so great that it could break through a myriad of mountains. However, the old man was still unscathed. He smiled and said, I don't believe you can block many of my punches. Let me tell you, once I use this technique, I will beat my opponent into mincemeat. His voice was kind and even doting, but his words were vicious. You can try. The more Lin Ling fought, the fiercer he became. However, he discovered that the old man was simply invincible. He could not shake the old man at all. Boom. Instead, his chest was penetrated by the old man's fist, and his body flew backward. All right. Everyone was immediately overjoyed. That joyful appearance was as if they had obtained a rare treasure. The old man took advantage of his victory to pursue and attack. He brandished his black Vajra fist and appeared above Lin Ling's head, smashing down like a storm. Previously, Lin Ling had smashed the Azure Dragon King to death. Now he wanted to smash Lin Ling to death. How terrifying. As expected of the black diamond body, I'm afraid this Lin Ling will be smashed into meat paste. Both inside and outside the tree hole, the various powerhouses exclaimed in shock. Even the 81st Prince's expression was solemn. He did not dare to take the Elder's punch lightly. He's dead. The old man punched hundreds of millions of times consecutively, creating a huge crater in the hard ground. Then he leaped up and floated in the sky, looking majestic. Looking at his fists, they were now covered in blood. This was Lin Ling's blood. Lin Ling. Outside the tree Lord Third Prince, Prince Third Prince. Lin Ling whoosh. At that moment, a meteor shot book star Lin Ling, and Lin Ling, Lin Ling, Lin Ling, Li Lin. At this moment, he was covered in blood, but his battle intent was still boiling. He ferociously threw a punch at the old man. What? The elder's expression changed drastically. Lin Ling was not dead. His fists Lu Lin Dragon Lin of the Lin Pt. At that moment, Lin Ling's punch arrived. However, the old man was not afraid at all because Lin Ling could not shake his black diamond body. However, Lin Ling's punch landed on the sole of his foot, and the old man's expression changed drastically. How impressive is that? So it's a cultivation technique with a loophole. Lin Ling's voice floated out at the same time. The old man's burly body seemed to deflate and started to shrink. He actually turned into an old man the size of a 6-year-old child. His cultivation technique had been broken. His God of War scroll was extremely heaven-defying. Its defense and attack were powerful, but it had a fatal flaw. It was his Achilles heel. However, ordinary people did not know about this flaw, but Lin Ling had found his Achilles heel after fighting with him. Impossible, impossible. How did you know my Achilles heel? The old man kept shaking his head. There's nothing in this world that I don't know. Lin Ling stepped forward. The injuries on his body were quickly recovering. He did not fight with the old man for nothing. His demonic eyes of all things were also searching for the old man's weakness. After all, the old man's bloodline was not strong, but his physical body was so terrifying. This was impossible. Take Lin Ling for example. His physical body was strong because he had swallowed the seawater heart flower. Everyone attack. We must save the 100 Books Elder. Seeing the childlike old man, even more experts attacked. The thunderclap mother turned into a thunderclap bamboo and attacked Lin Ling with the force of a thunderbolt. However, Lin Ling turned a blind eye to it. He rushed into the lightning pool and appeared in front of the old man. The old man kept shaking his head. No, no, don't kill me. I will beat you into a pulp. Lin Ling smiled gently. Just like the old man before, he looked calm but his words were extremely fierce. Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately attacked. Behind him, tens of thousands of lightning bolts attacked him, but he turned a blind eye to it. Qingzhou Divine Cauldron. Seeing this, the sovereign marquis also used his trump card. He wanted to use this opportunity to kill Lin Ling. Even the 81st prince, after thinking for a while, continuously kicked out a large number of light legs. The entire cave seemed to be about to collapse at this moment. In the end, the battle of the gods had developed into Lin Ling fighting against the gods alone. Even the experts outside the tree hole had grave expressions on their faces. Lin Ling was so fierce. Even if he died, he would be able to leave behind good words in the great Qing divine dynasty. What a terrifying person. His physical body is invincible. The 99th prince and the others also said solemnly. However, they did not feel much pressure. Although Lin Ling's defense was very strong, his future was limited and he could not reach the Great Tao. Now that he was facing the siege of so many experts, he had a slim chance of survival. This guy is too arrogant. If he had asked Sakura and the others for help, the outcome would definitely not have been like this. The third prince also frowned and kept shaking his head. Second brother, let us help you. Sakura and the others watched as the power to destroy everything gathered on Lin Ling. They planned to give up the emperor's life essence and help Lin Ling. Don't come over. They can't touch me. However, at this moment, a firm voice floated out. A figure stood up with difficulty amidst the fierce power. Below him was a pile of mud. The 100-book-old man had indeed been beaten into a pulp by Lin Ling. Can't touch you? Look at you now. You can't even stand up now. Someone shouted ferociously. He wanted to kill Lin Ling because the current Lin Ling gave them a terrifying feeling. He was like the son of the devil god, immortal and indestructible. The others were also in a frenzy as they continued to attack Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling still stood up straight. His body was covered in blood, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Even the realm-devouring beast behind him had dimmed a lot. However, he still stood up straight. Is this all you've got? A disdainful voice also floated out. This undoubtedly infuriated the magnates. Lin Ling actually dared to be so stubborn in front of the joint forces of the three magnates. Get down! An expert roared and withdrew his palms. The rolling heavenly river also suppressed down. This person was a level 4 martial immortal expert with a level 7 divine body. He was not weak at all. Too weak. However, Lin Ling still raised his head. On the surface of his body, flames finally appeared. Chapter 29-28. Famous in Qingzhou. Lin Ling, don't go too far. Everyone was infuriated, and their attacks became even more terrifying. However, the destructive power had less and less effect on Lin Ling, because the flames began to boil. You heroes, I'll fight you with all my strength. Bang, boom. Finally, the flames exploded, and the martial immortal realm's world essence surged. Evil flame changes final change, heaven and earth change. He didn't fail to break through, he's at the first level of the martial immortal realm. My God, he was already at the World King realm, and now he's at the martial immortal realm. Bang. We've all been fooled by him. Bang. The experts who attacked all changed their expressions. Outside the tree hole, there was a deathly silence. They all saw Lin Ling's ferocity, but they comforted themselves that Lin Ling would only be so in the future. But now Lin Ling told them that it was just a warm-up, and that he was at the martial immortal realm, not the World King realm. Just a warm-up, and he can fight with all the heroes. What if he goes all out? The 76th prince's face was extremely pale, and even the 99th prince's pupils constricted, and he kept shouting in his heart, kill him, kill him. Flame coffin. Bang! Almost at the same time, the world-destroying flame coffin began to descend from the sky, and the colorful flames made the tree hole colorful. Lin Ling merged his three dantians together, and in addition to his ferocious physical body, his aura was vast and mighty. Boom. He rushed out of the attacks of the heroes, and rushed into the sky, bringing with him the roar of the sea. The scorching flames and ferocious aura fused, and his fist began to turn into a flaming fist. With a bang, a 4th-level martial immortal expert's body trembled, and he looked down, and his chest was penetrated. He roared in disbelief. You. He only said one word, and his body exploded. Heroes, it's my turn to attack. Bang! Lin Ling sneered, and as if he was stirring up the wind and clouds of the great Azure Divine Dynasty, he pounced on another person, and his fist broke through 10,000 techniques. Not to mention an early martial immortal. Even a mid-martial immortal couldn't block his fist. Rumble! At the same time, the flaming coffin in the sky smashed down. Although it only had 10% of the power of the universe, the power of the world was extremely terrifying. All the early-stage martial immortals were killed. How could this be? Both inside and outside the tree hole, there were no mid-stage martial immortals. All of them were shouting loudly as their bodies convulsed. Some of them even fell limply to the ground. They watched as Lin Ling, who was like the son of a demon god, slaughtered the top heroes of the great Azure Divine Dynasty, as if he were cutting vegetables and melons. Their hearts were shaken. Without a doubt, the great Azure Divine Dynasty had changed. The name of the imperial court Lin Ling had spread throughout Azure State. 81st Prince, it's up to you. Thunderclap Crone, and the rest were terrified. They could only look forward to the 81st Prince. One of the 100 great bloodlines, the Light God bloodline, was definitely worthy of its reputation. The 81st Prince's youthful face was solemn, extremely solemn. Among the 9 great heavens of Azure State, other than the most mysterious 4, the rest were nothing to worry about. The stronger one was only Di Shirtian, but now there was one more person, Lin Ling. He felt like he was in a dream. He was even recalling everything about Lin Ling in his mind. However, Lin Ling seemed to have been born out of thin air. He didn't have any reputation before, but once he became famous, he became unstoppable. Lin Ling, I'll fight you. The 81st Prince walked out, his whole body shining brightly as he chanted. Combine and return to the origin, righteous and righteous, evil and evil, righteous and righteous, ghostly howls towards the heavens, turbidity and light, chaos and impurity, life and death oblivion. A large amount of chi and blood spread out from the top of his head. The blood carried a dazzling light. He had pushed his talent to the peak. It was a peak divine body. This was the bloodline that his mother had left for him. The Light God bloodline, in the hierarchy of life, was superior to all living things. Just like Lin Ling, his realm-swallowing beast talent had reached the 10th grade divine body. Its life hierarchy surpassed all living things, and could resist a large number of attacks. It was as if he was a peerless expert created by the gods. And the 81st Prince also had this advantage. Light Cloud Remnant Underworld. The light scattered like clouds, and the 80th Prince disappeared without a trace. Light appeared under his left foot, and space appeared under his right foot. When combined, it allowed him to reach the speed of 20 worlds. Young man, you're still too inexperienced. Lin Ling stood on the ground and looked up at the sky. He was fearless. Seeing this, many people sneered. Lin Ling probably didn't know the power of the #1 spatial user in Azure State. 9 Heavens Light God Technique, Light Break. Almost at the same time, a ray of light slashed down like lightning. Very quickly, other than the mid-stage martial immortal experts, no one else felt anything. That ray of light was like a line of life and death, slashing down on Lin Ling's head. However, a vicious aura appeared on Lin Ling's body, and a fierce light shone brightly. It was as if he had merged with the evil fire god. He moved and disappeared. The speed of 20 worlds appeared. That ray of light swept across the ground, and a bottomless ditch appeared in the ground. It was unknown how many roots of the divine tree were cut off. Young man, you're not the only one who can reach the speed of 20 worlds. Lin Ling appeared on the other side with his hands behind his back. His calm appearance shocked everyone. Even the 81st Prince was the same. He felt that Lin Ling was like his master, restraining him in every way. One must know that the speed of 20 worlds was unparalleled in the mid-stage martial immortal realm. He thought that he was the only one in Azure State who had it, but Lin Ling also had it. 81st Prince, you're one of the 9 heavens of Azure State. However, in my opinion, you're only half a genius. Lin Ling said again. He thought of the past, when he competed with the geniuses of 9 states. Compared to them, the 81st Prince was like a grain of light. Nonsense. The The 81st prince was the youngest genius in Azure State. When had he ever been humiliated like this? Moreover, Linling's words were too casual. He was looking down on him. Boom. His entire body exploded, causing the tree hole to be filled with resplendent light. Countless strong practitioners were blinded by the dazzling light. Only those outside the tree hole could see that the 81st prince had transformed into countless doppelgangers and was charging towards Linling at the speed of 20 worlds. With such strength, not to mention in Azure State, even in 9 states, he would be able to move freely without fear. If I don't show you how powerful I am, you won't know what it means to be an expert. Linling looked around with his 10,000 elephant demonic eyes. The 81st prince was only at the 3rd level of the martial immortal realm. Although his strength was very strong, as long as he was at the 3rd level of the martial immortal realm, Linling was not afraid. Boom. The roar of the sea was heard, as if 10,000 seas were surging. However, there were flames that soared into the sky and surged. The sea and flames were originally opposites. However, at that moment they appeared perfectly on Linling's body. Facing the attack of the 81st prince, he merged his 3 dantians and his world essence surged. Boom. He punched towards the south. Light exploded and darkness appeared. What? Even light can be destroyed? The experts outside the tree hole all shuddered. Linling's method was very simple. It was just his fist. However, it was incomparably powerful. No one could understand why it was like this. Boom. Another punch and a ray of light was immediately torn apart. Boom. 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 Linling destroyed the clones one after another. In terms of speed, he was not inferior to the 81st prince. In terms of talent, he was not weak either. In terms of combat strength, his world essence was more powerful than the 81st prince's. Chapter 29-29. No one dared to fight. 81st prince, let me help you. Those below the middle martial immortal realm were not qualified to join the battle. Therefore, those who attacked were all middle martial immortal realm experts. Wind-song time. It was an elegant man. He leaped high into the air and sang towards the sky. Hateful parting. A sorrowful melody filled the air, and the entire universe moved. This was actually 50% of the power of the universe, and it was terrifying. Moreover, the song was formless and colorless. It was impossible to guard against it. This was a kind of innate divine ability that combined the universe's power and soul power. Hehe, are you also here to die? Linling raised his head and smiled lightly. Smile. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The experts who had attacked were all the strongest in the tree hole. This Linling could still smile? Get lost. At this time Linling roared. It was like the roar of the king of the 4 beasts, the world-devouring beast. Behind him, a huge mouth appeared. Mixed with Linling's powerful soul power, it attacked. Puff. The man who was singing sorrowfully spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression changed greatly. Linling's soul power was actually so strong? He was simply a monster. His body was strong, his world essence was strong, and his soul was also strong. He was simply a perfect genius with no weak points. Since you like to sing sorrowful songs so much, you can make a sorrowful story. Linling roared towards the sky. His soul power rippled and attacked the man's soul. If the man had kept his soul in his dantian, Linling would not have been able to kill him. That was because Linling had not cultivated a powerful soul power martial art. However, the man specialized in soul power. When his soul came out, it was very weak. Ka. As if struck by lightning, the graceful man froze in midair. His soul had collapsed. Xiaosheng. Outside the tree hole, the left minister was boiling with anger. That man was an extraordinary existence in the left minister's residence, but now he was dead. Linling, take this. Cauldron sealing masterpiece. There were less than 5 people who still dared to attack, and the sovereign marquis was one of them. He unleashed his ultimate technique, causing the Qingzhou cauldron to shatter. The bronze fragments danced in the air, then reformed again and charged at Linling. The new cauldron of the Azure province actually carried the incense of the people of the myriad worlds. The entire tree hole was filled with the rich aroma of red sandalwood. Marquis of Sovereign Heaven, when you took Queen Qianji from me, you also want to know where the space-time steel is, right? Lin Ling said with his hands behind his back as he looked at the cauldron crashing down from the sky. This kind of calm boldness shocked everyone. Could it be that no one could make Lin Ling treat seriously? That's right. Let me tell you, Lin Ling. Even though Queen Qianji has escaped, I have already found her. I will get the space-time divine steel sooner or later. In the sky, the sovereign Marquis Longhair danced wildly. He was like a cauldron god, invulnerable to all evil. His words obviously wanted to affect Lin Ling's mentality. However, Lin Ling's next sentence affected his mentality instead. There's no need to go through so much trouble. The space-time divine steel is with me, Lin Ling said calmly. What? The sovereign Marquis expression changed drastically. For that treasure, he had put in a lot of effort to find Queen Qianji. Countless people had died. However, Lin Ling said that the space-time divine steel was with him? Pfft. The sovereign Marquis was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. This meant that the space-time divine steel was with him. In the past, Lin Ling was not very strong. If he knew this secret, he could have taken it at any time. However, he did not know, so he missed it. Now Lin Ling was fully fledged. Even if he knew, what could he do? Pft, pft. The sovereign Marquis spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. He looked dispirited as if he had missed the most regrettable thing in his life. So powerful. You defeated the sovereign Marquis with 1 sentence. On the Sakra's side, Lord 8's pupils were trembling. Lin Ling was flying higher than the sovereign Marquis now, and he was even more dazzling. Sovereign Marquis, don't be fooled. He's lying to you. At this moment, Thunderclap Mother said anxiously. This made the sovereign Marquis eyes light up. This was possible because Lin Ling had encountered several life and death situations, but he had never used the space-time divine steel. This was illogical. You lied to me. The sovereign Marquis roared angrily and activated the Qingzhou cauldron again to attack Lin Ling. Haha. However, Lin Ling smiled again. I never lie. Take the news that I failed to break through as an example. That's all just deceiving yourselves. When did I tell others that I failed to break through? Of course, I know you don't believe me, but look above your head. Hearing this, the sovereign Marquis looked up, and his face turned pale again. 3 mouthfuls of blood shot out like arrows. Because at the top of the tree hole, a huge black shadow rolled over. It was the space-time divine steel. The huge divine steel flickered with ancient runes, as if it was an item used by a deity to suppress thousands of worlds. At this moment, the huge divine steel was following closely behind the Qingzhou cauldron. Rumble. The moment it smashed down, the Qingzhou cauldron was instantly shattered. It couldn't even withstand a single blow. The divine cauldron personally refined by the Azure Arch is also broken. Everyone was completely frightened by Lin Ling's ferocious strength. No one expected that Lin Ling had hidden his strength so deeply. At this moment, he had unleashed his full strength, and this full strength was even more terrifying than before. Rumble. After the space-time divine steel broke the Qingzhou cauldron, it floated above the sovereign Marquis head. The sovereign Marquis trembled all over and sat on the ground with a plop, spitting out 3 mouthfuls of blood. Was this the treasure he had been dreaming of? Now he could finally look at it up close. The space-time divine steel was indeed very beautiful and powerful. Unfortunately, this treasure didn't belong to him. I won't kill you for now. In the future, I will visit you personally and ask for an old friend of yours. Lin Ling waved his hand lightly, and the space-time divine steel shot towards him and disappeared into his body. The person he wanted was Queen Qianji. In the past, the sovereign Marquis had taken Queen Qianji from him. Today he wanted to see what the sovereign Marquis could say and resist. Also, Lei Yin Crone, your granddaughter was killed by me. Do you want to take revenge? Lin Ling looked at Lei Yin Crone again, still as calm as ever. Lei Yin Crone's face was ferocious. She was so angry that her eyes were spitting fire, but there was nothing she could do. After the matter at the 8 Gods' heavenly palace is over, I will go to the Lei Yin mansion personally to look for you. Prepare some tea for me. Lin Ling smiled as if he was talking to a friend. However, all the magnates present knew that this kind of friendly tone was often the most terrifying threat. Plop. Lei Yin Crone sat on the ground helplessly. Lin Ling came to visit her personally. This was definitely not a good thing. All right, now who still wants to snatch the Emperor's life essence? Come out. I, Linling, will give you 3 moves. With his hands still behind his back, Linling looked at the crowd. The tree hole was silent. No one dared to fight. Everyone looked at the young man with his hands behind his back, as if they were looking at the arrival of the Azure Emperor. Defeating the 81st Crown Prince, killing the experts from the left minister's residence, and smashing the sovereign Marquis Steele. A series of powerful moves had suppressed the crowd until they couldn't raise their heads. Since there is no one else, then this Emperor's life essence is mine. Linling lifted his feet and walked towards the flower bud at the top of the tree hole. Chapter 29:30. Awakening Dragon Palace. Outside the tree hole, the magnates' faces were solemn. They were helpless and could only watch as Linling did whatever he wanted. This brat. The 3rd prince's face was solemn. He didn't expect Linling to become so powerful after the trip to the 8 gods' heavenly palace. He was about to reach the pinnacle of the Green State's pyramid. This is his full strength. Among the crowd, a muscular man was trembling. He was the great ape of E. Not long ago, he was sent flying by Linling with a single punch. At that time, he said that he didn't use his full strength. But now he realized that even if he used his full strength, he would still be suppressed by Linling. And Linling had already obtained the Emperor's fate's essence. Sakura immediately said, "Second brother, use it." Linling's Emperor's fate was already very close to the Azure Thearka's jade seal. If he used the Emperor's fate's essence, he might be able to obtain the Azure Thearka's jade seal. However, Linling shook his head. "I am not interested in the Azure Thearka's throne." When such words came out, everyone's jaws dropped. They were so angry that their teeth were itching. The Emperor's fate was the power that the Green State's cultivators yearned for the most. Linling was so close to that power, yet he wasn't interested. Moreover, if he wasn't interested, why didn't he give it to others? Bastard! The 99th prince couldn't help but curse. The 3rd prince smiled. Linling didn't want the treasure, but she wanted it. She planned to use other treasures to exchange with Linling. "Second brother, why?" Sakura was puzzled. "Because my goal is the 9 prefectures emperor." Linling chuckled. His words silenced the crowd. They didn't expect Linling's ambition to be so great. He didn't care about the Azure Thearka's throne and had set his sights on the 9 prefectures emperor. The 9 prefectures emperor. This was a divine position that no one dared to think about. They wanted to say that Linling was dreaming, but they felt that it wasn't convincing because they had all witnessed Linling's strength. At this moment, the silver light of the flower bud dispersed completely, and at the same time, an ancient divine diagram floated down. The divine map was made of sheepskin and was extremely ancient. However, since it could be placed in the flower bud, it was obviously something that ancient martial artists valued greatly. Linling took the sheepskin and opened it. He couldn't help but smile. Map of the Dragon Palace. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of everyone outside and inside the tree hole changed. Dragon Palace? Could the Dragon Palace of the 8 gods' heavenly palace be the Dragon God Palace of the 8 gods in the past? The Dragon God was a divine being that was above the ancestral dragon. In terms of life, it was even higher than the ancestral dragon, the universal dragon, the 9 continents dragon, and the myriad world dragon. At the same time, after the silver light of the flower bud poured out, the silver light outside the divine tree also gradually dispersed like mercury flowing down the ground. The magnates were allowed to enter, but none of them dared to act recklessly. Linling, give me the map of Dragon Palace. The 76th prince was the first to speak. Now that the essence of the emperor's life was taken by the 3rd prince, they didn't want to fight for it anymore. However, the map of Dragon Palace was no small matter. Linling was still looking at the map of Dragon Palace, and a familiar smile appeared on his face. This was because Li Xiaoyao had been looking for this Dragon Palace in his previous life. It was hidden in the 4th floor, but he couldn't find it in the end. This led him to go to the 5th floor. Give him 3 slaps and I'll tell you what this map is. Linling was still looking at the map as he muttered to himself. As soon as these words were spoken, the magnates frowned and looked at the 76th prince with evil intentions. What are you guys trying to do? The 76th prince reacted with a furious expression because the 99th prince, the minister of the left, and other experts were staring at him. Weren't these people enemies with Linling? 76th prince, I'm sorry. The 99th prince took a step forward, and 3 crisp slaps landed on the 76th prince's face. The 76th prince caressed his face. He was so angry that he couldn't speak, but he didn't dare to provoke Linling anymore. This is the resuscitating dragon palace, one of the 49 dragon gods under the 8 gods. Hearing the crisp sound of the slap, Linling spoke slowly. Hearing this, everyone's breathing quickened. There were probably more treasures in this dragon palace. Inside is the desolate body's great Tao body, passed down from the universe to the era of the gods. There are also many 8th grade martial arts, many heavenly treasures, and the essence of the emperor's life. Of course, there are also precious dragon souls. Those who obtain the dragon souls will possess the bloodline of the dragon gods. Linling spoke again. Every word he said made everyone's heart skip a beat. The existence of the desolate body could be traced back to the era of the gods. Thinking about it, Linling's powerful talent was a 10th grade divine body, and he was able to suppress everyone with this talent. As for the desolate body, there were less than 10 people in Qingzhou who had the desolate body. And this was only an estimate. There were probably only 5 people. As for 8th grade martial arts, one could cultivate the power of the universe, which was even more powerful. It was a divine art that ordinary warriors could only dream of. There was also the essence of the emperor's life. Previously, just the essence of the emperor's life was enough for them to fight over it. What if there were multiple essences in the dragon palace? As for the dragon souls, there was no need to talk about them. They had only heard of it in legends. Even if they obtained the dragon souls, they wouldn't use them. All of these showed how precious the dragon palace was. Linling hand over the map. The 99th prince suppressed the excitement in his heart, and said coldly. He. Linling smiled calmly. Flames appeared in his palm and burned the map to ashes. Sorry, my hand got a little hot, so I burned the map. When Linling's voice drifted out, all the experts were stunned. Their breathing quickened, and some of the older ancient martial artists were so angry that they couldn't breathe. You are courting death. The left prime minister couldn't help but roar. He no longer looked as gentle as before. Although the map was burned, I still remember it. So, if you want to find the resuscitating dragon palace, you have to hand over some treasures. Linling ignored the left prime minister's anger, and said with a smile. He looked like an unscrupulous merchant. The magnates gritted their teeth in anger. It turned out that Linling had done it on purpose. He had destroyed the map in order to blackmail them. Linling, you are making a deal with the king of hell. The prime minister, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. Threatening me? To put it bluntly, even if you are the king of hell, I don't care. Linling shrugged nonchalantly and said with a smile. Are you going to give up the dragon palace or hand over the treasures? I have 10,000 royal crystals here. Is that enough? Hearing this, the 99th prince said angrily. He had never expected that as the leader of the magnates and the son of Emperor Qing, he would one day have to lower his voice to Linling. It's enough. It's enough. Linling's smile became even more charming. A royal crystal was more precious than a divine crystal. 10,000 royal crystals was a huge sum of money. It was enough for him to break through his third dantian. Linling also knew that although he was famous in Qingzhou, there were many people who were stronger than him. For example, Tianling, who was a middle-stage martial celestial, was not someone he could fight against. Chapter 2931. I don't think you are a good person. I have a piece of divine tumor cloth. I got it from the 8 gods' heavenly palace. It is an ancient martial artist's robe. It has a large amount of ancient martial arts recorded in it. It can help you comprehend the power of the universe. Take it. The prime minister took out an ordinary cloth and threw it to Linling reluctantly. My lord, this is a great treasure. The people from the prime minister's residence shouted. The prime minister did not get many treasures from the 8 gods' heavenly palace, but this divine tumor cloth was a treasure that all the magnates coveted. For this treasure, the prime minister's residence suffered a great loss. But now Linling got it. This meant that their efforts were in vain. Thank you. Lin Ling could see that the treasure was extraordinary. No need, the Prime Minister said politely. But in his heart he was cursing. Lin Ling looked at the Prime Minister and said with a smile, Prime Minister, they gave me such precious treasures. You won't give me some trash, right? I have many treasures. Take your pick. The Prime Minister said indifferently. He took out a large amount of treasures. Wow, a supreme weapon. The aura of that hammer is very sharp. It must be a powerful supreme weapon. Tiansong bone ashes. Legend has it that the bone ashes of a person who cultivated the Tiansong Great Ring technique can help a martial artist reach the martial immortal realm in an instant. High rank 7 cultivation technique. That red cultivation technique is a fire attribute martial art. Everyone exclaimed. The Prime Minister was very low-key, but they did not expect him to have so many treasures. Lin Ling, Tiansong bone ashes are very good. If your friend has not reached the martial immortal realm, he can devour the bone ashes and step into the martial immortal realm in a year. Also, you are a fire attribute martial artist. That fire attribute martial art is very suitable for you. The Prime Minister looked at Lin Ling and said, But there are so many treasures. You can only choose one. Without a doubt, the treasures that the Prime Minister valued were all priceless. But he took the initiative to recommend them to Lin Ling. There must be something fishy about this. Lin Lingyun smiled faintly. The heavenly pine bone ashes were indeed very good. However, after the devourer became a martial immortal, they could only train in the heavenly pine great ring technique. This heavenly pine great ring technique was very ordinary, and could even be called trash. It was completely useless to Lin Ling. Only those mortals who would never be able to reach the martial immortal realm in their entire lives would be tempted by this treasure. As for the fire elemental cultivation technique, Lin Ling also shook his head because he saw an even better treasure. I want this. Lin Ling stretched out his hand, which made the Prime Minister secretly smile. That was a 7th grade fire attribute cultivation method. Although it was precious, at least he would not feel heartache. However, Lin Ling's hand quickly changed. He suddenly held an ordinary stone in his hand. The Prime Minister's expression changed drastically as he shouted, Lin Ling, that stupid rock is useless against you. He had scattered countless treasures, but who knew that Lin Ling would choose that treasure of all things? That treasure looked ordinary, but it was actually the most precious treasure among all the treasures. That was the essence of the World Mountain. According to legend, it was the essence of the World Mountain that was formed after a long period of time. Although it looked like a fist-sized stone, it actually suppressed countless mountains in the World Mountain. If such a treasure was used to refine weapons, it would definitely be an invincible existence. If it was used to assist one's cultivation, it would definitely increase one's cultivation speed by 3 times. It could be said that the Prime Minister's entire body was a treasure. I like to take people by surprise. I don't want good treasures. I like stupid rocks the most. Lin Ling kept the treasure with a smile. The Prime Minister's heart was bleeding. He did not expect Lin Ling's eyes to be so sharp. He had seen that treasure in the history of Qing province, so he had an impression of it. How could a young boy like Lin Ling be more knowledgeable than him? Although the others did not know what treasure Lin Ling had taken, they could see from the Prime Minister's expression that Lin Ling had taken a precious treasure. What a despicable guy. All the magnates cursed in their hearts. All right, 3 days later, I will bring all of you to the Awakening Dragon Palace. Lin Ling kept the essence of the World Mountain and turned to leave. The people of the imperial court followed him. Among them, the third prince was undoubtedly in a good mood. She had fought with the magnates for many years, and had always been on par with them. She never expected that Lin Ling would be able to suppress the founding elders of Qing province. Haha, second brother, this is great. Sakura followed Lin Ling and kept laughing heartily. Meng Lu felt like he was dreaming. Lin Ling still failed to break through? He recalled the sympathy he had for Lin Ling on the 3rd level, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Such a ferocious Lin Ling still needed his help? This made him embarrassed to see Lin Ling. Last time, I had a feeling that if Lin Ling really succeeded in breaking through, he would definitely stir up a storm in Qing province. Now it seems like that is indeed the case. Meng Lu said in his heart. The people of the imperial court were undoubtedly very happy. As for the magnates behind them, their expressions turned ugly. They knew that a fierce general had appeared in the imperial court, and was the third prince's right-hand man. This person was Lin Ling of the imperial court. Lin Ling, why did you let them go to the awakening dragon palace together? The third prince caught up to Lin Ling, and asked in a dignified tone. He had the aura of the Azure Emperor. Lin Ling glanced at the third prince and was unhappy. The third prince kept putting on airs in front of him. Did he really think that he was the Azure Emperor? Moreover, even if he was the real Azure Emperor, Lin Ling wouldn't give him any face. One had to know that the battle earlier reminded Lin Ling of the days when Li Xiaoyao dominated the Nine Province. He then thought of the people who died in the rainforest sacred land. His low-profile heart gradually became arrogant. Sometimes, the more low-profile a person was, the more trouble they would bring. Everyone would treat you as a pushover and bully you. Do you think that I can refuse? I can defeat the 3 magnates in the tree hole. But do you think that's possible outside the tree hole? Let me tell you. Even if all the experts of the imperial court are here, the imperial court won't be able to stop the 3 magnates. Lin Ling said indifferently. As the leader of the imperial court, you should set your sights further. Don't let the imperial court suffer a heavy blow for some small benefits. His words were filled with reprimand, causing the third prince to open his mouth wide. How dare you? Behind him, an old man immediately shouted angrily. This person was a prominent figure in the imperial court. He was a mid-stage martial immortal, so he couldn't stand Lin Ling reprimanding the third prince. Who do you think you are? Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and looked at the old man. I was here when the imperial court was first established. Tell me, who do you think I am? The old man was clearly even more furious. I think you're nothing. Why didn't you speak up when you faced the 3 magnates? Who was the one who raised the prestige of the imperial court in the tree hole? Where are you? Lin Ling said solemnly. The old man was speechless. You're rebelling. He was a prominent figure, so he didn't like Lin Ling's arrogance at all. Third prince, look at who you brought. Other than taking advantage of his seniority, what else can he do? He's strong, but is he of any use? When he sees the magnates, he only hides behind you. When the imperial court needs someone to stand up, he doesn't even know where he's hiding. Sigh. Chapter 2932. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. On the 3rd level, there are many people from the imperial court. They are weak, but they have the courage to become strong. They were captured by the 3 magnates, but they refused to surrender. They fought with the imperial court's aura. You are strong, but you don't dare to face the 3 magnates. They are weak, but they dare to. Can you compare to them? Lin Ling said again. Pooh. The elder was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He pointed at Lin Ling, but he couldn't say anything. I agree with Lin Ling. If it wasn't for Lin Ling, we wouldn't have gotten the Emperor's life essence. The magnates would look down on us, and we wouldn't have a share in the awakening dragon palace. At this time, Lord Eighth also spoke, supporting Lin Ling. Yes, my second brother is right. Yes. Sakura also said the same. The others from the imperial court were silent. Although Lin Ling had only joined the imperial court for a short time, Lin Ling had created too much fame. They all secretly approved of Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you are right, but the heavens. The third prince frowned and pleaded for the elder. You shut up too. Shut up. However, Lin Ling directly reprimanded her, causing her pupils to tremble. Lin Ling didn't give her any face at all. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Think about it. Sometimes, only those who are strong are useful. Those who are useful are those who can be used at the crucial moment. If you let them down, you will find that no one in the imperial court can use them. Lin Ling looked coldly at the third prince and strode forward. The people he was talking about were Lin Ping, and the others from the 3rd level. The third prince was stunned. She was furious. She was from the Jiang family of the Tianzhou Great World, but she was being scolded. However, she couldn't refute it, because Lin Ling's reputation in the imperial court had greatly increased. Gritting her teeth, she chased after Huang Xiaolong. Lin Ling, I admit that your words make sense, But why did you bring the magnates to the resuscitating dragon palace? Like I said, if the 3 magnates work together, our royal court will definitely be eliminated from the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Moreover, there are hidden experts among the 3 magnates. I'm afraid that the remaining experts from the Green Prefecture's 9 great heavens are among them, Lin Ling said without looking at her. There is also another reason, which is that the Imperial Dynasty won't be able to enter Wake Up Dragon Palace. I see. Although the 3rd prince was annoyed that Lin Ling didn't give him face, he wasn't a little girl and knew that the bigger picture was more important. I know you don't like me, but let me remind you that you'd better not provoke me. Otherwise you'll regret it. Also, you'd better listen to me because someone like you wasn't even qualified to be my mate in your previous life. Lin Ling glanced at the 3rd prince again, but his tone was no longer as cold as before. He spoke in a casual tone. You. The 3rd prince was so angry that he gritted his teeth, but Lin Ling had already strode forward. As for the people of the royal court, some were angry at Lin Ling's arrogance, while some agreed with Lin Ling's actions because the royal court needed a domineering ruler. As for Sakura and the others, they followed Lin Ling. After a long time, the experts of the royal court rested in a tree hole and waited for the resuscitating dragon palace to open. As for Lin Ling, he found a quiet tree hole and enjoyed this hard-won peace. At the same time, he began to tidy up his loot. He had to admit that he had benefited greatly from the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Other than the scabbard, the time-space divine steel, and little Kunlun, he had a few more trump cards. He took out the ancient martial artist's robe and began to comprehend it. The robe looked ordinary, but it was actually left behind by a martial artist from the era of the gods. It had accompanied the martial artist for his entire life, and had memorized many martial arts. Holding the robe with both hands, Lin Ling's all-encompassing demonic eyes appeared. Instantly, he saw the process of an indomitable powerhouse rising from the weak to the strong. All kinds of martial arts and ultimate martial arts flowed through Lin Ling's eyes. Lin Ling's ultimate fire Dao had been greatly enhanced. His Dao domain had improved as well. At the same time, his fire-type universal force had been greatly enhanced as well, reaching 30% of his universal force. Even without using the demonic flame transformation, he was able to reach this level of power. As for the robe, it had turned into fragments and scattered with the wind. I broke through too quickly. Otherwise, my fire universal power would have reached 50%. Lin Ling shook his head regretfully. Then, his eyes lit up because he realized that someone was secretly watching him. It was the 3rd prince. Seeing this, Lin Ling sneered. This 3rd prince was too arrogant. Watching others cultivate was a great taboo in martial arts. However, Lin Ling did not hide anything. He used all the imperial crystals that he had extorted from the 99 princes to cultivate. This time he wanted to break through to the martial immortal realm with his 3rd Dantian. Last time, he had failed to break through with the help of the Black Forbidden Medicine. However, imperial crystals were safer than the Black Forbidden Medicine. Rumble. At the same time, his 3rd Dantian crazily increased. Although it was not very talented, it had increased Lin Ling's battle prowess by 20%. Heavens! Does this guy not have any bottlenecks in his cultivation? How is this possible? The 3rd prince was indeed secretly watching Lin Ling. At this moment, he was shocked and his chest was violently jumping up and down. How could she know that Lin Ling had already reached a level that even she could only look up to? Thus, it was not difficult for him to break through quickly. After Lin Ling consumed most of the imperial crystals, his 3rd Dantian had reached stage 1 martial immortal realm. The aura of an immortal filled the air. What a strange guy. One moment, he gives off the feeling that he's a martial immortal. The next moment, he gives off the feeling that he's a world king. The 3rd prince shook his head again. He could not see through Lin Ling at all. Have you seen enough? However, at this moment, a voice rang in her ears, causing her to blush. It turned out that Lin Ling had already discovered her. The 3rd prince was extremely embarrassed. There's no need to explain. It's not that I, Lin Ling, can't let others watch me cultivate. It's just that if I show them, they might not understand. Lin Ling had already appeared outside the tree hole. There was a huge leaf there, and the 3rd prince was standing on the leaf. One had to admit that the third prince's clothes were whiter than snow. She was as ethereal as a fairy and as cold as the moon. She was indeed a rare beauty. Of course, Lin Ling's gaze was very normal. He was not affected at all. Lin Ling, why? Why did you break through to martial immortal realm again? The third prince quickly changed the topic. Lin Ling smiled when he heard that. He turned his gaze to the distance. At this moment, many experts from the royal clan had arrived. His elder brother, Indra, had also arrived. Indra had actually broken through to the 4th level of the martial immortal realm. The reason was that Lin Ling had given Sakura a lot of forbidden black medicine. The experts of the imperial court gathered on the huge leaf. They all looked at Lin Ling. They had also heard the third prince's words, so they were looking forward to Lin Ling's answer. There was no lack of old monsters among them. There were even sect leaders who had founded their own sects. To them, they had studied martial arts for their entire lives. However, they had never seen a freak like Lin Ling. Chapter 29:33. Reprimanding the founding elder of the imperial court. I've heard that there is a fish in the north called the kuan. The kuan is so big that no one knows how many thousand miles it can transform into a bird called the pung. The third prince was very knowledgeable. There is a technique that allows one to become a kuan pung. It can transform into a fish in water and become a pung in the sky. I'm practicing this technique called the kuan pung heaven and earth technique. That's why I'm sometimes in the world king realm and sometimes in the martial immortal realm. That's because I have 2 dantians. Lin Ling slowly explained. Bullshit, it's still possible to create 2 dantians with the help of heavenly treasures, but with the help of a technique? That's impossible. Although techniques are important, they're just external objects. An old man shook his head solemnly. He was the Sky Elder who refuted Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked at him with disdain. Impossible with the help of a technique? Did he think the Chaos Divine Formula was a joke? Lin Ling just didn't want to expose the Chaos Divine Formula. So he said the Kuan Pung Heaven and Earth Technique. The Kuan Pung Heaven and Earth Technique could indeed create 2 dantians. One was the pung and the other was the fish. It was also called the Heaven and Earth Dantian. Don't look at the world with your eyes. That's just your eyes. Only a toad would say the word impossible. Lin Ling said with disdain. Lin Ling's attitude and disdain infuriated Elder Sky so much that his face turned red. Lin Ling reprimanded him again and again, as if he was a martial arts grandmaster. If it wasn't for the third prince, he really wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. The third prince also frowned. Lin Ling was indeed powerful, but the Sky Elder was the guiding light of her life. He solved many difficult problems for her. Therefore, she couldn't help but say, Lin Ling, the Sky Elder is highly respected in the imperial court. His knowledge is as vast as the sea. Don't always target him. Vast as the sea? Third prince, you must be joking. If that's the case, then look at my talent. Lin Ling mockingly smiled and activated the realm-swallowing beast talent. This made the Sky Elder frown. He had seen this talent, but he didn't know what it was. The others were the same. I don't think you can understand it. Let me tell you, this is a realm-swallowing beast. Lin Ling cast a sidelong glance at Old Heaven. How is this possible? This time, everyone exclaimed in unison. Everyone present knew about the world-swallowing beast. It was a strange beast that existed in the chaos of the universe. It was immortal and mysterious. Once it appeared, 10,000 worlds would be swallowed up. Now this secret of the universe was Lin Ling's talent. Nothing is impossible when it comes to me, so don't judge others with your little knowledge. You can't do it, but that doesn't mean others can't. Lin Ling said disdainfully, making the group of old monsters embarrassed. They couldn't refute, but they were very unhappy with Lin Ling's disdainful attitude. They were the founding elders of the imperial dynasty, so when had they ever been scolded by a junior? The third prince also felt that it was difficult to put down his face. Moreover, she thought of the first time she met Lin Ling. Lin Ling had left her with the impression that he was arrogant and unruly. Now this arrogance was getting more and more exaggerated. Even Red Jade Tiger and the others had the same feeling. It seemed that after the destruction of the Rainforest Holy Land, Lin Ling had quietly changed. In the past, Lin Ling gave them a very mysterious feeling. Now, Lin Ling was not only mysterious, but also ethereal. He was like the Azure Emperor, inviolable, inviolable, inviolable. Perhaps the destruction of the rainforest Holy Land made Lin Ling no longer retreat behind the scenes. Instead, he chose to stand at the peak of the Qing province. In the past, he was very weak and didn't have much right to speak. Even though his country was destroyed, there were still people who dared to provoke him. Now, Lin Ling has stepped into the martial immortal realm and entered the ranks of the strongest martial artists in the Qing province. He will no longer be bullied. Lord Eighth secretly laughed. He liked the current Lin Ling even more because he dared to take responsibility for his actions and was not afraid of power. Lin Ling knew that the third prince was not convinced. He took out the essence of the world mountain and said, "Then let me ask you another question. Do you know what this is? Whoever answers correctly, I will give this stone to him as a reward." Yes. Once the essence of the world mountain was taken out, the eyes of the people in the imperial dynasty flickered. They kept guessing what treasure it was. It seems like it is some kind of sealing stone. Yes. Perhaps, this is an existence that surpasses the Emperor Crystal. It contains endless essence of the universe. Yes. I think it is just an ordinary stone. Yes. Those old monsters touched their chins and said, "A bunch of nonsense. You should go back and cultivate in seclusion for 10,000 years. You don't know anything. Are these the founding elders of the imperial dynasty?" Yes. Hearing those guesses, Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. You. Those old monsters were all trembling with anger. Lin Ling, how many times had he scolded them today? That tone, that disdain, it was too infuriating. After all, with Lin Ling's age, he was too young to be their grand disciple. This is the essence of the world mountain. It was left behind by the world mountain after the world shattered. After countless years, it finally formed the essence. Lin Ling said the answer. Hearing this, those old monsters' faces turned red. They had never heard of the essence of the world mountain before. Elder Heaven was still unwilling to give up and said, "You are the one who is talking nonsense. I think it is just an ordinary stone." You. Hearing those words, Lin Ling stared at Elder Heavenly. His gaze caused Elder Heavenly's face to turn red. He did not dare to look Lin Ling in the eye. As for Lin Ling, he did not bother to explain himself. He formed a complicated spirit formation with his hands and removed the layer of ordinary clothing from the fist-sized ancient stone in his hand. "Feel it for yourself." He threw the stone at Elder Heaven. The latter laughed in disdain. "Watch me destroy it." Boom. Just as he caught the stone, his expression changed greatly. As if he was holding 10,000 worlds, his body smashed into the ground. Rumble. The entire ground was shaking, as if countless mountains in 10,000 worlds smashed down. A huge crater also appeared. At that moment, the crowd were all greatly alarmed. That fist-sized toy was actually capable of sending a late-stage martial immortal expert flying? This is a joke, right? However, Elder Heaven's strength was not weak. At this moment, he was holding the mountain with both hands. His legs trembled as he floated up from the crater. He bitterly shouted, "Someone come help me! Help!" When those words were spoken, everyone bitterly smiled. Finally, a few old monsters came out and saved Elder Heaven. Then they carried the fist-sized stone and returned it to Lin Ling with both hands. "Sir Lin Ling, we really didn't know this stone was so miraculous." Sigh. Elder Heaven seemed to be convinced. His face was in a sorry state. "You are short-sighted, so it's not strange that you didn't know." However, the Prime Minister's face was filled with pain. "Can't you see it? If it was an ordinary treasure, would that old man feel pain?" Lin Ling could also see that these old monsters were stumped by these few questions. They also didn't dare to take advantage of their seniority. In the imperial court, only the third prince still refused to accept him. "Third prince, what do you have to say?" Therefore, Lin Ling looked at the third prince and said. The third prince's eyes flickered and he suddenly said, "Your Excellency Lin Ling, very good. From now on, you will be the imperial court's dragon and tiger general. This dragon and tiger general is only below me and Grandma Wendao. You are as famous as Indra." Chapter 2934. Training the Third Princess. Everyone in the imperial court was envious. Lin Ling, someone who had just joined the imperial court, had become a dragon general in the blink of an eye. This was a great gift. Your Excellency Lin Ling, how is it? Are you satisfied? The third prince looked at everyone, and then looked at Lin Ling coldly. In her opinion, she had already given Lin Ling a lot of face. Many people from the Jiang family in the Tianzhou Great World had helped her, but none of them were qualified to become a dragon general. Hearing this, Lin Ling sneered. There was a limit to his patience with this girl's arrogance. He, Lin Ling, had helped the imperial court many times, but the third prince kept putting on an act in front of him. She didn't know that Lin Ling stayed in the imperial court because he was giving face to Grandma Wendao. Do you think I'll be happy just because you gave me the position of general? I'm someone who doesn't even care about the position of Emperor Qing. Do you think a vanity position can make me smile? You're underestimating me, Lin Ling. Lin Ling said calmly. I helped you become Emperor Qing because of Grandma Wendao. In reality, I didn't gain anything. Instead, you took advantage of me. You. The third prince didn't expect Lin Ling's words to be so harsh. I know you're the eldest daughter of the Jiang family in the Tianzhou Great World, and the daughter of Emperor Qing. It's normal for you to be arrogant. Lin Ling continued. Moreover, you can continue to be arrogant in front of me, but it's best to stop this arrogance before going too far. Because when I, Lin Ling, sweep through the 9 states in the future and you come looking for me again, you won't even have the qualifications to stand by my side at that time. I'll even despise you for being a servant girl. You. The third prince spat out another sentence. Everyone's expression changed, but they all smiled bitterly. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be even more arrogant than the third prince. The third prince stared at Lin Ling. She realized that although Lin Ling's words were arrogant, his expression was calm as if he was talking about the most normal thing. If someone else said this, the third prince would definitely think they were arrogant and ignorant. However, Lin Ling was different. He always did what he said. It gave her the illusion that Lin Ling would sweep through the 9 states in the future. At the same time, she remembered Grandma Wendao's words. She wanted her to be Lin Ling's disciple. All sorts of thoughts appeared in the third prince's mind. He was angry and helpless at the same time. With a cold face he said, If you're so powerful, then prove yourself. Prove? Lin Ling. Lin Ling said nonchalantly. That attitude once again made the third prince grit his teeth. This was the first time she had seen such an arrogant junior in Qingzhou. Then give me some pointers on my martial arts. The third prince finally said. Lin Ling smiled. His 10,000 demonic eyes quietly appeared. He checked the third prince's talent and said, The bloodline of your Jiang family is condensed in your right arm. Moreover, you cultivate a divine technique called the Heavenly Mandate 9 Yang art. You can transform into a giant arm and control the 10,000 realms. Am I right? The last time he met the third prince, Lin Ling had challenged the people of the Great World's Jiang family. He knew that their innate gifts appeared in their arms. Then, he thought of a genius he had met in his previous life and immediately had a guess. That genius's talent was also in his right arm. He had the 9 Yang Qi. The third prince also had it. How did you know? At this moment, the third prince's beautiful eyes narrowed. It was not strange that Lin Ling had guessed the source of her talent, but it was strange that Lin Ling also knew that she was practicing her family's cultivation method. I've said it before. There's nothing in this chaotic universe that I don't know. Lin Ling shrugged and said, Your family's technique is indeed powerful. Moreover, you should have cultivated to the 4th son. It's a pity. If you combine yin and yang, you'll be truly invincible. What do you mean by that? The third prince's attitude finally changed. She was no longer cold and arrogant. The Kunpeng heaven and earth technique is very suitable for you because it's a water-type technique. It can be combined with your family's heavenly mandate 9 yang art to form the great Tao of water and fire. In the end, you can transform into the giant arm Kunpeng. However, there's a prerequisite. Lin Ling said slowly. I can cultivate the Kunpeng heaven and earth technique? The third prince's face changed dramatically. She would be lying if she said she wasn't tempted by a technique with 2 dantians. You can. However, The prerequisite is that you have to give up the heavenly mandate Nine Yang art and abandon your dantian to cultivate again. Lin Ling said. What? The third prince's eyes narrowed. She was currently a middle-stage martial immortal. She had outstanding talent, and her ultimate martial path was powerful. However, she had to abandon everything? That's right. If your heavenly mandate Nine Yang art has reached the fifth sun, then you'd better not covet the Kuanpeng heaven and earth technique, because it'll be too late by then. Lin Ling turned around and left, leaving the third prince with a confused expression. She believed that Lin Ling wouldn't dare to deceive her, nor would he harm her. However, she was really reluctant to give up her strength. Moreover, it was very dangerous because she would be weak if she were to recultivate. If she were to encounter a strong enemy, she wouldn't be able to do anything. Moreover, only you are qualified to cultivate the Kuanpeng heaven and earth technique, because it requires a lot of resources. Ordinary people can't afford those resources. Lin Ling's voice drifted over again. Third princess, ignore him. An old woman beside the third prince immediately said. She was the third prince's personal old servant, and she was also from the Tianzhou realm's Jiang family. Of course, the others also agreed with the old woman. After all, it wasn't that easy to reach the martial immortal realm. All right, I promise you. However, it must be after the eight gods' heavenly palace. However, the third prince had already spoken firmly. You have courage. You are the right person to become Emperor Qing. Stop. Lin Ling stopped and couldn't help but smile. I'll give you the Son of Heaven's life essence that I obtained earlier. As for the Kuanpeng heaven and earth technique, after leaving the eight gods' heavenly palace, I'll personally guide you. Stop. Seeing Lin Ling leave, the third prince's eyes flickered. She had never thought that Lin Ling was qualified to be her master. However, now it seemed that she was half kneeling and taking Lin Ling as her master. Third princess, are you stupid? Stop. The old woman didn't understand why the third princess would listen to Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling had some ability, he was currently even weaker than the third princess. I've bet my future on Grandma One. The third prince's body emitted the aura of an son of heaven. She knew that with her family's cultivation technique, she could only be considered above average in the Jiang family. However, her ambition was not limited to that. She wanted to become the number one in the Jiang family, and become the Emperor Qing of the Qingzhou realm. In the past, her hope was Grandma One. However, Grandma One had recommended Lin Ling to her. Therefore, she gambled that Grandma One wouldn't harm her. Don't worry, I'll slowly train you to become the Emperor Qing. As if he had guessed the third prince's thoughts, Lin Ling's voice drifted into the third prince's ears, causing her to blush. Train? After leaving, Lin Ling found a tree hole, and began to cultivate. Wow, second brother, you're amazing. Even the third prince was completely under your control. That ice beauty had scolded me a lot in the past. Chapter 2935. Night Talk. Hee big brother, don't laugh at me. However, when I first met the third prince, he was also very arrogant. He actually used me to motivate the younger generation of the Jiang family. He even treated me, Lin Ling, as free labor. Lin Ling laughed. He was the same as before when he was with his family and friends. Then Lin Ling said with a deep look in his eyes, Big brother, the rainforest's sacred land has been destroyed. It's time for us to stand up because we'll have to fight the Empress Dowager sooner or later. So we have to be strong when necessary. Sakura nodded when he heard this. Presently, he and Lin Ling weren't ordinary people in the Azure County anymore. An expert naturally had to have the demeanor of an expert, so he understood the changes that Lin Ling had undergone during this period of time. This was because their enemy was the Empress Dowager. How could they be intimidated by a minor character like the leader of the magnates? The two of them chatted for a long time before Sakura finally left. Lin Ling took out the essence of the World Mountain, and then activated the Primal Chaos Divine Formula, planning to refine this treasure. The essence of World Mountain is not any lower than the level of the Big Seawater Heart Flower. If I can successfully refine it, my godly demon body will reach the barren body level. The world-swallowing beast's power will increase greatly. Lin Ling thought to himself, but he was worried that the Chaos Godly Formula would not be able to refine the essence of World Mountain. However, he was obviously thinking too much. When he activated the primal chaos divine formula, the fist-sized ancient stone immediately melted. Moreover, it enveloped Linling's left arm and disappeared within it. After an unknown period of time, Linling opened his eyes and smiled bitterly. This time he did not completely refine it. Instead, the essence of the world mountain was stuck in his left arm. As for his left arm, it had undoubtedly become much more powerful. Coupled with his 800,000 universes of power, he would most likely be able to kill a 5th-level martial immortal with his physical strength alone. Stuck in the left arm? Could it be that my physical body has gathered too much power of the universe, and I can't refine it all at once? Linling secretly guessed that his primal chaos divine method could refine any treasure, but his physical body had not reached such a height. However, he believed that it wouldn't be long before the world mountain's essence would be refined. Calculating the time, tomorrow would be the day when all the magnates would gather. And in these 2 days, Linling's strength had once again increased greatly, causing him to sigh. This 8 gods' heavenly palace was truly worthy of being a palace left behind by a god. It was night, and the world of plants was very quiet. All kinds of fragrances of flowers were floating in the air, and the wind blew past, making people feel incomparably relaxed. Linling stood on a huge leaf and gazed into the distance. "You miss your family?" A clear and melodious voice suddenly rang out. Under the moonlight, the third prince was like a princess in snow-white robes, walking over with light steps. However, she was no longer as cold and distant as before. "You're not hiding your identity anymore?" Linling was still looking at the sky. On this level, the third prince had always presented himself as a woman. Hence, Linling guessed that the third prince had gained the confidence to not be afraid of the gossip of the authorities. "I won't hide anymore." The third prince came to Linling's side. She tucked her fringe behind her ear, giving off a different vibe. It was beautiful. The third prince was indeed as beautiful as a fairy from the Moon Palace. "As a woman, you've worked hard to become the Azure Arch," Linling said. "So what if it's hard? My mother is dead, and my life's goal is to kill the Azure Arch. Hence, as long as the Azure Arch is not dead, I, Jiang Shuiying, will not rest." The third prince said indifferently, "You will succeed. Remember, if you want to become a leader, other than strength, sometimes it's also very important to win people's hearts. Don't underestimate the weak, and don't let them down." Linling turned around and looked at the third prince. "I'll remember." The third prince nodded. After pondering for a moment, she bowed to Linling. Meanwhile, Linling calmly accepted the bow with his hands behind his back. "Grandma Wendao told me to take you as my master. I wonder if Sir Linling will accept me?" The third prince raised her head and looked forward to Linling's reply. This time, she had clearly thought it through. Linling had repeatedly created miracles, and in a short period of time, he had risen to power in the imperial court. All of this showed that he was a powerful cultivator who had fought in the 9 states before. However, this powerful cultivator had just risen, and the third prince had underestimated him. Of course, she still had some doubts as to where the limits of this powerful cultivator were. Linling smiled bitterly. "You took Grandma Wendao's word seriously?" "Seriously." The third prince nodded. "As long as you're willing to take me as your disciple, I'm willing to do anything." When she said that, her pretty face turned red, and her plump upper body bounced up and down like a rabbit. This made Linling smile even more bitterly. To be honest, he still liked the aloof third princess. "You don't have to do this. As long as Grandma Wendao is here, I will definitely help you. As for doing anything, there's no need. I have a family." Linling stopped smiling and said seriously, "Master, do you dislike me?" The third prince frowned when she heard that. That charming look was very beautiful. "Don't call me master. I don't plan to take you as my disciple. Secondly, don't insult me, Linling. I have a family, and I'm not the kind of person you think I am," Linling said with a serious expression. "Your Excellency Linling, I'm sorry." The third prince was stunned and quickly bowed to Linling. In fact, after saying that, she was very nervous. If Linling had nodded, she would have had to give her body. However, after Linling rejected her, she suddenly felt disappointed. Was she not beautiful? Could it be that his status was very low? Why were countless men in Qingzhou yearning for her, but Lin Ling was indifferent? Your wives must be very happy, right? The third prince suppressed her thoughts and suddenly asked. Lin Ling immediately nodded. Looking into the distance, he thought of Yu, Xian Yuanguer and the rest. He also thought of his grandfather and mother. You are out fighting, but you think of them when you are free. They should be the motivation for you to become stronger. The third prince said again. That's right. They are the motivation for me to become stronger. When the day comes that I wash my enemies with blood, I will accompany them throughout the universe. Lin Ling looked at the moon in the sky and thought of the heavenly court that covered the 9 states, as well as the Empress Tian Liuli who stood above the 9 states. The third prince looked at Lin Ling's cold eyes, and her heart trembled. In Lin Ling's resolute eyes, she saw the vicissitudes of life, the secrets of the universe, and a huge mission. Lin Ling should be a man with a story. The third prince thought to herself. For some reason, the current Lin Ling was very attractive to her. Meanwhile, Lin Ling was still looking into the distance and said meaningfully, Third prince, I know that you seem to respect me, but in fact, you are still a little unwilling, right? That's right, Your Excellency Lin Ling. I know that you are very mysterious and powerful. However, I still have some doubts in my heart. For example, what is your limit? Can you really rule the 9 states? Of course, these doubts are not many anymore. The third prince did not hide anything and nodded. You will understand in the future. Chapter 29:36. The magnates had gathered. Third princess, how have you been? A loud voice sounded at the same time. A figure floated up from the ground with his hands behind his back, and a large number of experts following behind him. The 76th prince? The third princess frowned. Haha, I didn't expect that the beautiful elder sister from back then would become the most promising person to become the next Emperor Qing after my father. The person who came was the 76th prince. He smiled at the third princess and then at Lin Ling. Of course, his eyes were extremely cold when he looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling had humiliated him twice in the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Didn't this lowly peasant know that he was the son of the Azure Emperor? Didn't he know that he had the noble bloodline of the Azure Emperor? If Lin Ling hadn't obtained the map of the Waking Dragon Palace, he would have tortured Lin Ling to death. At the same time, Lin Ling looked at the 76th crown prince and smiled disdainfully. This smile made the 76th crown prince clench his teeth. He suddenly said, Third princess, can I talk to you about something? What is it? The third princess replied. Although you are the leader of the 4 magnates in Qing province, the other 3 magnates are not weak. The prime minister is the mastermind behind the Blue Flame Army, but there is another mastermind. I'm sure you have guessed it. As for the minister of the left is definitely not the mastermind. There are also the 99 crown princes of the imperial court. He has gathered a lot of Azure Emperor's bloodline, and is very powerful. On the other hand, your imperial court is a little weak. The 76th prince said proudly. What are you trying to say? The third princess frowned. I want to say that if I join your imperial court, your strength will increase greatly. You should know that although I know the magnates, I have not joined them. The 76th prince grinned. Hearing this, the third princess's eyes flashed and said, What are your conditions? I knew you wouldn't reject. The 76th prince had already guessed the third princess's expression. Give me Lin Ling. After that, I, the 76th prince, will join the imperial court. This will greatly benefit you. Although Lin Ling is one of the 9 heavens of Qing province, can he compare to the people behind me? I have countless experts on my side. At the end of his sentence, the 76th prince laughed out loud. Compared to Lin Ling, he believed that he was more tempting. He even guessed that the third princess would definitely agree. And if Lin Ling were to fall into his hands, he would definitely torture Lin Ling. Rejected. However, just as he was about to smile, the third princess had already answered him coldly. You're crazy. The 76th prince's eyes widened, and so did the cultivators behind him. There were so many of them, yet they were no match for Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling calmly looked ahead. How could he not know the other party's intentions? However, He obviously did not have time to deal with this clown. 76th Prince, slap yourself 3 times. Seeing that the Dragon Palace is about to open, I will spare your life for now. A cold voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth. Hearing this, the 76th Prince and the others were stunned and dumbfounded. Lin Ling actually spoke to them in such a tone? Lowly commoner who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you know whose bloodline I am? Trash like you has the right to talk to me? If you didn't have the map of Wake Up Dragon Palace, 10 of your lives would not be worth a single strand of my hair. The 76th Prince roared. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Lin Ling smiled and did not bother to talk nonsense. He turned and left. Didn't you want me to slap myself 3 times? Why don't you dare to speak? I knew it. You're a coward. When faced with my noble bloodline, you only know how to kneel and beg for mercy. Seeing Lin Ling leave, the 76th Prince became arrogant. The experts behind him also sneered. Go and slap him 3 times. He's so noisy. Lin Ling continued to move forward and left a message for the 3rd princess. Haha, you actually ordered the 3rd princess? Haha, I'm not deaf, right? Doctor, tell me, did I hear wrongly? Hearing Lin Ling's words, the 76th Prince laughed even louder. The people behind him were also laughing hysterically. The 3rd princess was one of the people behind the scenes. She had a powerful background and the bloodline of the Azure Emperor. Not many people in Qingzhou could order her around, not even the 99th prince. And now, a mere Lin Ling dared to order the 3rd princess. Did he think he was the Azure Emperor? Lin Ling is right. You're really noisy. However, the 3rd princess had already taken a step forward and was walking towards him. This time, the 76th prince and the others' faces stiffened. They looked as if they had eaten dog shit. Did they hear wrongly? The 3rd princess really listened to Lin Ling? Unfortunately, the 3rd princess did not explain anything. She was powerful and had already appeared in front of the 76th prince. She slapped him. Rumble. That slap sent the 76th prince to the ground. The 3rd princess followed closely behind. Then, from the dense forest on the ground, cries of pain could be heard. In the sky, the people brought by the 76th prince were all stunned. It was as if they had seen a ghost. Wasn't the 3rd prince the most powerful person in the imperial court? How did it become Lin Ling? At this time, the 3rd princess had already floated up with a cold expression. If you make any more noise, I'll kill all of you. After saying that, she turned and left. Those experts were instantly scared out of their wits. They knew that the 3rd princess would really kill them. However, the resuscitating dragon palace was about to open, and the 3rd princess did not want to create more trouble. At the same time, the 76th prince floated up. His face was bruised and swollen. He was so angry that his forehead was covered in smoke. Lin Ling, that lowly commoner, had slapped him in the face for the 3rd time. We've come according to the agreement. At this time, a roar could be heard from afar. A large number of experts had arrived. They were the people of the 3 magnates. The 3 leading them were the 99th prince, the prime minister, and the minister of the left. When they saw the 76th prince who looked like a pig's head, their expressions changed. Previously, they had seen how the 3rd princess had rejected the 76th prince for Lin Ling. This meant that Lin Ling's status in the imperial court was unparalleled. Lin Ling, what kind of person is he? How did he achieve such results? This Lin Ling is already the leader of the magnates. All the magnates whispered to each other. If the previous Lin Ling could not be underestimated, the current Lin Ling was on the same level as them. He could even influence the future Emperor Qing. Everyone is here. That's great. Let's get ready to go. On the giant leaf, Lin Ling's smile could be heard. That smile was so mysterious that it made all the magnates' eyes light up. They believed that Lin Ling was not a fool. Since he dared to invite them to the resuscitating dragon palace, he would definitely need their help. They would be free fighters. However, even though Lin Ling was smart, they had to be careful that their cleverness backfired on them. If they were able to obtain treasures from the dragon palace, their strength would increase tremendously. Lin Ling would not be a threat anymore. Chapter 2937. Don't spout nonsense if you don't know anything. Lin Ling knew what they were thinking. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had memorized the map of the resuscitating dragon palace. In addition, he had been to the 8 gods' celestial palace in his previous life. Therefore, Lin Ling wasn't afraid of them causing any trouble. Your Excellency Lin Ling, I wonder if you are interested in joining the Blue Flame Army? Suddenly, the Prime Minister looked at Lin Ling and smiled, his attitude amiable. I'll take a look. Lin Ling replied calmly. He took a step forward and walked into the distance. Behind him were the people from the imperial court. Hearing that, the Prime Minister's eyes lit up. Lin Ling didn't reject him immediately. This meant that he still had a chance to recruit Lin Ling. Although he didn't like Lin Ling, he couldn't deny that Lin Ling was indeed a genius. If he could use him, the advantages would outweigh the disadvantages. Although this Lin Ling is powerful, he is only ranked 5th among the 9 elites. If I didn't have the map of the resuscitating dragon palace, I would have killed him long ago. As for the 99th Crown Prince, he secretly snorted. The 76th Crown Prince immediately flattered him. That's right. Lin Ling only has a lowly bloodline. How can he compare to our Emperor Qing's bloodline? Hearing that, the 99th Crown Prince nodded. He looked at the left Prime Minister, and realized that the latter was calm and indifferent. However, he knew that the left Prime Minister didn't take Lin Ling seriously. He was just using Lin Ling. To put it bluntly, although Lin Ling was one of the best in Qingzhou, compared to the leaders of the magnates, his foundation was indeed weaker. The Prime Minister must have extended an olive branch to Lin Ling, because of the resuscitating dragon palace. As for the Marquis of Sovereign Justice, Mother of Thunder, and the rest, they sneered. This was because they knew that Lin Ling had become a thorn in the side of the magnates. If they weren't careful, Lin Ling could very well die in the hands of the magnates. Everyone followed Lin Ling, and at the front of the group, Lin Ling rode on the fire Qilin, looking majestic. Who would have thought that there would be a day where that brat, Lin Ling, would actually lead the 4 magnates? Lord Eighth looked at the distant figure, and could not help but sigh. He believed that if news of this were to spread to Pine Prefecture, it would absolutely cause unrest in Pine Prefecture. The cultivators of Qingzhou continued forward, passing through countless plants and vines. Finally, Lin Ling's footsteps stopped. At this moment, everyone became nervous. They looked around and saw that they were on top of a hill. This hill was very big, but it looked extremely ordinary. Old man Xingxiang, please take a look. The Lord Left Minister said politely to someone behind him. An old man wearing a starry robe walked out. A starry array appeared around him. His hands were skillfully moving around. This person was actually a world spiritist, and his skills were superb. Old man Xingxiang? I didn't expect that the left Prime Minister would invite him out of the mountain. Seeing this, the 3rd princess's face turned serious. That's a red-robed world spiritist. Not just a red-robed world spiritist. I'm afraid he's half a step into the gold-robed world spiritist. Lin Ling said with a smile. Hearing this, the 3rd princess, Sakura, and the others gasped. If that was the case, then the imperial court would be in trouble. Your Excellency Lin Ling, the Lord Left Minister obviously wants to find the entrance to the Dragon Palace. If he succeeds, he might kill you first. The 3rd princess frowned. If they found the entrance, Lin Ling would be useless. Lin Ling had extorted the magnates not long ago. Those magnates would join forces to kill Lin Ling. By then, the imperial court would not be able to stop the 3 magnates. At this moment, the 99th prince and the others were sneering with their hands behind their backs. In their eyes, Lin Ling was asking a tiger for its skin. Daring to make a deal with them was equivalent to dancing on a tightrope. This hill is called the Spirit Boundary Mountain. It's a magical place. The Dragon Palace might be under this hill. Finally, Elder Xingxiang said. The Lord Left Minister, and the others were overjoyed. Found the entrance to the Dragon Palace? They couldn't help but look at Lin Ling with cold eyes. This made the 3rd princess and the others feel as if they were facing a great enemy. They were all prepared for a fierce battle. You're Elder Xingxiang, right? But at this moment, Lin Ling said slowly. Are you sure this is the entrance to the Dragon Palace? Are you sure this is the Spirit Boundary Mountain? Old man, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Brat, what did you say? Elder Xingxiang raised his eyebrows when he saw Lin Ling's disdainful look. Although he had seen Lin Ling's prowess in the divine cave, Lin Ling was like a junior to him. It seems like you still don't understand what I'm saying. Look at my lips. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Lin Ling said again. You. Elder Xingxiang was furious. Ignorant brat, you must be afraid that the lords will kill you. That's why you're talking nonsense. When he said that, the 99th prince and the others frowned. They did want to kill Lin Ling, but Elder Xingxiang had said it. This made them feel a little embarrassed. I'm not bragging. Even if I stood here and let them kill me, they wouldn't dare to. However, Lin Ling smiled sarcastically. You said this is the spirit boundary mountain? Actually, this is a flower bud called the elephant drum flower. That's why you shouldn't talk nonsense if you don't understand. When he said that, everyone was shocked. Because the hill under their feet, no matter how they looked at it, was actually a huge mound of dirt. It did not look like a flower bud at all. Some people even used their eye of heaven to look at it carefully. It was indeed a hill. Lin Ling, this is a serious matter. Don't talk nonsense. The Lord Left Minister said immediately. Lord Left Minister, it seems like you're very protective. How about this? If this is a flower bud, why don't you give Lord Xingxiang 3 slaps? Lin Ling said. This. The Lord Left Minister was put in a difficult position. He was the one who invited Old Man Xingxiang. He had visited him 3 times before Old Man Xingxiang came to give him face. Old Man Xingxiang's background was not small. He had studied spirit boundaries together with Emperor Qing. Thus, even the Lord Left Minister had to treat him with respect, let alone give him 3 slaps. Lord Left Minister, do as he says. I don't believe that I, Old Man Xingxiang, have been around since Emperor Qing ascended to the throne. How can I lose to a brat who is still wet behind the ears? You don't have to give me face. Old Man Xingxiang said while blowing his beard. He believed in his own spirit boundary technique. Moreover, he was going to teach Lin Ling, this arrogant brat, a lesson today. Seeing that, the crowd also sneered. They were looking forward to a good show. So you agree? Then I, Lin Ling, also agree. If this is the spirit boundary mountain, I, Lin Ling, will give you my head. Now let me ask you a question. The spirit boundary mountain is the boundary of the universe. It's like a knot in the heart of a cultivator. However, it has a special characteristic. When it encounters water mist, can you see if this mountain will produce mist? Lin Ling took a step forward and asked indifferently. Hearing that, Old Man Xingxiang opened his mouth wide. He didn't know that the spirit boundary mountain could encounter water mist. Let me ask you another question. You said that this is the entrance to the Dragon Palace. Lin Ling took another step forward, opposing him with equal harshness. Old Man Xingxiang quietly took a step back. He calculated that this mountain was not ordinary, but he didn't know how to enter the Dragon Palace. Chapter 29:38. The Taboo of the Gods. I told you that you don't understand, yet you are so arrogant. Now that you have nothing to say, let me tell you. The elephant drum flower blooms when it meets fire. Fire. Lin Ling's right hand was burning with flames as he sprinkled the fire seeds. Rumble. A miracle happened. The huge hill started to shake and the soil started to move. Gradually, the flower petals opened. It was an ancient flower as big as a mountain. It was like the king of flowers. No wonder it was called the elephant drum flower. It was as big as an elephant. It's really a flower. Everyone was shocked, and it was an eye-opener because this was the first time they had seen such a huge flower. Elder Xingxiang, do you admit defeat? Lin Ling looked at Elder Xingxiang and asked. Elephant drum flower? Is this the elephant drum flower? Elder Xingxiang's heart was pounding. He was in a daze. Let me ask you, do you admit defeat? However, Lin Ling took another step forward with a majestic aura. Plop! Elder Xingxiang fell from the sky and sat on the ground. Lord Left Minister, give him 3 slaps. He is too inexperienced to play tricks in front of me, Lin Ling. Lin Ling sneered and walked towards the huge elephant drum flower. What he said and how he looked was undoubtedly a huge blow to the magnates. Because they weren't surprised that Lin Ling was able to defeat all the geniuses of Pine Prefecture. But the fact that Lin Ling was able to cause old man Xingxiang to suffer a loss was a huge matter that shook Pine Prefecture. Elder Xingxiang, I'm sorry. The Lord Left Minister looked at Lin Ling angrily. He knew that Lin Ling's words were directed at them. The three magnates were too inexperienced to play tricks in front of Lin Ling. This sentence was even more infuriating than giving him 3 slaps. They were the founding elders of Qingzhou and had worked together with the Azure Emperor. However, Lin Ling said that they were too inexperienced? Could it be that Lin Ling was an old monster that was even more powerful than the Azure Emperor? I admit defeat. Give me 3 slaps. Elder Xingxiang said through gritted teeth. Master. A 7th-layer martial immortal expert among the crowd yelled. Such an expert was merely old man Xingxiang's disciple. From this, one could see old man Xingxiang's seniority. Pa. However, old man Xingxiang was still slapped 3 times by the left minister. His beard fell to the ground and his old face was filled with embarrassment. He, old man Xingxiang, was renowned throughout the Azure Prefecture. This was also the first time he had been humiliated in front of so many people. Even the Azure Emperor of the past could not do this. Lin Ling, you're giving us a show of strength, reminding us not to act recklessly. You're crazy enough. The 99th prince had also guessed what Lin Ling meant. His expression turned ugly. At this moment, Lin Ling had already entered the giant flower. Everyone looked at each other, and hurriedly followed one after another. What an arrogant guy. The more I look at him, the more annoyed I am. Once we find the entrance, I will kill him first. The 76th crown prince said coldly as he followed the crowd. Inside the giant flower, there seemed to be a world of its own. It formed an ancient path, surrounded by a misty world that seemed to lead to another void. Everyone was shocked as they stepped on the ancient path. I didn't expect there to be a world of its own under the flower. The 99th prince said solemnly. 99th prince, don't talk nonsense if you don't know anything. Didn't old man Xingxiang increase your intelligence? However, Lin Ling's voice floated from the front. This is within the stem of the flower, not a world of its own. As soon as he said that, the 99th prince almost exploded. Was Lin Ling purposely making him lose face? Calm down, 99th prince. He's purposely infuriating you. Seeing that, the prime minister immediately sent a telepathic message, which made the 99th prince roar in his heart. He had to endure it for now. Through the previous incident, they also knew that if they wanted to find the entrance to the Dragon Palace, they still had to rely on Lin Ling. As they walked along the path, the ancient path gradually narrowed. There were many plants growing on both sides. They were all blood-colored plants with ancient leaves. On each leaf, a star was suspended, breathing in and out the chaotic aura. It looked extremely mysterious. Star origin tree. Someone exclaimed. The sound made all the powerful cultivators restless. I forgot to mention one thing. In here, you can't touch anything. However, at this time, Lin Ling's voice came from the front. His all-encompassing demonic eyes stared at the blood-colored plants and flickered slightly. Who do you think you are? Why should the 3 magnates listen to you? Some of the powerful cultivators immediately retorted. Lin Ling's words represent my words. However, at this time, the prime minister also spoke, which made the people who objected very unhappy. That was because the star origin tree was a precious treasure. Not only could it be used to refine weapons and become ultimate weapons, but it could also be refined to improve one's ultimate martial path. Now they were asked to give up such a precious treasure and listen to Lin Ling. How could they be willing to accept that? That's right. The Imperial Censor Dragon Court is the same. However, Your Excellency Lin Ling, can you tell me why you can't touch anything? The 99th prince didn't like being ordered around by Lin Ling, but he endured it. People of the Imperial Court, follow me. However, Lin Ling didn't even look at him, and had already walked forward. You're courting death. Seeing this, the 99th prince was enraged again. Lin Ling didn't care about the bloodline of the Azure Arch. At this time, the people of the Imperial Court followed Lin Ling forward, but the 3 magnates didn't move. They looked at the precious treasures around them, and were extremely reluctant to part with them. My lord, are we really going to listen to Lin Ling? Someone asked softly. The prime minister, the left minister, and the 99th prince all sneered. In the beginning, they had listened to Lin Ling because they were afraid that something unexpected would happen. However, now they felt that Lin Ling was deliberately mystifying things. Do as you wish. At this thought, the three magnates said, Thank you, my lord. The powerful cultivators were overjoyed. They all moved to plunder the star origin tree around them. However, as soon as they touched the blood-colored plants, the plants immediately withered, which made them very confused. However, at this time, the clouds around the path changed. Countless skeletons appeared and stretched out their skeletal arms to grab those powerful cultivators. These skeletal arms were extremely tough and weren't afraid of Jie Yuan's attacks. Moreover, those who were caught by the skeletons disappeared after being pulled into the surroundings. Moreover, the colorful clouds around them began to disperse, revealing a crystal-like ice layer. Upon closer inspection, a large number of skeletons and bones were sealed in the ice layer. There were even some living people who were sealed in the ice layer, and were probably dead. Oh no! Everyone was shocked and started to panic. They used their martial arts to fight against the ice. However, the path was too small and the skeletons were endless. As a result, a large number of people were pulled into the ice layer and died completely. That kind of frozen wretchedness scared the people like cicadas in winter. Let's get out of here quickly. The 99th prince also shouted. He used the people around him to attract the skeletons and shot forward. Looking ahead, the people of the imperial court were safe and sound. They had followed Lin Ling for a long time, but when they looked back, they all gasped. This time, the three magnates must have lost countless of their men. Chapter 2939. The Sacrificial Pit. Your Excellency Lin Ling, this is... The third princess was also shocked. Luckily, everyone in the imperial court obeyed Lin Ling's orders. Otherwise, there would have been countless casualties. It's a taboo because that's the sacrificial pit. Lin Ling said solemnly. It was recorded on the map of Fusu that one had to pass by the sacrificial pit before entering the Dragon Palace. However, he didn't expect the sacrificial pit to be so terrifying. He had never seen a blood-red plant before, so he reminded everyone not to touch it. As for people saying that it was the star origin tree, he thought that it was a joke. Ah, save me. Behind them, cries of pain could be heard. Everyone regretted not listening to Lin Ling, but it was too late. Speed up. Lin Ling didn't care about the people behind him and gave the order. The people of the imperial court quickly ran along the path. The 99th prince and the others also caught up. When they looked back, they felt as if their hearts were being cut by knives. Many of their people had died. After following Lin Ling for a full 2 hours, the path also became wider. Everyone rested on the spot, exhausted. Lin Ling, you've killed too many of our people. Don't you think you've gone overboard? The left minister couldn't help but say. He hated Lin Ling to the core. Didn't I remind you not to move around? Are your ears stuffed with donkey hair? Lin Ling sneered and said fearlessly. The left minister couldn't refute him, and could only sulk. So many people from the left minister's residence had died, but no one from the imperial court had died. Lin Ling mocked them for plugging their ears with donkey hair. This humiliation wouldn't disappear even after 10,000 years. Let's continue. If you don't think it's safe, you can walk in front. Lin Ling ignored the left minister and looked ahead. We'll walk in front. Yes. The three magnate chi practitioners exchanged glances with one another and led the experts forward. Previously, they were at the bottom and suffered countless casualties. This time, they wouldn't be at the bottom even if they were beaten to death. If something really happened, then it should be the imperial dynasty. Some of them should have died. When he saw that, Lin Ling laughed coldly. He brought the people of imperial dynasty forward slowly. There are also plants. Where exactly is this place? Why is it so strange? After walking for an unknown period of time, a sound suddenly came from the front. This was because mysterious plants had appeared on both sides of the road again. These plants were 1/2 meter tall, and also had stars hanging from their leaves. But this time, they were afraid at a glance. Therefore they all quickened their pace. Lin Ling, be careful. Beside Lin Ling, the red jade tiger also saw those plants and couldn't help but remind him. However, at this moment, A bolt of lightning suddenly shot over and landed on the plants on both sides of the path, causing a large area of electric snakes to wreak havoc. This would undoubtedly trigger the outbreaks of the taboo. Someone was framing them. Bastard! The red jade tiger instantly roared in anger. Touching the taboo of a god was definitely going to cause a calamity to befall all living beings. The person who did this clearly wanted their imperial court to suffer great losses. Get out of here! The third princess also yelled out. Wait! But at this moment, Lin Ling's slow voice floated out. He curiously stared at the plants around him and suddenly smiled. I recognize this thing, Blood Arch Star Tree. It's used to protect the soul. I didn't expect such a precious treasure to be gathered here. Your Excellency Lin Ling, what do you mean by this? Hearing this, the third princess's face changed. What time is it now? Lin Ling is actually leisurely admiring the plants around him. Is he courting death? Don't worry, it's better to be calm. I don't recognize the blood-colored plants from before, so I told you not to touch them casually. But these plants, I recognize them. The smile on Lin Ling's face became wider and wider. Someone, give those plants a slash. If you find that they are bleeding and the blood is scattered in the air, then collect them. Second brother, let me do it. Seeing Lin Ling's mysterious appearance, Indra hurriedly walked out. A halberd appeared in his hand as he prepared to attack the plants on the roadside. Your Excellency Lin Ling, it's better to be careful. The third princess was still very worried. If Lin Ling's guess was wrong, then many of them would die. Don't worry, Lin Ling won't be wrong. Lin Ling shook his head. This kind of plant left behind by the gods, Li Xiaoyao had seen it once in the past, so he was sure. Xiao. Indra had already made his move. With a slash of his halberd, the plants on the roadside immediately started to bleed. Moreover, the blood turned into mysterious symbols and dissipated in the sky. So powerful, just like what Your Excellency Lin Ling said. Seeing this, the third princess felt extremely mystical. However, in her eyes, Lin Ling had already started to pick the plants around him. Looking carefully, these plants were the same as the blood-colored plants from before. However, there were a few more stars on the leaves. There was a moon mark and a sun mark. Lin Ling's heart was in ecstasy. This was a treasure that could nourish the soul force. However, he was also puzzled. This Wake-Up Dragon Palace should be the tomb of Wake-Up Dragon God. Why would there be so many treasures that could nourish the soul force? Could it be that Wake-Up Dragon God didn't die? Was he using these treasures to nourish his soul? If his guess was correct, this Wake-Up Dragon God was terrifying. This was because this was a dragon god that had existed since the ancient gods. There were a lot of treasures. Everyone started to pick them up one after another, each of them beaming with joy. Haha, those idiots ran really fast. Otherwise, they would have definitely snatched these treasures. Indra laughed. One could imagine that if the three magnates were to see this scene, they would definitely vomit blood from anger. The third princess secretly wiped the sweat off her forehead and revealed a smile that could topple countries. She looked at Lin Ling and her heart was filled with admiration. After a long time, everyone had a great harvest. They slowly walked forward, talking and laughing. At this moment, in front of them, the 99th prince and the rest stopped in their tracks, all of them frowning. They still haven't caught up. Are they all dead? Oh no, if Lin Ling is dead and we still haven't found the entrance of the Dragon Palace, then we have come here for nothing. Damn it, Mother Lane, who told you to plot against Lin Ling? The Prime Minister and the Left Minister were also worried. However, at this moment, a laugh could be heard. Thank you for your concern. However, even if all of you are dead, Lin Ling will not die. A large number of figures appeared on the misty path. The person in the lead was Lin Ling. After him, the people from the imperial court also appeared. Upon closer inspection, not only were they not dead, they were also not injured at all. Most importantly, they were in high spirits as if they had encountered something joyous. At this moment, the three magnates were tongue-tied. You didn't encounter those skeletons? Someone asked with a frown. You're talking about this, right? Lin Ling waved his right hand, and those plants with leaves that fluttered like stars appeared. Immediately, the Prime Minister and the rest of the experts were frightened and frantically retreated. Chapter 2940. Enter wake-suppressing dragon palace. Hearing this, the Prime Minister and the other experts looked as if they had seen a ghost, because the thing in Lin Ling's hand was exactly the same as what they had seen before. But Lin Ling and the others were fine, while they had suffered countless casualties. How was this possible? You guys have been stalling for so long. Could it be that you've been collecting these treasures? 99th Prince frowned. That's right. Naturally, we can't miss such a precious treasure. I wanted to call you guys along, but you guys ran too fast. It's such a pity that we missed such a treasure. Lin Ling shook his head regretfully. Crack crack. Hearing this, the leaders of the various factions were stunned. Then they trembled with anger. The left minister's gaze was cold as he roared. How could this be? Why is it that we've suffered so many casualties while you've obtained such treasures? I don't know either. Maybe it's a matter of character, Lin Ling said with a shrug. That regretful look on his face made the left minister and the others almost want to kill Lin Ling. Of course, this was just a thought. And this feeling of wanting to kill, but not daring to do so was even worse than eating dog shit. Who told you to walk in front? Perhaps if you stay behind, those treasures will also be yours. But this time, are you still going to walk in front? Lin Ling said again. The most infuriating thing was that his expression was very calm, without any hint of sarcasm. And this kind of attitude was undoubtedly the biggest mockery to others. You walk in front. The 99th Crown Prince and the others roared in unison. Actually, it doesn't matter who walks in front, because we've reached the gate. Lin Ling had already stepped forward, passing through the hazy fog. His voice floated out at the same time. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's expression changed, and they all rushed through the fog. Up ahead, an enormous palace appeared, and a tombstone hung from the ground. Tomb of the Wuxia Dragon God. Do not disturb it. This huge dragon palace was made of gray rocks. It was hidden in the fog and was extremely mysterious. However, it was silent and gave people a sense of oppression. At the same time, a huge rock was blocking the entrance of the dragon palace. It was motionless, as if it had existed since the era of the gods. That's the dragon sealing rock. Break it and you can enter the palace. Lin Ling's eyes flashed as he pointed at the huge rock in front of the dragon palace. This was recorded on the map. I'll do it. Hearing that, an old man smiled joyfully and took the initiative to attack. His strength was at the 6th level of the martial immortal realm. However, when his attack landed on the rock did not move in the slightest. Instead, a terrifying power was reflected back and directly killed that old man. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. The dragon sealing rock is not easy. Only Lin Ling was used to it. This was the reason why he needed the magnates to join him. He knew that the imperial court alone wouldn't be able to break the dragon sealing stone. The 99 crown princes also knew why Lin Ling had invited them. However, the most important thing right now was to break the dragon sealing stone. Once the entrance was opened, they wouldn't have to be threatened by Lin Ling anymore. In fact, they had been holding back for a long time. 18 imperial dragons attack. The 99th prince decisively ordered the experts of the Imperial Dragon Court to take action. These 18 imperial dragons were all at the 8th layer of the martial immortal realm. Although they looked like children, short and young, they were all experts who had lived for countless years. Their strength was monstrous. When they attacked, it was as if they stirred up chaos. However, when their attacks landed on the dragon sealing rock, it only made the rock move slightly. On the contrary, 18 terrifying forces were reflected back at him. Retreat. The expressions of the 18 experts changed drastically, and they used their powerful speed, wanting to avoid the feedback force. However, the forces were extremely mysterious. They did not attack others. Instead, they chased after them, causing them to be seriously injured. How terrifying. At this moment, a feeling of insignificance rose in everyone's hearts. They were the strongest experts in Qingzhou. However, the forces left behind by the gods could easily kill them. This was only the power of one of the 8 gods. As for the 8 gods, they could imagine how powerful they were. They probably had the power to suppress the entire 9 states. Even Lin Ling's expression was solemn. He was even more curious about the secrets of the universe. Attack from 8 directions. Qian triple link, Kuren 6 break, Shenyang bull, Zhen overturning bull, Lizhong void, Qinzhong full, Dui upper lack, Sun lower break. Linling did not care about the difference between friend and foe. If he could not break the dragon sealing rock, he would not be able to enter the dragon palace. Hearing that, the 99th prince and the others understood. They ordered the experts to attack according to Linling's instructions. Third princess, let the imperial court attack too. Otherwise, we're still lacking strength. Linling said to the third princess. Hearing that, the experts of the imperial court attacked too. At that moment, the ancient martial arts of Qingzhou exploded. In terms of age, Linling was the leader of the younger generation in Qingzhou. However, in terms of strength, many people present were stronger than him, especially the experts in the later stage of the martial immortal realm. He was still unable to defeat them. The powerful force of the universe. All kinds of ancient martial arts caused the dragon sealing rock to tremble, and cracks began to appear. Linling also saw that most of the people present had divine bodies and no desolate bodies. Of course, there might be experts with desolate bodies hidden among them. For example, the last 4 people of the 9 heavens. Furthermore, he saw that the 99th prince, the prime minister, and the left minister did not use their full strength. They were obviously hiding their strength. However, that was enough. Under the attacks of the 4 giants, the dragon sealing rock finally exploded. The deafening roar of a dragon was heard. A terrifying and ferocious dragon rushed out from the gate of the dragon palace. It was accompanied by the heads of the various auspicious creatures, such as the silver deer, the blue phoenix, the wood qilin, and other divine creatures. In an instant, ominous aura, divine light, and all kinds of opposing forces of the universe fused together, and formed a terrifying tornado. At that moment, the place where the gods slept seemed to have been disturbed. Third princess, enter the dragon palace immediately. Otherwise you'll be in danger. Yes. Linling's eyes flickered. He recalled what was recorded on the map. The dragon sealing rock was broken, and the dragon god was revived. Enter. Enter. Upon hearing that, the third princess immediately gave the order. Everyone from the imperial court rushed towards the dragon palace. Big brother, be careful. Brother. Linling exhorted and also rushed forward. At that moment, the 99th prince and the rest originally wanted to kill Linling. However, when they saw the people from the imperial court rush into the dragon palace, they immediately panicked. They were afraid that they had touched upon some taboo of the gods. All of them took action. Although they were the strongest in Qingzhou, they were like ants when faced with the taboo of the gods era. After Linling entered the dragon palace, he immediately discovered a large number of entrances. He ran towards one of the entrances and disappeared. When the people behind him entered, they were all stunned. There were so many entrances. Left with no choice, they could only choose a random entrance and proceed forward. What kind of great fortune they would encounter next would all depend on their luck. Chapter 2941. Fighting the Dragon Soul. I'm finally in. Linling couldn't help but smile. He stretched his limbs and finally relaxed. The resuscitating dragon palace was just one of the divine palaces in the 8 gods' celestial palace, but it was already so terrifying. One could imagine how difficult it would be to reach the 6th and 7th levels. Therefore, he knew that the resuscitating dragon palace was the final destination of this trip to the 8 gods' celestial palace. However, there was a treasure in the resuscitating dragon palace, the dragon soul. He had come straight for this item, because this was the 4th dantian that he had prepared. Currently, he had reached a new level in the cultivation of essence, qi and spirit. The only flaw was his fire element talent and cultivation realm. Therefore, he began to work hard for the 4th dantian. Roar. At this moment, a deafening roar came from the path ahead. A huge ancient dragon appeared in front of him. This dragon seemed to be condensed from smoke, but it was vivid and lifelike. The moment it roared, Linling felt the blood in his body boil. My luck is too bad. I just came in and I already met a dragon? Linling's mouth twitched and his face turned serious. Roar. The huge ancient dragon flew over, covering the sky with a terrifying aura. realm-devouring beast. Linling also exploded with all his strength and punched out. However, it was useless. The huge ancient dragon seemed to be illusory, and wasn't attacked by any realm essence. Instead, it swept its claws and 5 bloody wounds appeared on Linling's chest. This is too unfair. It can attack me, but I can't attack it. Linling was shocked. He scanned with his 10,000 elephant demon eyes, and realized that the dragon wasn't real. It was formed by a soul. The most important thing was that after Linling's 3 dantians fused together, his boundary essence surged and actually attracted 3 giant ancient dragons. These ancient dragons seemed to be able to pass through the dragon palace at will. Linling wasn't sure just how many ancient dragons there were in the dragon palace. As for the 3 new dragons, one was an ice dragon, one was a fire dragon, and the last one was a lightning dragon. Each of them was more terrifying than the Azure Dragon King. World Mountain Fist. Linling hurriedly made the first move. He gathered all of his power, and with the power of the World Mountain's essence, his left fist could be said to be extremely ferocious. However, that punch directly pierced through a sky ice dragon, unable to attack the other party at all. On the contrary, the firmament ice dragon spat out a mouthful of universal frost essence, directly freezing Linling. Bang! Soon Linling broke out of the ice, his face pale. Little Kunlun! He roared angrily, and the vines on his left arm appeared like dragons, forming a vortex as he whipped one of the fire primordial dragons. Pa! However, the vines were also emptied. These ancient dragons were simply formless and colorless. Not good. After little Kunlun was free, a lightning armor strange dragon behind him had already swept over. Its huge dragon tail swept out fiercely, and it could probably destroy thousands of worlds. At this moment, Linling laughed bitterly. He didn't expect that he would be killed by these dragon souls when he had the Qing Prefecture's overlord under his control. However, when the dragon tail touched the scabbard on Linling's back, the scabbard floated up, and a strange aura spread out. The headless old man appeared and slashed with his sword. The sword light was like water. The lightning armor strange dragon's tail was cut off by the sword. This sudden turn of events shocked Linling. This scabbard was indeed in existence with the sharpness of demonic qi. At the same time, a cold sword quietly appeared in the scabbard. It floated out of the scabbard and flew towards Linling. Tyrannical song sword. Linling's eyes narrowed as he stared at the sword flying towards him. One had to know that after the tyrannical song sword was sealed by the scabbard, he had been unable to use it. However, this time, the tyrannical song sword actually took the initiative to leave the scabbard. Subconsciously, Linling held the sword, and a strange power appeared in his heart. Moreover, he realized that all the power in his body was surging towards the sword. The sword was absorbing his power. Tyrannical song sword, wake up! Linling's expression changed drastically. If this continued, all his power would be sucked dry. Moreover, he realized that the tyrannical song sword seemed to be in a deep slumber. It did not feel like a comrade like it did in the past. However, his shouts were of no use. On the contrary, his physical strength, realm essence, and soul power were continuously being sucked into the tyrannical song sword. Finally, the sword leaped up. On the tip of the sword, a sharp demonic qi flashed. It was very dazzling, and it actually froze the 4 ancient dragons in the sky. At the same time, Linling had a feeling in his heart. He had to use his sword. Break for me. A cold shout floated out from Linling's mouth. He slashed out with his sword, and the sword light flashed. It was dazzling, but it was not huge. However, when it slashed towards the sky, 3 of the ancient dragons in the sky were cut in half. This sword was earth-shattering. Plop. At the same time, Linling powerlessly fell to the ground. This was because that sword had absorbed all of his strength. His essence, energy, and soul power, other than his soul power, had disappeared without a trace. He did not even have the strength to stand up. What kind of sword was sealed in this scabbard in the past? Why did this sword consume all of my strength? Linling's heart was pounding, but his eyes gradually focused. This was because he realized that there was still an ancient dragon in the sky. At this moment, it was roaring ferociously and pouncing towards him. And now he did not even have the strength to activate the time and space divine steel. The situation was instantly on the verge of death. However, at this moment of life and death, Lin Ling calmed down. Everything around him seemed to slow down, and it became a world of gray. This was an extremely strange feeling. The myriad demonic eyes has increased along with my strength. Right now, it allows me to think in an instant. Lin Ling was not surprised by this feeling. This was because Li Xiaonao also had this feeling in the past. These ancient dragons, other than the scabbard, do not fear any other power. This is too heaven-defying. However, there has never been an invincible existence in the universe. They must have a weakness. Oh right, the sword that killed 3 ancient dragons before had the power of demonic sword energy, but there is another possibility. It is soul power. These ancient dragons should be dead. After millions of years they should have died. However, the plants outside the palace nourish their souls, allowing their souls to never be extinguished. This means that these are real dragon souls. If I want to break them, the only way is to use soul power. Lin Ling instantly pondered. Everything in front of him began to regain color. Previously, he seemed to be thinking slowly, but in reality, to the outside world, it was just a breath of time. However, at this time, Lin Ling had already activated all of his soul power, forming an invisible soul shockwave that rushed towards the ancient dragon in the sky. Fortunately, his soul power was strong, so the scabbard did not absorb all of it. Otherwise, he would have already fainted. Not to mention activating his soul power. As the soul power surged out, Lin Ling was in a semi-conscious state. However, he kept shouting in his heart that he must succeed. Fortunately, he guessed right. After colliding with Lin Ling's soul power, the last dragon soul in the sky exploded with a bang, turning into countless soul fragments and disappearing into the void. Seeing this, Lin Ling finally smiled. Chapter 2942. Snatching Treasures. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Ling finally woke up, but he had a splitting headache. Obviously, he had used too much soul power this time, causing him to be extremely tired. After all, soul power was harder to recover than realm essence. Oh right, those star plants. Lin Ling suddenly thought of something, quickly sat down cross-legged, and devoured those star plants. His soul power was instantly nourished, gradually recovering, and even more condensed. After that, Lin Ling took out the treasures on him and continued to refine them. The lost physical strength and realm essence also gradually recovered by more than 50%. This wake-up dragon palace is too dangerous. Standing up, Lin Ling continued to move forward. After that, he did not dare to be too ostentatious, and moved forward carefully. Not long after, a crossroad began to appear in front of him, and a large number of corpses were lying there, all wearing different colored armor. Even though they had been dead for a long time, they were still dignified like gods. These corpses were obviously experts from the era of gods. At the same time, a figure was searching around the corpses. Unfortunately, those armors shattered with a touch, and too much time had passed, and the spiritual energy was exhausted. After searching for a long time, finally, that person found 3 white tokens. Haha, the other treasures are all broken, only these 3 tokens are still as good as new. These must be extreme treasures. This is my great change ape's good fortune. That's why it's said that good intentions are rewarded. That figure could not help but laugh at the sky. Great change ape, hand over those 3 treasures. However, at this moment, an old voice sounded like a nightingale, and several figures walked over. Among them, an old man had a fierce look in his eyes, and his entire body was as thin as a monkey. I was wondering who it was, so it's Flowing Earth old monster, what? You want the treasures in my hands? That figure turned around, and immediately said disdainfully, and the 3 tokens in his hand were also kept by him. Great change ape, I know you're very powerful, but those who see the treasures have a share. Don't you think you're too greedy to want to take them all for yourself? Among those people, one of them also spoke. If you want these treasures, then let's see if you have the strength. The great change ape sneered, and a fierce aura burst out, and a white ancient ape appeared behind him, pounding its chest and roaring. Let me test your strength. The old man was not afraid in the slightest and also erupted with his full strength. This person was at the 6th level of the martial immortal realm. His strength was great, and the power of the universe surged like an ocean. Since the Great Change Ape was a third-level martial immortal, he chose to risk it all. Luminous Earth Old Monster, one of the magnates of the Blue Flame Army, actually made a move. My opponent is the Great Change Ape, one of the 9 great heavens of the Green Province, ranked 6th. His strength is not weak either. No, he's currently ranked 7th because Lin Ling and Sakura are above him. Unknowingly, many people had gathered in the surroundings, and all of them began to discuss spiritedly. Rumble. At this moment, the 2 experts had already clashed. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged millions of blows. The Flowing Earth Old Monster became more and more shocked as he fought. He was 3 realms higher than the Great Change Ape, but he could not suppress the latter. It seemed that all the titled battle pet warriors were freaks. It's over. While he was still in shock, the Great Change Ape roared, and a huge ancient ape appeared. There were actually 3 of them, as if their heads were in the sky and their feet were on the ground. They transformed into 3 punches and smashed down. Their powerful talent was also displayed. They actually had a 9th grade divine body. Puff. The Flowing Earth Old Monster spat out a mouthful of blood. Unable to withstand the ferocity of the Great Change Ape, he roared, "I don't want your treasure anymore." It's too late. However, the Great Change Ape shook his head coldly and still used his killing move. In the end, he killed the ancient senior of the Blue Flame Army. So powerful. Seeing this, the surrounding people were like cicadas in winter. They did not dare to snatch the Great Change Ape's treasure anymore. The treasure is here. Who else wants it? The Great Change Ape glanced at the crowd and said indifferently. Unfortunately, wherever he looked, everyone lowered their heads and remained silent. I want it. However, at this moment a lazy voice suddenly rang out. Who is it? Do you want to die? Hearing this, the Great Change Ape's expression became ferocious. There was actually someone who dared to provoke him at a time like this? He silently turned around and followed the voice. However, in the next moment, his ferocious expression vanished and was replaced by bitterness. On the misty path ahead, a slender figure slowly walked over. He wore a blue robe and carried an ancient sword. He was unforgettable. What's wrong with the Great Change Ape? He was arrogant and unrestrained before. So why does he reveal such an expression now? The crowd became curious, and when they saw who it was, they gasped. It was the Imperial Court's Lin Ling. This was also a person who could shake the entire Qing province with just a move of his foot. Great Change Ape, since I, Lin Ling, have taken a fancy to it, then it belongs to me. Are you going to hand it over or not? At this moment Lin Ling strode forward, causing the Great Change Ape to grit its teeth tightly. If it was in the past, it would feel disdain towards Lin Ling. However, not long ago, Lin Ling had shaken the entire Azure Prefecture. His strength was obvious to all. However, when it thought of the precious jade tablet, the Great Change Ape still chose to take the risk. Lin Ling, don't go too far. You and I are both heavenly blessings. If we really fight, it's not certain who will win or lose. What's not certain about? If we really fight, you'll only lose. Hearing this, Lin Ling replied indifferently, and his tone was filled with disdain. They're both heavenly blessings, but the Great Change Ape seems to be very afraid of Lin Ling. Of course, Lin Ling doesn't even fear the 81st prince. The Great Change Ape is naturally lacking. The scene before them caused many people to whisper amongst themselves. Lin Ling, let's fight. At this point, the Great Change Ape couldn't give away the treasure with both hands. After all, losing the treasure wasn't a big deal, but losing face was something he couldn't face. So it went all out. Roar. The 3 ancient white apes appeared again. They were ferocious and domineering, and their roars soared into the sky. Stubborn. Lin Ling also attacked. The realm-devouring beast appeared and his 3 dantians merged. His left fist surged out like a meteor. Great Change Ape, you said last time that you didn't use your full strength. Now you have a chance. Lin Ling, this time, I'll make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly. The 2 heavenly gifted powerhouses were like 2 ancient vicious beasts, crazily clashing against each other. At the moment of impact, the surrounding ancient powerhouses were blown away by the powerful astral winds. The weaker ones were so shocked that they spat out blood. Rumble. The Great Change Ape and Lin Ling exchanged blows. At first, it still had a ferocious expression, but gradually, the corners of its eyes twitched, and its face was filled with a bitter smile. This was because Lin Ling's punch was too terrifying. It was boundless like the sea, and unstoppable. This guy is clearly stronger than when he was in the tree hole. The Great Change Ape already knew that it wasn't Lin Ling's match. However, it couldn't put down its pride, so it wanted to use its full strength to make Lin Ling fear it. However, it was useless. Bang bang bang. It retreated, unable to block Lin Ling's punch. This was because Lin Ling's left fist hid the essence of the Realm Mountain. Chapter 2943. Do you submit? That gaze directly caused the great ape to tremble with fear. It was like a rabbit that had encountered a ferocious tiger, and it was blasted back once more by this punch. Great ape, when I defeated you last time, you said you didn't use your full strength. Now do you submit? Lin Ling took a step forward, his fist like a torrential river. That step made the ape's courage shatter. How could it resist? It kept nodding as it retreated. Submit, 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 I submit. Lin Ling still stepped forward, his fist unparalleled. Great ape, I stole your treasure. Do you submit? Submit, submit, I submit wholeheartedly. The ape's legs went soft and it fell to the ground. Today you lost to me again. Do you submit? Lin Ling's aura was domineering, suppressing the ape like a giant. 10,000 submit. The ape kowtowed like pounding garlic. It had no choice but to submit. Since you submit, then I'll spare your life. From today onwards, you can join the imperial court and be my subordinate. Lin Ling's fist stopped in front of the ape's face. The wind blew, making the ape's hair flutter. Its face was very pale. I'm willing, I'm very willing. The ape kowtowed again. The youth in front of it looked down at it, as if he was looking at an ant. The old monster's faces froze. The Great Change Ape was one of the 9 great celestials of the Qing province. There was no doubt about its strength. Previously, when it had obtained the 3 jade tokens, there were some old monsters who were unwilling to give up and tried to snatch them. In the end, they were directly killed by the Great Change Ape, shocking everyone present. However, after Lin Ling arrived, his tyrannical fist made the Great Change Ape directly kneel in submission. Most importantly, there was no life or death battle in the entire process. It was a one-sided suppression. As one of the 9 heavens of Qing province, the gap between the ape and Lin Ling was too big. What about you guys? Do you submit? Lin Ling looked at everyone calmly. That gaze was like he was looking down on the world. Submit, we submit. The magnates and old monsters all knelt down, their eyes trembling in fear. Lin Ling faintly smiled and immediately strode forward. This was a crossroad. He recalled the route recorded on the map, and chose a direction to walk in. The crowd stared at his back for a long time without saying anything. As for the great ape of transformation, he laughed bitterly repeatedly. His luck was too bad, to actually encounter Lin Ling. Damn it, I wasted 3 treasures for nothing. He gave himself a ruthless slap in the face. He was angry and regretful. In Qing province, he was not afraid of millions of experts. There were only a limited number of people that he feared the most, and Lin Ling was one of them. At this moment, Lin Ling was walking on the main road. The fog in front of him was hazy, as if there was no end in sight. In Lin Ling's hand, 3 jade plates appeared. He carefully observed them. The 3 jade plates were of different colors. They were red, blue, and yellow. They looked very normal on the surface, but they emitted a mysterious qi. To know that even though there were countless treasures in the resuscitating dragon palace, too much time had passed. Most of the treasures had disappeared with the wind. However, these 3 jade plates were still preserved. This meant that they were not ordinary. The 3 jade plates were carved with ancient runes. However, Lin Ling specialized in enchantments. Therefore, he recognized 3 words from the runes. They were strength, speed, and defense. 4th realm extreme treasure, and it is a one-time use treasure. Lin Ling checked it again and understood what was going on. These 3 jade plates had miraculous powers. For example, crushing the red jade plate could increase one's attacking power, the blue one could increase one's speed, and the yellow one could increase one's defense. As for how big the increase was, Lin Ling guessed that it was not small. However, even though the jade plates were powerful, they had their flaws. They could only last for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. After keeping the jade plates, Lin Ling continued walking. After passing by a few crossroads, he realized that the resuscitating dragon palace was like a maze. If he did not have the map, he would have been dizzy. However, there were definitely many treasures in the other roads. Whoever could get them would have to depend on their luck. Fight! He continued walking and reached a new crossroad. There was an intense battle in front of him. It seemed like someone had obtained some kind of treasure. This caused all the magnates to fight for it. As expected, Lin Ling saw a tombstone by the side of the road. On the tombstone, the words were blurred. However, beside the tombstone, there were a large number of treasure chests shining with light. As for the two sides that were fighting, one of them was a familiar face. It was the 76th prince. The other experts were from the Imperial Censor Dragon Court. The other side was also a familiar face. It was Menglu Xianlinglong, and the 8th Ju Lord. Of course, there were only 3 of them. They could not stop the attack of the 76th prince and the other experts. You came at the right time. After seeing the situation clearly, Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. At this time, the roars in front of him continued. Haha, I the 76th prince am the chosen one. In these treasure chests, I see 3 Son of Heaven's essences. This is a gift from the heavens. The 76th prince was obviously very excited. It was as if all the treasures belonged to him. Menglu, Xianlinglong, seeing that you are from the Black Warrior Divine Manor, you can scram. I will spare your lives. An old man said indifferently. Hee, they are really pitiful. These treasures were found by them first, but in the end, they met us. Another person said. Seeing this, Xianlinglong frowned. She suddenly looked at Menglu and said, Leave this place. We are not their match. That may not be the case. Menglu sneered. Suddenly, powerful world essence erupted, scattering the clouds in the sky. 3rd stage martial immortal realm? How is that possible? Sensing the surging world essence, the 76th prince and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. If they remembered correctly, Menglu was only at the 1st stage of the martial immortal realm not long ago. In such a short time, this monster actually broke through 2 stages? My strength can fight against a 6th stage martial immortal. You want to snatch my treasures? You are too inexperienced. Menglu's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds because of a fortuitous encounter. Die. He activated his mysterious talent. The demonic god's tomb appeared, and an ancient elegy was sung. Attack! Attack! The 76th prince and the others couldn't give up on the treasures, so they all attacked. Seeing this, Lord 8th also joined in. For a time, the two sides were locked in a fierce battle. In the distance, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. It seemed that the heavens were fair. If he Lin Ling could obtain treasures, others could too. Menglu had obviously obtained a great fortune. Although the current Menglu was weaker than Lin Ling knew that he wasn't that much weaker. He was much better than before. Rumble. The collision between the two sides seemed to cause the heavens to collapse and the earth to split. The dragon palace was stirred. Menglu's origin was indeed worthy of being one of the 9 provinces' 10 vicious. He was extremely powerful, blocking a large number of experts by himself. As for Lord 8th, he only blocked 3 of them. From this, one could see the difference between the two. Menglu is the number 1 genius below Lin Ling and Sakura. Lord 8th couldn't help but sigh. Then he smiled. With a monster like Menglu here, the 76th prince and the others definitely couldn't take advantage of him. Chapter 2944. The Mysterious Old Man. Menglu, I admit that I underestimated you. However, don't be too smug. Seeing that the situation was not right, the 76th prince suddenly shouted angrily. What can you do if I'm smug? Your people have been stopped by me and Lord 8th. We only have one person left, Xianlinglong. She can take away all the treasures. Menglu said casually as he defended himself against the experts. Haha, do you think I don't exist? The 76th prince laughed. His words made Menglu frown. In his subconscious mind, the 76th prince was a piece of trash. It was only because he had the Azure Emperor's bloodline that people respected him. In addition, the 76th prince had been humiliated by Lin Ling time and time again. Therefore, Menglu looked down on him even more. I'm the son of the Azure Emperor. The 76th prince put his finger in his mouth and bit it lightly. Then, using the blood from his finger, he drew something in front of him. Bloody words appeared quietly. In just an instant, his cultivation level increased greatly and reached the 7th level of the martial immortal realm. The Azure Emperor's bloodline. Menglu's expression turned serious. The 76th prince had activated the bloodline left by the Azure Emperor and greatly increased his strength. Now you know fear. Weren't you very happy before? Haha, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The 76th prince's aura increased greatly. If the Azure Emperor arrived, the scales of victory would tip in his favor. This made him very excited. As for Lord 8th and Xian Linglong, their expressions were extremely ugly. Very good. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. I Lin Ling am here. However, just as everyone was thinking, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded. Then a flaming fist came from afar. Rumble. Everywhere it passed, 3 of the opponents that Menglu and Lord 8th were fighting were killed by the fist. Even a 6th-level martial immortal expert could not block the fist. Then, a slender figure appeared in front of everyone. It was Lin Ling. Lin Ling. Menglu was the first to react. His pupils kept trembling. Having reached the 3rd level of the martial immortal realm, he was confident that he could defeat someone at the 6th level of the martial immortal realm. The gap between him and Lin Ling was not that great. However, Lin Ling seemed to have increased his strength again. A mere 1st-level martial immortal had actually killed a 6th-level martial immortal, as easily as chopping vegetables. On the other hand, Lord 8th and Xian Linglong were delighted. In their hearts, so long as Lin Ling appeared, it was as if nothing could stop him. It's you again. Lin Ling, were you my nemesis in my previous life? Why is it you again? Seeing Lin Ling's untimely appearance, the 76th prince was clearly enraged. He had almost obtained those treasures, but in the end, Lin Ling had appeared. Moreover, he had appeared in a domineering manner, causing all his wishful thinking to go down the drain. Moreover, this was not the first time. He had already been humiliated by Lin Ling several times. Why can't it be me? Lin Ling looked at the 76th prince calmly. You're pissing me off. The 76th prince roared hysterically. Lin Ling had humiliated him time and time again. Now he was still so calm. It was as if he, the 76th prince, was a dog that was born to be humiliated by Lin Ling. After all, he was the son of Emperor Qing. 76th prince, let me tell you. You'd better get the hell out of my sight. Otherwise I'll kill you. Lin Ling ignored the 76th prince's anger. He glanced at the sky and said calmly. This was because he realized that the battle here seemed to have alerted the Dragon Palace's taboo. Many dragon souls were coming from afar. Therefore, he did not want to complicate matters. The treasures were more important. Then he walked to the side of the tombstone, opened one of the treasure chests, and wanted to collect the treasures inside. The 76th prince had never seen such an arrogant person who ignored him and openly snatched the treasures. In Qingzhou, other than the leaders of the major powers, no one dared to provoke him like this. However, just as Lin Ling was about to collect the treasures, a jade-white arm suddenly pressed down on his hand, preventing him from collecting the treasures. This sudden turn of events undoubtedly caused everyone to be greatly alarmed. Lin Ling was very powerful. He was definitely one of the strongest in Qingzhou. However, there was someone who dared to attack Lin Ling and stop Lin Ling. Most importantly, no one noticed this person's arrival at all. It was as if he had been hiding in the surroundings all along. Upon closer inspection, it was an old man with a face as yellow as wax. He wore very ordinary clothes and was only a level 4 martial immortal. However, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. His 10,000 mammoth demonic eyes discovered that this old man was not as simple as he seemed. Moreover, although he was only a level 4 martial immortal, his combat strength was definitely beyond his expectations. One must know that the reason why Lin Ling was able to kill a 6th level martial immortal was because his opponent's talent and universal power were not strong enough. If he encountered someone with a level 10 divine body, Lin Ling would have a hard time defeating him. If he encountered someone with more than 50% of his strength, it would be difficult for him to defeat him. This also meant that this old man was definitely very strong in a certain field. "You're stopping me?" Lin Ling said calmly. "It's rare for you to be able to remain calm in front of me," the old man said. "Although you're strong, you're not strong enough to make me fear you." Lin Ling shook his head and said calmly, "I don't believe in evil. Lin Ling, there's an emperor's life essence in this treasure chest. Why don't you try and see if you can get it?" The old man still pressed down on Lin Ling's hand and said calmly. However, his words were mixed with a powerful domineering aura. "The treasure is right in front of you. Can you, Lin Ling, get it?" "I don't believe in evil either," Lin Ling retorted. Behind him, the tyrannical song sword floated up and floated towards his other hand with its scabbard. Seeing this, the old man smiled faintly. He also made a move, but no one could see through his move. His arm grabbed towards the scabbard. "This sword is extraordinary. It's mine." The old man's eyes were filled with joy. Lin Ling sensed the old man's move and was shocked again. This old man's strength was stronger than he had imagined. However, he also sneered. "My sword isn't that easy to take. No one in Qingzhou can say that to me." The old man shook his head in disdain. His arm was like a dragon's claw as he suddenly grabbed the sword. However, as soon as his fair palm touched the scabbard, a cold aura rolled out like a demonic cloud. Oh no! The old man had obviously underestimated the scabbard. His body disappeared in an instant. At the same time, a sword ray flashed past where he was standing before, but the old man dodged it. Even Lin Ling was surprised because this was the first time he saw the scabbard's sword being dodged. "Young man, your sword is quite powerful. I admit that I underestimated you." The old man had already appeared on the other side, and his expression became serious. "I'm sorry, but I won. The emperor's life essence has been taken by me."